of the beacon is still underway here. Ceremony at Windsor Castle. Let's just listen in. Okay, so once again, a beautiful shot of Windsor Castle there. Unfortunately, Queen Elizabeth unable to make it to some of the events tomorrow, quoting a bit of discomfort from all of today's events. You can imagine, 96 years old, it will take it out of you here. We're going to keep our eyes on any of these shots out of Buckingham Palace here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Coming up to the top of the hour, 2 o'clock here in Phoenix, 5 o'clock out on the East Coast. There's been a renewed focus on school security since the shooting in Uvalde. While sometimes it takes a hero to stop a shooter, a new tech company is rolling out an artificial intelligence-powered program to help detect threats. Fox's Eben Brown has more on this edition of Fox on Tech.
The mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, has angered so many over the idea that a teen with a violent history had no trouble obtaining firearms, with also some suggesting the police response was too slow. And while gunmen often need to be stopped by heroes, a new tech company may have an alternative. Zero Eyes is an artificial intelligence company founded by and run by veterans. They use their tech to identify images in real time from security cameras. The Zero Eyes AI can identify a person walking around, say, a campus with a gun, and alert authorities often within seconds. And that could be a major development for law enforcement, because in an active shooter situation, every moment counts.
Every second that passes, the shooter is shooting somebody or shooting his gun. Every second counts. So that's what we're all about. We're about saving time.
Zero Eyes says when someone pulls a gun, its AI takes only 3 to 5 seconds to alert the company, which verifies it's a firearm and informs law enforcement, a possible game changer for school security that could help save lives.
Well, this technology is now in use in at least 18 states, and more could be coming online with the new school year. In Miami, Eben Brown, Fox News.
Meanwhile, a school district out in West Virginia utilizing new detection technology to go ahead and try to prevent these school shootings from even happening in the first place. We spoke with the superintendent. Here's that conversation. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I want to bring in Gary Huff. He's superintendent of Fayette County School District, which is out in West Virginia, and recently installed some new detection technology that's really allowed him and his students and faculty to feel a lot safer during these pretty testy times. Gary, thanks so much for being with us here on the show. We so appreciate you. If you could just start off first with being involved with the school district as superintendent. What's it like right now with all of this going on, national headlines, threats being made at schools? Just take us through what it's like to be in your shoes.
Well, first, thank you for having us on. And we definitely are in a day and age that we continue to see things that we've never experienced before in our roles as superintendent of schools. I think we have to constantly be monitoring our systems, know where our problem areas are, continue to day by day adjust and adapt to a changing situation. In my situation, we continue to assess every day. Well, of course, we have major emergency plans in place. We have worked really hard, even this past year, on our threat assessment plans and on making determinations and on how to crisis response, reunification plans, all the things we saw happen in the last week and a couple other times this year when we watched that happen. We were preparing for those issues, and then we looked at the evolved technologies and had the opportunity to have them involved. I think it's a day by day. We have to continue to assess where we're at and try to get better at what we do. Our number one responsibility is to educate our children, but you can't educate them if we're not safe. And I think that's the message we have to send to our parents, that safety issue first.
Right. It's a scary situation because you never think it's going to be your school or your district until it is, right? So being proactive is so important. And we're seeing a lot of the issues that Uvalde had, the police response and some of the inadequacies of the security. You're saying that with new technology that you've been able to install at your schools, that wouldn't even be an issue because it couldn't even enter the school.
Yeah, we have installed evolved technologies in 4 of our schools, our secondary schools. We're really moving towards trying to install those in every one of our schools. We were really thankful. Evolve gave us an opportunity to add 3 of those to our list. We originally leased 1 unit from them to use in our schools and move around. We're now moving towards trying to install them in every one of our schools through our levy as we move forward with a levy. But the Evolve technologies is one really super tool for us to make a determination when a student comes into school if they have a weapon on them. And one of the issues that we know that's different from any other technology we've used, we have used the metal detector technology where they've had to walk through metal detectors. The trouble with that technology is it's so slow and so cumbersome, and it detects every little piece of metal that we would have students when we had a threat or a problem, we'd have students lined up outside. We have a school, one of our largest schools has 1,000 students come in the mornings. We'd have students lined up outside. Well, if you really had somebody who was an attacker and looking at a school setting, you've created a bunch of soft targets that we really don't want to create. The evolved technology gives us ability through smart technology. It determines possible locations of items based on item size and location. They built the technology into the detection mechanism that they have, and it gives us the ability. We're able to bring 1,000 students in as they get off their buses, and there's no delay. Nobody's standing outside. They come straight through. We're able to quickly screen them, move them to holding areas when we feel like there's a problem. Our students have learned that system really well. They know things like maybe this laptop will set it off. I know what it is. When I go through, I'm going to hold it out in front of me, and so everybody knows where it's at, and they just keep walking. It's just as simple as that. We're able to locate it and determine. We have monitors on screens. We have individuals. We have safety teams in each school we built now where they monitor those screens as those students come in.
Have you had any success stories from this already? Has it prevented any issues that you've had? Maybe just explain if you've had any potential threats at your schools.
Early on, we had a set of brass knuckles that a student was going to bring in and brought them through and got caught. I mean, it really prevented the possible injury, serious injury of someone. I think it's a big deterrent to other students not to bring anything into our school settings because they know the capabilities, they know they get searched, they know the process. And again, we don't delay starting class. That's a major thing. A year ago, 2 years ago, we were using metal detectors prior to the pandemic when we had more students in school. We might take us an hour to get the students through in the morning. Delay in first period. Now we have no delay at all. The other item that we have noticed is we had a major threat probably the week after full implementation of technology. We had a major threat on Instagram on a Sunday afternoon. I was notified of it. Of course, we have pro officers, we have police officers in the schools, in some of our secondary schools. They were able to do the search for us against Instagram. We located that student that evening, but you still had parents that were extremely upset and concerned. You know, the minute something like that goes out, what they're seeing on the news today. And I think one of the issues that was very helpful, knowing we had the evolved technology in our schools, gave those parents a sense of comfort. You know, the school system has put things in place. They're not letting us just send our students to school without any strong reaction to this problem. Of course, again, that day we added more security officers in the schools. We double checked those doors several times to make sure that there was no ability to infiltrate our schools during the school day.
You're so right. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. It's such a knee-jerk reaction when anything hits on social media or any potential threats that circulate. You immediately think of worst case scenario, just with everything that's going on. So being able to have something like this, a deterrent, as you said, isn't even giving the kids an option to bring weapons into the school. Gary, any last thoughts on this and any message to people who may be watching right now, who've seen the headlines, who are learning about the stories, school threats? Just what's your message to them and what's your hope for the future for school districts moving forward?
I think one of the things is I really think we really need to work on our young people to learn a little bit more kindness towards each other. A lot of these students that are struggling, that we watch the social emotional situation they find themselves in, some kindness is helpful. You know, I mentioned tools. Evolve is a tremendous tool. We have a lot of tools where we check our doors. We have safety. I have two gentlemen who are directors in our main office that regularly go visit schools just to check the safety around those schools, make sure everything's being maintained. But really, parents being aware and caregivers or guardians or whoever it may be, being aware of what's going on with their children every day. Control of that social media is a major issue. I deal so much sometimes with discipline, as I deal with discipline before my board. And I say to a parent, well, if they weren't on social media, we wouldn't be having this problem. I think parents have let social media become a situation that they can find their children in trouble because of the openness and what they permit them to do. There's nothing wrong as a parent for monitoring what your children do and knowing what goes on.
Well, you know, better than just about anyone, Gary Huff out in Fayette County in West Virginia. We so appreciate you, and we are thinking about all of the school districts at this time and that evolved technology out there. So incredible, utilized not only at schools, but also at even amusement parks like Disney World out in Orlando. So cool to be sharing your story, Gary. We appreciate it.
And gun violence top of mind across the country. Still, you're taking a live look from Milwaukee, where Mayor Johnson is talking about violence prevention ahead of the weekend here. They're asking that the community wears orange for awareness. That's as we're hearing that there is a shooting near a cemetery in Racine, Wisconsin. Reports of shots fired and possibly multiple victims. We'll be getting you more details as we have our teams headed to the scene there right now. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from Milwaukee, where we're getting an update from Mayor Johnson and Milwaukee violence prevention leaders as they are marking tomorrow as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the city of Milwaukee. That's as they've seen a definite surge in crime there. Let's hear what these community leaders and the mayor have to say about this. Also coming up at the top of the hour, we'll be speaking with the father of a shooting victim from the Parkland shooting. He's talking about the demands that he has as these families out in Uvalde, Texas, are now having to reel from so many of those young lives being taken, 19 children and 2 teachers there. What he is asking lawmakers to do coming up at the top of the hour.
This issue and what could be done about it. When was the last time you maybe spoke to, for example, Speaker Boss, if someone was there to talk about what sort of legislation could be looked at?
Yeah, I have been speaking with members of the legislature, especially around the issue of the Republican National Convention. I just shared a message with Speaker Boss, actually the day the council, it was yesterday, I suppose, that the council passed the file and I signed the file right away. So during the campaign, I talked about building new relationships with Madison, and that's exactly what I'm doing. So had that recent communication with the Speaker Boss, and we are developing a really good relationship, and I want to continue building that relationship and having him as a partner. A couple of weeks ago, had Senator Lemieux here in the office as well, and continue to do outreach to other members of the legislature as we work to build those relationships that I want to turn into action, not just on the revenue side for the city, but also on things like this. Because at the end of the day, when people are hurt, when they're killed in the city, especially at the hand of a gun, those are not just Milwaukeeans who are suffering that consequence and their families. Those are also Wisconsinites. Those are also Americans. And all of us should have concern about it. Each and every single one of us.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing it. I had this until last.
Okay, so there we go. We just had the very ending remarks there from Mayor Johnson. Let's play out from the beginning for you because we only got to catch the very end, but luckily we were recording on that so we can hear what he had to say about this upcoming weekend. They were asking the community to wear orange in honor of gun violence awareness.
Acknowledges that more than 110 Americans are killed by gun violence every day. 110 Americans every single day in this country are killed by gun violence. That firearms are the second leading cause of death for children and teens. That Americans are 26 times more likely to die by gun violence than people in other high-income countries. That Americans are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And that an average of 641 gun deaths occur every year in Wisconsin. 641 gun deaths every year in the state of Wisconsin. And whereas National Gun Violence Awareness Day is designed to educate and increase public awareness on gun violence, empower citizens to advocate for a reduction in gun violence by keeping firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to keep our communities safe. And whereas National Gun Violence Awareness Day also recognizes that gun violence prevention is more important than ever as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to exacerbate gun violence after more than 2 years of increased gun sales and increased calls to suicide and domestic violence hotlines. And whereas the City of Milwaukee joins Moms Demand Action in their effort to reduce gun violence, honors all the victims, survivors, and families affected by gun violence, and encourages residents to take positive action to ensure safety of community members. Now, therefore, I, Cavalier Johnson, Mayor of the City of Milwaukee, do hereby proclaim today, June 3rd, 2022, to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day throughout the entire City of Milwaukee. And with that, I will ask Jennifer from Moms Demand Action to come to the podium. Jennifer.
I want to begin by thanking Mayor Johnson for declaring June 3rd National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the city of Milwaukee. National Gun Violence Awareness Day is the beginning of Wear Orange Weekend, where we honor the lives affected by gun violence and elevate the voices of those demanding an end to gun violence. I want to thank the Office of Violence Prevention, and specifically the staff of 414 Life, for doing the extremely hard work of interrupting violence in Milwaukee every single day. I want to thank WAVE for enlisting local buildings and landmarks to light up orange this weekend to draw attention to the issue of gun violence, the issue that should be of the highest priority to everyone in our city and in our country. And I want to thank all the groups working every day to end gun violence in every form. Thank you to Brady, United Against Gun Violence, the 80% Coalition, March for Our Lives, Mothers Against Violence, and many others. When I began working in the gun violence prevention movement, I was taught that the most effective way to make change was to understand all sides of the issue, to come together and make compromise to find a common ground. I learned that discussing the issues rationally was a way to make progress. But I must tell you that at this moment, I am tired of being rational. I am tired of trying to compromise when the other side refuses to admit that there is common sense legislation, such as universal background checks, that have been proven to make us safer. I am tired and I am angry. And for anyone who knows me, I do not get angry very often, but I am angry. I am angry that we keep having to hold these gun violence awareness days because not enough people will recognize the public health crisis that gun violence has become. I am angry that the number of families destroyed by the grief and pain of gun violence continues to climb exponentially every day in Milwaukee. I am angry that some of our leaders and legislators offer up thoughts and prayers when people are killed in our community, and yet they refuse to make any policy changes that would save lives. I am angry that people in Milwaukee have to live every day with the fear of gun violence in their streets, in their homes, in their churches, and in their schools. And I am angry that there is not adequate funding to allow groups like 414 Life to do their work in every neighborhood in the city. But I am going to do what we at Moms Demand Action do. I am going to turn my anger into action, to keep going, to continue to work, and I will start by wearing orange this weekend. I will wear orange to honor the lives of those killed or injured by gun violence. I will wear orange to call for an end to this crisis. I will wear orange to demand a future free from gun violence. Along with all of the leaders and organizations here today, we will continue to work to make this city and this country safe for everyone. From domestic violence to police violence, from gun suicides to gun homicides and unintentional shootings, we demand action.
So representatives of Mom Demand Action out in Milwaukee, they're talking about gun violence prevention and National Gun Violence Awareness Day, which is tomorrow there in Milwaukee. There's a conversation, national conversation, not only about gun violence, but also about school security here. I want to bring in Tony Montalto. He had a daughter at Parkland when there was a shooting there. And 4 years later, him and his nonpartisan organization, Stand with Parkland, are still fighting in the wake of yet another mass shooting at a Texas elementary school that we have been covering this whole time. Tony, first of all, Thank you so much for joining us here on the stream. I know that this is a very sensitive topic. And again, Gino, she would have been 19 years old. We see her right behind you in that photo there, a beautiful, beautiful young girl. And she has inspired you through all of this. So if you could just kind of share your story and the story of staying with Parkland too.
So I'm Tony Montalto, as you mentioned. I'm the father of Gina Rose Montalto, our forever 14-year-old daughter, who was murdered along with 13 of her classmates and 3 of her teachers at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Our families who had a loved one taken that terrible day back in 2018 banded together to form Stand with Parkland, the National Association of Families for Safe Schools. We are nonpartisan. We work with anyone who wants to make our schools safe. And we look at school safety in a little bit more of a holistic manner. We look at the need to secure the campus for better mental health screening and support programs. And finally, if you choose to own one, responsible firearms ownership. We sadly saw all 3 of those things fail us in Parkland. And I'm afraid we're going to see all 3 of those things failed the families in Texas that are hurting right now.
Yeah, as we can see, those are some of the victims of Parkland, and you reacted a little bit to Uvalde, and you know, Florida did make several changes after all of this happened. What do you think Texas needs to do in response to all of this? And are those changes out in Florida that have been made, are those enough?
Well, here in Florida, we saw leadership and we saw political courage by our legislature, having the ability to talk to one another and work across the aisle to find a compromise solution. The Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act was a great first step. It provided money to help secure our campus, provided increased dollars to improve the numbers of mental health counselors in Florida schools. And finally, it touched on responsible firearms ownership by raising the age to purchase a weapon to 21, by mandating a 3-day waiting period. And what we feel is the most proactive piece of that was enacting a red flag law. Our red flag law in Florida, we think, has worked very well. It provides investigation by law enforcement. It provides due process within 14 days. And it also has some penalties for false accusations. That law, it was said that the sky would fall once that law was passed here in Florida. I'm happy to report it hasn't fallen. The law has been used, however, 5,000 times, over 5,000 times in just under 4 years, to keep the rest of us safe in Florida, while still maintaining the ability to own a firearm, to hunt, or have personal protection. So we need to keep an eye on that. That's one of the reasons that we endorse these federally. We've seen Senator Scott, Senator Rubio, Senator King, and Senator Reed get behind S-292, which would provide federal dollars to states that either have or implement red flag laws. We believe these are some of the most proactive steps that we can take to keep the rest of us safe and keep firearms in the hands of responsible owners. Nobody wants an irresponsible firearm owner in their neighborhood.
Right. I just so appreciated the fact that you really wanted to make it clear this is a nonpartisan group. You want to foster conversation among Republicans and Democrats, which is the situation underway on Capitol Hill all the way in D.C. And so we'll see what happens there. Speaking of you, though, as just a father, you have a very unique perspective into a situation like this, your daughter being taken away from you because of a school shooting. If you could speak with one of the parents, and I'm sure that you guys have been fostering that communication with them, but what would your message be to parents across the country right now?
Well, we need to come together as an American family to solve this problem. There are bipartisan solutions out there. We see the Eagles Act, which would was named after the mascot at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, which would provide additional funding to the U.S. Secret Service National Threat Assessment Center so they could study how to prevent school shootings and then go out into our neighborhoods and our school systems all across this nation to train them on the best way to stop that. We have to stop pandering to the far left and the far right. We have to come together as an American family and realize that solutions are possible. We have to look at what unites us rather than what divides us. And we have to remember, certainly, what unites us more than anything is wanting our children, our students, and our teachers to be safe at school. So please, look at standwithparkland.org. Look at our 5 questions that every family should ask on school safety to educate your family and press your school districts to make sure that they have a plan to keep your children safe.
Tony Montalto, the father of one of the shooting victims of Parkland and now an advocate for students and teachers across the country with Stand with Parkland. We so appreciate you, Tony. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and we are going to take a quick commercial break here as we continue our coverage. Unfortunately, gun violence seemingly the top story of the day today. We've been getting updates out of Tulsa, Oklahoma on that hospital shooting. We've been going from city to city. Milwaukee just holding a press conference about tomorrow, calling on everyone to wear orange for Gun Violence Awareness Day tomorrow. Also, New York appointing a new gun violence czar. We'll be speaking with one of our reporters down on the ground about that live in New York after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Unfortunately, the top story of the day, really gun violence. Many of these cities, local, state, and national leaders coming out and speaking about this, each one kind of having their own take. We also took you out to New York City with Mayor Adams as he is making a huge adjustment out there and appointing a new gun violence czar. To break all of this down for us, I have Fox 5's Linda Schmidt, who is joining us live from New York City with the latest. Linda, what is this all about?
First of all, hi there to you, Daytona. You know, New York City's Mayor Eric Adams, he ran on the platform that he was going to clean up this city and he was going to reduce the violence, especially the gun violence. He is now 6 months into his administration. and gun violence is just horrendous, in addition to other crimes here in the city. So today there was a news conference in which he said that New Yorkers wanted a different outcome. That's why they elected a different type of mayor. He says he knows he's going to be critiqued for his choices, but he says that is not going to stop him. So today he appointed and announced a new gun violence czar who has a past.
A.T. Mitchell is the man to do this job.
Mayor Adams' friend of 30 years, Andre Mitchell, who is known as AT, is now the city's first ever gun violence czar. It is a volunteer position on a new task force that he will co-chair with Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright.
Thank you to Mayor Adams for naming me to be the gun violence prevention czar in New York City.
But the mayor's selection is raising some eyebrows. Mitchell is the founder of Manhup, an anti-violence group in East New York, Brooklyn. It includes former convicts and gang members who have turned their lives around. They intervene in street disputes before violence breaks out. The organization has received millions of dollars in public funding from the city. Back in 2019, the city's Department of Investigation criticized the organization after discovering that Mitchell had numerous family members on the payroll.
After 14 years, we had an inquiry. We complied, we listened to whatever their recommendations was. We kept it moving. We just continued to do the work. There was no criminality, there was no illegality.
Some people say, well, what about his background? Well, what about my background? We're not looking for a nun. We're looking for someone that's not afraid to be in the street and embrace our people.
The new task force will work with community organizations like Mitchell's to de-escalate brewing street feuds.
Give us a chance to prove our self-worth. We are the people who are closest to the problem.
Okay, now as for that task force, the new task force here in New York City, every deputy mayor here in the city will be on that task force, in addition to the NYPD's commissioner and the school's chancellor. The goal here, obviously, is to reduce the gun violence in this city. Daytona, back to you.
Right. How are the people in New York City feeling about this? Because you would think that they would appreciate the fact that they're taking new steps into preventing some of this violence, especially with a surge in issues on subways and public transportation in general. How is the community reacting?
Well, this is all brand new information. You know, the mayor had a news conference today outside of a gun prevention rally here on the steps of City Hall in Lower Manhattan. That happened and wrapped up, I guess it was around 2 o'clock this afternoon. So the word is just now getting out to New Yorkers about what the mayor is going to be doing with his new gun violence czar and this new task force. So we really don't have a read yet on how the public feels about it, but I would imagine that the public would be welcome to just about anything that could help reduce the amount of crime that is happening in this city, because frankly, people are sick of it.
Yeah, most definitely. Fox 5's Linda Schmidt live for us in New York City. Thank you so much.
You bet.
And moving along here, as we have now some breaking news that is hitting the desk. We do have a junkyard fire in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, sending up plumes of smoke there into nearby areas. Not a lot of details on how this all started, but it looks like the junkyard is pretty toasted right now. Not sure if there's any injuries that are involved as well, but chopper overhead, our Philadelphia team, I'm sure, will be able to send some of their reporters out there to get a better idea from local first responders. Also, this is wrapping up here. We were listening in just briefly as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, as well as some other U.S. lawmakers, meeting with Ukrainian leaders about how they can help and assist with resources. We know that $40 billion has already been sent off. The Ukrainian President Zelensky, being very appreciative of that, as some will go to humanitarian aid, the humanitarian crisis that's underway, and military assistance as well, as they continue to take on Russian forces there. Last but not least, we are tracking, again, shots fired at a cemetery in Racine. Wisconsin, just as we were hearing from Milwaukee officials about National Gun Violence Awareness tomorrow, asking the community to come out in orange here. Again, this is all developing here, but we are hearing that there were multiple shots fired and possibly multiple victims at Graceland Cemetery in Racine. This is the cemetery that you're looking at right now, which has been all taped off for now. Investigators on the scene trying to track down the situation underway. And another live look for you that again just popped up, Buckingham Palace, as we saw the beacon lighting. We saw Queen Elizabeth there, some really, really gorgeous aerials as they are commemorating the Queen and her time in her position there. Decades in the making, just so amazing to see out in London as they have put up her photos on Buckingham Palace. We'll be going in and out of these events as they continue into tomorrow as well, although we heard that the Queen would not be participating in the events tomorrow due to, quote, discomfort, although she did make an appearance tonight, and she did this morning and throughout the day as well. A busy day for the 96-year-old. She is just incredible. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, we are tracking all of the top stories across the country and around the world after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we take you to coverage across the country, and in this case, around the world. It is still pretty active there at Buckingham Palace this evening as the Queen's Jubilee continues through the weekend. We've had some pretty amazing events throughout the day and throughout the morning as well, and it'll continue into tomorrow. We were able to hop into the beacon lighting ceremony just briefly there, but we weren't able to show all of it. Now we have kind of a second, a little breather here to see some of those sights and sounds in London from the past hour. Let's take a look at Queen Elizabeth.
Your Majesty, the Commonwealth of Nations Globe.
When the world has gone to darkness and the trouble cease, there's a light that leads the ship back home to shore. Our life lived with grace, our heart filled with love, peace on earth and harmony in the heavens above. Our life lived with grace, our heart filled with love, peace on earth and harmony in the heavens above. When the day is slowly breaking and the dawn can't find its way, there's a sun that shines upon heralding a brand new day. Peace on earth, peace on earth, in the heavens above. A life lived with grace. Peace on earth and happiness in the heavens above. Life lived with grace. Peace on earth, peace on earth, peace on earth in the heavens above. Life lived with grace. A heart full of love. Peace on earth and harmony in the heavens above. A life full of grace. A heart full of
So once again, that was the beacon lighting ceremony. You saw Prince William at the very end there and Queen Elizabeth making her way as This is all about the Queen, highlighting her 96 years old. Such an incredible woman out there. We've been giving you full coverage here on Live Now from Fox of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee here, and we will continue to not only through the rest of the day but through the rest of the morning, although we are learning that unfortunately the Queen will not be making it to Friday events there, but she made it to those events this morning. Here's a recap from Fox's own Madeline Rivera, who is live or was live in London.
Plenty of pomp and circumstance on display as the Platinum Jubilee celebrations get underway to celebrate Queen Elizabeth II's 70 years on the throne.
Her Majesty, joined by working members of the royal family on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, taking in the sights of the military flyover, featuring more than 70 aircraft. Massive crowds gathered as far as the eye can see, cheering on the monarch and celebrating her reign.
Her Majesty is such a fantastic figure worldwide, and I just have so much admiration for her, as you know, as so many other people do.
Basically comes to make memories. It's only going to happen once. You're never ever going to see this again in your lifetime.
The Platinum Jubilee, a 4-day-long celebration kicking off Thursday with Trooping the Color, a military parade steeped in tradition. Prince Charles playing a key role in the ceremony, accepting a salute on behalf of his 96-year-old mother, accompanied by his sister, Princess Anne, and son, Prince William. Spectators traveling from near and far to be part of this historic moment and show their appreciation for the Queen's decades of service.
The Queen's obviously been around for such a long time. She's been the only Queen that we've ever known, so we just felt after all her years of service it was the least we could do, really, to come up and, you know, show our respects and just enjoy all the fun.
Friday celebrations will include a service of Thanksgiving to be held at St. Paul's Cathedral. In London, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And since then, we have learned, unfortunately, the Queen will not be making it to that service there. If we get any new details from the royal family, we'll, of course, bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you right back after this commercial break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from the White House there. Looks like there's a little bit of activity on the front steps. That's as President Biden is expected to address the nation coming up at 7:30 Eastern time. We'll be taking that full address here on Live Now from Fox when it does happen. This is amid a surge in violence across the country at schools, hospitals, churches, grocery stores, everything across the board, many calling on the Biden administration to take action sooner rather than later. Speaking of the Biden administration, the State Department also holding a briefing today about the situation underway with Ukraine. We also were in that roundtable with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as she sat down with Ukrainian leaders who are asking for aid for the humanitarian situation with Ukrainians who are still there in the country there. That's as Russian forces continue to push closer and closer. They've done a great job, though, fending off a lot of those forces, according to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. So we'll continue to give you new details as we get them into the war itself. You know, later in the evening, we always have a recap with our national security expert, Hal Kempfer there. But we also have an update from Ned Price with the State Department here. We'll listen into that briefly. And then coming up in just about 10 minutes or so, gas prices still hurting bad. That's because of a number of issues, including the war itself. So more on that here on Live Now.
Good day to turn up at the State Department, and I say that because we have a special guest, as you can see. It is my pleasure to introduce Rashad Hussain, Ambassador at Large. Hussain is our Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom. He's here today to offer some additional remarks on the 2021 International Religious Freedom Report, and then he will look forward to taking your questions. So without further ado, Ambassador Hussain.
Thanks so much, Ned. Good afternoon, everyone. Today we released the 2021 International Religious Freedom Report. This comprehensive resource is an indispensable part of our efforts to advance human rights globally. The stories of so many people and the persecution that they face is brought to life in the pages documenting the state of international religious freedom in the report. The report clearly shows that governments and civil society must collaborate to address deteriorating conditions around the world. During the past year, we have seen increased repression by authoritarian governments and the politicized use of blasphemy, apostasy, and conversion laws, including against Christian communities. We're also witnessing rising societal violence against communities around the world. We're seeing increasing anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim attacks from Europe to South Asia. As the Secretary highlighted in his remarks, we remain concerned about members of religious minority groups in countries around the world, including in Afghanistan, Burma, the People's Republic of China, India, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Vietnam. The concerning trend lines in these countries underscore that much work remains to be done. Yet there is also reason for optimism. We are seeing the progress that is possible when civil society, coalition of activists, and multilateral bodies work with government, and in many cases when they push and when they challenge governments to live up to their obligations. And the Secretary earlier today highlighted just a few positive examples in Morocco, Iraq, Taiwan, and Timor-Leste. I look forward to the honest, frank conversations with my foreign counterparts and civil society interlocutors that will stem from the release of today's report. We need those conversations to generate and sustain continued progress. I'd like to thank those of you who are joining us in person and those that are joining virtually for covering the release of this report and for your interest to these important issues. Your advocacy is critical to continued progress. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions.
I got a kind of a semi-unusual. There you go. Yeah, I can see it now. This report covers obviously last year, not this year. But since you brought it up upstairs, you talked a little bit about Ukraine.
Yeah.
And I had something that I'm not even sure is within your remit, but I'm wondering that if we look at this year, particularly since February, but also since January, basically, if your office has any concerns about the role that the Russian Orthodox Church has been playing, not just in Russia as it relates to the war in Ukraine, but also in Ukraine itself.
Absolutely. Following their unprovoked and unjustified invasion, Russia has targeted religious minorities in Ukraine. The Kremlin seeks to create division, as you alluded to, within the Orthodox Church, and has targeted religious minorities and even damaged religious sites within Ukraine. We've been in communication with the top religious authorities in the Ukraine. I recently actually just met with the ecumenical patriarch when I was in Riyadh. And the Ukrainian people continue to inspire the world with their courage. They've used actually some places of worship to host refugees. They've been doing phenomenal work, the faith-based communities have at the border. And so we will continue as a part of our economic security and humanitarian assistance to do everything that we can to support the courageous people of Ukraine, and that includes the religious communities that are there.
Okay, well, I was less focused on the Ukrainian Orthodox Church than when it was on the Russian Orthodox Church,
Yes.
and in particular the Patriarch, who you may have seen the reports today that the EU had him on their sanctions list. This is Patriarch Kirill, I believe, and then removed him because of objections from Hungary.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if the United States has similar concerns about the role that the leadership of the Russian Orthodox Church, not the Ukrainian, but the Russian Orthodox Church has.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, the malign influence efforts that they continue to engage in Ukraine and elsewhere continue to be of deep concern, and we will continue to be in touch with our counterparts in the Ukraine and other parts of the world regarding the concerns that you mentioned.
I'm sorry, and I don't mean to belabor this, but you're talking about the church itself, not the Kremlin per se.
That's right.
That's right. Thank you.
Thanks. Two questions that are somewhat unrelated, if you don't mind. In China and Tibet, the reincarnation issue, that's been something that's gotten a lot of attention recently. What's the trajectory that you see there? I mean, do you see any? Do you find that there's more adamance on the part of Beijing, perhaps, to try to force a reincarnation process for the next Dalai Lama? How is the U.S. reacting to that? Do you find is there a stance that the U.S. has ahead of whenever the reincarnation issue comes to?
The whereabouts of the Panchen Lama remained unknown since his 1995 abduction by PRC authorities, and actually May 17th will mark the 27th anniversary of his disappearance. And we are concerned that the PRC continues to deny members of the Tibetan community access to the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama designated Panchen Lama the second most revered figure in Tibetan Buddhism, and instead continues to promote a state-selected proxy. So we would urge the PRC authorities to account for the Panchen Lama's whereabouts and well-being immediately, and to allow him to fully exercise his human rights and fundamental freedoms in line with the PRC's international commitment. I actually had a chance to attend an event here in Washington a couple of months ago commemorating the disappearance of the Panchen Lama, and at that time as well worked with some of our civil society partners to urge China to end their interference in the succession.
Okay, just if you don't mind, just something unrelated to that. You mentioned, the Secretary as well, briefly mentioned India in the remarks. Obviously, India can be quite sensitive about criticism. I know you're not designating CPCs at this point, but the recommendations from the Commission on International Religious Freedom, how is that decision coming to bear with India? And does the United States actually raise these issues with India, despite in addition to comments?
Absolutely, and you heard the Secretary's remarks today. The remarks spoke for themselves. We continue to raise these issues regularly with our Indian counterparts. USERP is an important partner, and as we collect our data for our report, we take their recommendations into account as well. We are concerned with targeting of a number of religious communities in India, including Christians, Muslims, Sikhs, Hindu Dalits, and indigenous communities as well. I welcome the opportunity myself to even visit there and continue our discussions, and we continue to encourage the government to condemn violence that we're seeing and hold those who engage in violence against minorities communities accountable.
Thank you. Should freedom of religion also cover freedom from religion? And the reason I ask this, because atheists in some maybe Islamic countries and societies could be stoned to death, and ostracized. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, well, when we look at the legal obligations that countries around the world have adopted as part of the UN Declaration of Human Rights, it's for freedom of religion or belief. it's for freedom of thought and conscience and religion. If you look at the ICCPR, Article 18, for example. And we speak regularly with our counterparts, including in the countries that you mentioned, to urge them to uphold this freedom. A constant principle that we hear, or a constant refrain that you may be familiar with in Arabic, is La ikraha fi din, that there is no compulsion in religion. And so that is a principle that we share and that we continue to raise with our counterparts around the world. Johnny?
Thank you. There's many religious peoples are in prison in China and North Korea right now. How is the United States getting involved in North Korea and China, and where there is no religion and oppression of religious peoples?
Yeah. Well, China continues to be one of the worst abusers of religious freedom in the world. They've engaged in genocide and crimes against humanity, against the Uyghurs. They also continue their repressions I spoke about of Tibetan Buddhists, but also Protestants, Catholics, Falun Gong, Hui Muslims. We've taken a number of steps. China's been designated as a CPC since 1999. I alluded to the genocide determination. Congress passed and the president signed the Uyghur Forced Labor Act. As you recall, we decided not to send any diplomatic representation to the Olympics. We've implemented a series of financial sanctions, a number of visa restrictions as well. And with regard to North Korea, we note there that the government continues to execute, torture, arrest, and abuse individuals that are engaged in religious activity. And there's tens of thousands of political prisoners that are being held because of their religious beliefs, which are highlighted in our report. And I'd urge you to take a look at that. And we're continuing to work with the international community to respond to what North Korea is doing as well.
Alex?
So Shane, let me ask you about the tools that you have, you might want to see in your toolkit to move the needles. When I look at the report on Turkey, Azerbaijan, Russia, I see continuation of same problems. What I also see is some quiet diplomacy going behind us in ambassadors' meetings with officials.
Yeah.
Are there other tools that you would like to see when you try to move the needle in those countries? One of them also used to be the Secretary's special watch list.
Yeah.
When should we expect them coming? Thanks so much.
Yeah, so just like we do every year, we're releasing the report today, and then consistent with our obligation under the International Religious Freedom Act, we'll release the CPC and special watch list determinations before the end of the year. But for now, we've clearly laid out the latest state of religious freedom, including for the countries that you mentioned in our report. With regard to tools, we are doing our best to use all the tools at our disposal to address these restrictions. We raise individual cases. I do that routinely with ambassadors here in the United States and in our travels overseas. We raise cases of individuals that are being held in prison and being persecuted because of their religious beliefs. We oppose policies and laws that are on the books, such as apostasy laws and blasphemy laws that are used often to restrict religious freedom. Our report, in and of itself, is a unique document. It's over 2,500 pages this year. It meticulously goes through the condition with regard to religious freedom in countries around the world. And we believe that highlighting the status of religious freedom country by country, something that is not done anywhere else in the world, raises the profile of the issues and the cases. We're also working within multilateral institutions, including at the UN, at the Human Rights Council. We formed a very powerful international religious freedom or belief alliance that now has 35 countries, and it enables us to come together on a weekly basis to discuss some of the difficult trend lines that we're seeing around the world. And then, of course, there's sanctions and visa restrictions and other tools. So you mentioned the toolbox. There's a number of toolkits. We try to apply them in the most appropriate way in each situation to make progress on these issues.
Take a couple final questions. Yes?
Thank you so much. This is Jahazi from Airwine News TV, Pakistan. So we heard Secretary Blinken's speech this morning when he talks about religious freedom in many parts of the world. Countries like Pakistan, China, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, and others are in CPC countries. But even after witnessing worst ever situation of religious freedom in India, this country is still out of red list. So what is preventing State Department to include world largest democracy in CPC countries?
I think the Secretary's statement today speaks for itself. In India, we're concerned that some officials are ignoring or even supporting rising attacks on people in places of worship. And as I mentioned earlier in the briefing, there's a number of religious communities that are being targeted. With regard to the criteria that we assess when we're making these determinations, we're looking at countries that either engage in or tolerate or allow severe restrictions on religious freedom. And for the CPC designation, both of those factors are present. And so today we've issued our meticulous assessment of the current situation, and over the next 6 months, we'll be making our determinations for all countries as to which of them should be included on the lists that we did.
You also spoke about the blasphemy laws in Pakistan.
Yeah.
So have you ever talked about this whenever you engage with the Pakistani authorities? I remember you recently met with Pakistani ambassador Sardar Masood Khan in Washington.
Absolutely. In fact, for a number of years at the UN, there was a resolution passed with regard to so-called defamation of religion. And Pakistan was one of the leading advocates, and our concern with that resolution is that it is an instrument that gives support or sanction to blasphemy laws. And we worked with a number of countries around the world, including OIC countries, including Pakistan. Pakistan was a close partner on this, to eliminate the use of that resolution and move towards the Istanbul process, which you continue to seek to energize today. Now, there is a number of troubling blasphemy cases that continue today, and those are cases that we continue to raise, and I raise them regularly with the ambassador here. And of course, we urge the Pakistani government, as we have seen in some cases when there's been mob violence, the government condemning them and actually offering support for investigations in those cases. Those are positive steps, but much work remains, and we continue to be in dialogue with our Pakistani partners about that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My question is about Georgia. What are the main challenges that country is facing today in regards of religious freedom? And I wonder if you find any attempts of Russian church to increase its influence. Thank you.
Well, I'd refer you to the report, but the short answer is yes, we're concerned about the influence of the Russian church, as I mentioned, and we urge the government to not only cease engaging in any actions which may restrict religious freedom, but to also take actions when there is societal violence and threats to religious communities, as we've seen in a number of places around the world. We'll continue to use the whole range of tools that I mentioned to address this concern. Yes.
On Hong Kong, there was the arrest of the cardinal in Hong Kong in mid-May. Are there concerns that forms of Chinese religious intolerance are going to be exported to Hong Kong in the future? Do you foresee, for example, greater control over Hong Kong religious institutions in the near future?
We did express in a statement our concerns about the arrest, and we condemn it. And we are concerned, I would say more broadly, about transnational repression. So the efforts to which China is going to repress religious minorities, not just in their country, but minority groups that are elsewhere. We've seen that with the Uyghurs, we've seen that with other communities as well. So yes, it continues to be a concern and something that our office is watching very closely.
On Syria, your report points out that after the Turkish incursion into northwest Syria, members of minority groups have faced execution, extortion, kidnapping, and destruction of religious shrines. As far as you guys looked at the issues there, as far as you know, is that because, do these things happen because Turkey allows the armed groups to carry out these acts? Or is it because Turkey does not have control over the armed groups there? And is it safe to assume that if Turkey attacks other areas of northern Syria, the same fate will await the other minorities there?
Yeah, well, we would encourage the government to not only ensure that they're refraining from taking any actions that would result in increased hostilities, but they're also taking steps to ensure that groups that might do so are held accountable, and they're taking steps to prevent any of the types of atrocities that you mentioned.
Thank you. We'll do a final.
All right, we've been listening into the State Department briefing. They haven't quite gotten into the situation underway in Ukraine, but we will, of course, be coming back to that as we bounce around to all of these top stories across the country. Live look from Washington, D.C., as President Biden is set to address the nation on gun violence. We will be taking that live 7:30 Eastern. So all eyes on that. We also are monitoring this breaking news coming out of Racine, where there were shots fired at a cemetery there, and there's definitely investigators, detectives on the scene trying to figure out what's going on, possibly multiple victims here, as aerials show quite a bit of destruction at the cemetery itself, again, in Racine, Wisconsin. So more to come out of that, and more to come here on Live Now from Fox as we move into a weather alert. Evacuating in a hurricane could be the difference between life or death, but some families might stay home because it'll cost too much to leave. A new survey from AAA shows more than 40% of families say gas prices could stop them from evacuating this hurricane season. I want to bring in Fox's Caroline Elliott, who joins us live in Florida, where the state is preparing for its first possible tropical system of the season. Caroline.
Daytona, good afternoon to you. As you know, typically right before a hurricane, you see cars lined up at a gas station, but this survey suggests that may not be the case this year. Now, emergency management officials are not recommending evacuations out of this possible tropical system this weekend. But Daytona, these prices and that survey, it's highly concerning to those officials that are expecting an active hurricane season this year. Now, we want you to see this survey on your screen now, where it shows in the event local emergency management officials recommended evacuating, 44% of families would be less likely to leave because of high gas prices. Just take a look at today's gas prices compared to last year. Today, the national average is $4.71 a gallon. That's 50 cents higher than gas prices just 1 month ago and almost $2 higher than the average last year. Now, emergency management officials say these prices could be the deciding factor in evacuations.
Americans, 60 to 70%, I believe is his statistic, are living paycheck to paycheck. Obviously, with inflation going up, the AAA survey, we do anticipate that we're going to have more people not leave. If they are asked to evacuate, the emergency manager knows that location best. They need to heed the evacuation warning. We always have deaths related to, we always have serious injuries related to people staying in place that should have evacuated.
And it's not just gas prices. AAA also found many families were highly concerned about hotel prices and finding somewhere affordable to stay. You can see the average hotel price has gone from $180 a night to $250 compared to this time last year, something many families simply can't afford, even in the case of an emergency. AAA says this puts many families at risk.
The concern with people saying that they would just not evacuate for whatever reason does raise concerns, because these are people who would then be staying at home in the line of fire, so to speak, and they're putting themselves and the lives of first responders at risk.
Now, we've also checked in with other states along the coastline who share some of these same concerns. For example, Louisiana's emergency management officials tell us they're expecting a lot more people to rely on public transportation and public shelter in the event of a hurricane this year. Daytona.
It's so true. This is an interesting angle because you're right. We're coming up on hurricane season, and there's a lot of concern about what that could look like potentially. And it's not cheap to evacuate, but it is so necessary.
Yeah, Daytona, obviously that's a big concern for these emergency management officials. They know because of inflation, because of these high gas prices, people typically don't have that emergency fund they would on a normal year.
Yep, emergency fund definitely not here for 2022 as those gas prices hit historic highs almost every single day. Fox's Caroline Elliott live for us in Orlando. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And of course, here on Live Now from Fox, we also monitor weather for you. You can always head over to our friends over at Fox Weather who are up to date on all of the latest hurricanes, thunderstorms, tornadoes, and it's already been kind of a scary season when it comes to tornadoes, and hurricane season probably not going to disappoint either. Meanwhile, we are monitoring again coming up at 7:30 Eastern time, which we're just about an hour and a half out from that. President Biden going to be addressing gun violence, as tomorrow is National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And that's as we have these now pictures from down on the ground of this cemetery shooting investigation in Racine, Wisconsin. We'll try to get some more details for you as Fox 6 in Milwaukee has been on it from the beginning. Here after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're getting new details out of Racine, Wisconsin right now, as the police department said there were multiple shots fired at Graceland Cemetery this afternoon. According to police, the shooting happened shortly before 2:30. There are victims, but the number of victims is not clear at this time. Police asked the public to avoid the area during the ongoing investigation. The cemetery is bordered by Osborne and Ohio to the east and west, and between Spring and Kinsey to the north and south, if you're familiar with this area. So once again, multiple shots fired, possibly multiple injuries. The investigation still very active at this time. The investigation also very active out in Texas here, as a Texas state senator says the Uvalde school's chief wasn't aware of numerous 911 calls made inside of Robb Elementary School. Speaking to reporters today, Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez says those calls for help were relayed to Uvalde police, and from there, he's not sure what went wrong that led police to hold back on confronting the gunman. He called the shooting response but a human and systemic failure. Funerals began this week for the 19 children and 2 teachers killed in last week's attack, and President Biden is expected to address the nation again on guns in this primetime address, which will be airing tonight. First, though, let's listen in to the state representative as he made some pretty interesting remarks on new developments out of this investigation.
ISD police chief. And certainly, I think that Mr. Arredondo, whom I do not know, has a lot of responsibility to bear here, as does every law enforcement unit that was at that property, at that school. In my conversations with Colonel McGraw, he has affirmed that same concern. that law enforcement failed here, not just Officer Arredondo. My specific questions have been this. Who were the 19 officers in that hallway? And I suspect, I was told that I would get that information on Friday. As of yesterday, I was told that I might not get that information on Friday because the district attorney has asked that that information be withheld because of her ongoing criminal investigation. At the end of the day, I don't believe that the logistics and the situation at hand has anything to do with the criminal investigation at hand. I've made that very clear to Colonel McGraw. As of 2 hours ago, he told me that I would still get that information tomorrow. Once I get that report, I will submit it to your news agencies so that you could know which 19 officers were in that hallway and what officers were outside. I have also asked for radio transmission reports, but I doubt that those will be forthcoming anytime soon. I have taken upon myself, and I think that this will change your understanding a little bit about some of the circumstances, and the fact is, we haven't been told this. Before I tell you this next piece, I've asked Colonel McGraw and others to simply pull this Band-Aid off and let us know everything that went on, guarding, of course, the sensitive nature, because we don't want to shock families. But we need to know what law enforcement was doing, what radio procedures were followed or what not followed, who were the 911 operators and such. And so here's what I know about 911. We were told last week that Officer Arredondo was the recipient of 911 calls. And I believe you could nod in the affirmative if that's your understanding. That he was the incident commander, and I heard in one of these conferences that he was the sole recipient of 911 calls. According to the Commission on State Emergency Communications, who monitors all 911 agencies throughout this state, the only 911 responders in this community, or the call centers, if you will, they're called public safety answering points. In this instance, it was Uvalde Police. They do not, and the state authority does not know who Uvalde Police was communicating the 911 calls to. What we do know is that the 911 calls were not being communicated to the so-called incident commander, Officer Arredondo. They were being communicated to a Uvalde police officer, and the state agency that I have spoken to has not told me who that is. From that point, Uvalde PD has 17 different dispatches that they would make to a list of 17 contacts. The state authority does not have that list, but DPS is one of the people on that list. My last remaining question on 911 calls is who is receiving the 911 calls from the little boys and girls? Is it just PD or is it these other entities? I was told that it was just PD. I think that that's an important point. Listen, I'm not blaming the Uvalde PD. I'm not blaming the ISD cops or the troopers or anybody singularly. Let me correct that. There is blame enough here to go around. There was human error and there was system error. Systemically, some of you have asked for radio transmissions. Systemically, we live in rural Texas, where differing counties and different entities contract with different radio companies, and we don't have them talking to one another on one uniform system. That's an absence of leadership. It starts at the top. It starts with the legislature. Everybody's to blame for what went on, including Greg Abbott in a very big way. On some level, even including me, who didn't yell loud enough. I'll hold for any questions that you might have. The first report that you got was correct. There were 7 officers distributed between Uvalde PD and ISD. But I don't recall if it was 4 of one and 3 of the other. My biggest concern was at 12:03 when there was 19 officers for 45 minutes in a hallway that didn't do anything. My subsequent question was how many DPS officers, and last week I was told 2. As of this week, I've been told that in that period of time, it was between 2 and 13 officers fluctuating in and out. I expect this report tomorrow, and I hope I get it after this communication to you, that will shed light on exactly what agencies are here at that time. You got to understand that as a policy maker, I have particular concerns with a policy that has spent $4 billion along our border, has spent a lot of time and effort taking immigrants down to a facility where no one knows where they are, where they sit in jail for 6 months at a time, 7 months at a time, while Texas taxpayers are paying for them. We have our own little mini Guantanamo Bay. And yet all that law enforcement that's here to give tickets and gather up those folks didn't adequately perform. And I love my state troopers, I really do. I think that the guys that I know are really great people, and as a body, I think that they're a body that really cares. Steve McCraw and I have shared a lot of tears together on the phone. We have all failed. There's been a lot of failure here. To the one family that I've spoken to whose daughter was shot one time only, who likely bled out, I can only say we are sorry. But before I answer the next question, I suspect, and I urge you, to not allow these people to hide behind a district attorney investigation on procedural matters. Do not allow anybody, do not allow this governor to hide behind the local district attorney on these procedural failures, on these policy failures, under the guise that we're looking at a criminal investigation. You keep this story going because we need change. Yes, sir.
So just to confirm, you're under the impression that Arredondo did not know that there was 911 calls coming from inside?
I'm not under the impression. I was told specifically by the Commission on State Emergency Communications. My question specifically was, does the ISD police officer on duty know about the calls? I was specifically told no. I have no doubts that Arredondo was the so-called incident commander. I have no doubts about that. I'm telling you that he did not have privy, and I'm not covering him, by the way.
What I'm saying to you, we don't know what the chief of the Uvalde Police Department, but we're assuming he was on scene. Is that the, you know, he was on scene? The chief of the local.
I do not know. As you know, the local police are not accountable to me. Only the state troopers, agencies like the Commission on State Emergency Communications, just like you've been investigating and tracking people down. It is sad that I have had to do the same. It is sad that I have had differing answers. I expect and I hope that tomorrow, that not only that they give me a report, it's my hope that they come out here and give you one final briefing on everything that they can and pull this Band-Aid off so you can all go home. So that they can at least tell you there'll be a final report a year from now. But they should tell you what they know now. And I'm sorry that I have so little to be able to tell you, and the only new light that I can tell you is that 911 calls go through PD, and that's something that you haven't been told.
Senator, you mentioned obstruction of the investigation. Who were you
Not accusing anybody of obstruction, and maybe that was wrong. I'm suggesting to you that maybe I wrongly worded it. We haven't had much clarity. That's probably a better way to put it. We have been told one thing one day, another thing the next. A lot of finger pointing. That's a real concern to me. Esta investigación ha sido una investigación basada en errores humanos y errores de sistema. Con el favor de Dios vamos a poder llegar a un punto donde nos den todas las respuestas necesarias para que el público sepa lo que sucedió aquí en esta comunidad, porque esta comunidad merece saber la verdad. Estos oficiales no actuaron bien.
So once again, we've been listening in to the state senator, Roland Gutierrez, on the police response at Uvalde at that Robb Elementary School. He says that the police chief wasn't aware of numerous 911 calls made from inside of Robb Elementary School at the time, which could have prohibited the response there. So let's listen in once again as he goes in and out of Spanish. This is a large Spanish-speaking community out in Uvalde. So the rest of the press conference, just a couple minutes left on this, as there's still a lot of questions about the investigation.
And there, Shimon, is the human error that we've been discussing. Those officers were likely PD. The system failure is that we have multiple different radio systems where people can't talk to each other in an effective manner. I expect that they should give us that answer because you deserve that answer. You've asked for radio transmissions. I imagine that they might come from different types of systems. You've got Motorola, there's another company.
So the suggestion that this communication between agencies led to what is now claimed.
I can tell you, I don't want to make suggestions. I want to tell you what I know. That UPD, Uvalde PD, was the one receiving the 911 calls for 45 minutes while officers were sitting in a hallway 19 officers were sitting in a hallway for 45 minutes. And those calls weren't being, they weren't. And here's another question we don't know. We don't know if it was being communicated to those people or not.
They're all sitting in the same hallway. Aren't they hearing when the radio's going off?
That is absolutely my expectation. That is absolutely my expectation. And what we've done here today will leave more unanswered questions. And I am just as befuddled as you are.
Senador, ¿cree que la gente de Uvalde puede seguir confiando en su policía, creyendo en su policía?
La gente de Uvalde necesita tratar de sanar un poco y cuando estén listos ellos deben de tener su contabilidad de este concilio, de este alcalde, de estas personas que trabajan aquí porque merecen las respuestas.
So what are you looking for most?
I want to know where the cops were in that room. I want to know how many of my cops were in there, how many state troopers were in there. I want to know how many state troopers were outside. I want to know how many federal officers were inside for 45 minutes. Listen, I'd have been scared too. I want to know specifically who was receiving the 911 calls. And now the new news is that it wasn't the ISD cop, it was the PD cop. And that's the new news that I have, which has opened up a whole lot more for you. I know there was a question over here first.
You talked about how Republican constituents have said that they want the minimum age to buy an AR-15 to be increased. Have you talked to your Senate colleagues, Republican colleagues, is there appetite to do that?
I've asked to a few of my colleagues, and a few of them have anonymously told me that makes sense and that's something that we need to do. I've asked a few of my Republican colleagues, and they have called me, wishing their condolences, and they've said that they don't want to be mentioned, they want to be remaining anonymous, but they say that raising the age limit makes sense. Of course it does, along with a host of other things.
If I can ask, what are your thoughts about the committee makeup that Dan Patrick chose and how you were not on that committee and there's only 2 Democrats?
Listen, I spoke for 2 hours with the Lieutenant Governor yesterday. He has assured me that I'll have access and I'll be able to ask all the questions that I want. I do think, if this is a specific request of the governor, then shame on the governor. If those members are the specific members that he chose, at the end of the day, it is a slap in the face to the Latinos of this community, to everybody in this community. It is a slap in the face to the people of El Paso, and it is a slap in the face to the people of Santa Fe. Chief's not under my jurisdiction. I don't know him. Yeah.
Have you gotten any indication that the city police chief ever tried to take command of the situation at the school? Was he at the scene as far as you've been able to gather? Did he do anything to take over command from Arredondo?
Yeah, that's a very good question that I don't know the answer to because these folks have yet to pull off that Band-Aid. The last thing that I'll tell you with regard to this is, you guys tonight, when you get on your news media tonight, you tell these people to pull off the Band-Aid on the procedural errors and let's have some answers tomorrow on this because we deserve them. And I apologize that if my news today was minimal, but again, the 911 calls were being received by a different entity. I felt that that was important enough to know here, not because I want to blame that entity. There was error at every level, including the legislative level. Greg Abbott has plenty of blame in all of this. And I'm not politicizing this. This is a problem that is facing this community. 6, now 7 massacres. This is enough, man. Raise the age limit. Have a red flag. Where's the human decency of a gun salesman to go off and call the police when he has a kid go in, buy guns, buy ammo the next day, buy another gun? Where's the human red flag? Because the only thing that happens on the border when some kid is doing that, he's either going to kill somebody or sell them to the cartels. Both of those things are illegal. Where's the human decency?
Senator, when it comes to the special legislative session that you and your colleagues are calling for, obviously it hasn't been called yet, but with a red Senate, a red House, and a red governor, what are your hopes that you can actually instigate and make change if there even is a legislative session in 12 years?
Clearly, Abbott is going by the same move, hiding behind his desk and waiting for you guys to leave town. So I'll put that on you. Today is day 74 from school starting. Tomorrow's day 73. The next day 7. Pointed at the.
Okay, so that was a portion of that briefing a little bit earlier today out in Uvalde. Meanwhile, as he's talking about all of these massacres, the Buffalo supermarket shooter, that 18-year-old man accused of shooting and killing 10 black people at a Buffalo supermarket on May 14th, has been indicted by a grand jury. He's charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder and domestic terrorism motivated by hate. He was arraigned today. The district attorney speaking out about this. We'll play that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The accused Buffalo mass shooter arraigned today. The district attorney speaking out about this. Again, charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder and domestic terrorism caused by hate, motivated by hate. Again, the 18-year-old Peyton Gendron right there. Let's listen in to what the district attorney had to say about these counts.
Prosecution team, in regard to this matter, I have 4 assistant district attorneys who will be prosecuting this case. They are my chief of my homicide bureau, Gary Hackbush. They are the chief of my major crimes unit, John Ferraletto. They are assistant district attorney Ryan Haggerty, assistant district attorney Justin Caldwell, and I've got a 5th too, assistant district attorney Noha Elnakib. They will be my prosecution team, and they are standing behind me here right this afternoon. I want to thank them for all the work that they've done so far. I want to thank them and my entire office for moving this case rather swiftly and getting everything done in a proper fashion so that we can be here right now to announce an indictment in this matter. Before I talk about the indictment, let me give you a brief procedural history of what has gone on so far and what has led us to where we're at today. As you know, the defendant was arrested within hours after the alleged incident back on May 14th. He was arrested on 1 count of murder in the first degree. The reason why murder in the first degree was chosen as the arresting charge was because the probable cause that we had at that time, right then and there, linked to the murder in the first degree right away. Obviously, there were other charges that potentially could have been charged and arrested at that time. But as I said before, all we needed was 1 charge to hold him and arrest him and to get him off the street and to get him in custody. And so we just happened to choose the charge that had the probable cause staring us right in the face. And that was a murder in the first degree charge. So that was a charge that was initially filed and arrested. As you know, there was a felony hearing date that was scheduled for the following Thursday. That felony hearing date did not go because we took action in the grand jury before that felony hearing date. And once you take any action in a grand jury, that immediately divests the case from city court, which it was arraigned in, and now city court no longer has jurisdiction over the matter at all because we took action in that grand jury. Now, the action that we took in the grand jury was just, again, 1 charge. It was not complete at that time. It did not have to be complete at that time. We completed the investigation at later dates. And once the grand jury came to conclusion and the investigation was done, the full indictment was reported out yesterday, and the defendant was arraigned this afternoon. He was arraigned on 25 counts of a violation of New York State penal law. The highest charge is domestic act of terrorism motivated by hate in the first degree. This is a relatively new charge in New York State. It's only been on the books since November 1st of 2020. It is the first time in the history of New York State that this domestic terrorism charge motivated by hate in the first degree has been filed. That charge only has 1 sentence if, in fact, the defendant is found guilty of that charge, and that is life without parole. There is no minimum, there is no maximum. That is the only punishment on that charge. In addition to that charge, he has been charged with 10 counts of murder in the first degree. Now, I could have only charged 1 count of murder in the first degree if I wanted. That could have satisfied all 10 victims and just had 1 count. But I chose not to do that. I chose to charge 10 individual counts of murder in the first degree. Again, the legal theory behind murder in the first degree is that 2 or more people died. Obviously, we had 2 or more, allegedly, in this case right here. And so, like I said, I could have just charged 1 count and satisfied all 10 in the murder in the first degree charge, but I chose not to. I chose to charge 10 separate accounts to list by name the 10 victims, because they deserve to be listed by name. And he needs to be held accountable for all 10. That is why I chose to file 10 separate counts of murder in the first degree. He was then charged with 10 counts of murder in the second degree with a hate crime attached to it. As I've said before, a hate crime in New York State is not an actual separate charge. The way it works in New York State is that you have a foundational charge, whether it's assault, murder, whatever it may be. You have 10 counts of murder in the second degree with a hate crime on all 10 counts for all 10 individuals. And by adding on the hate crime charge, that also elevates it to the same level as murder in the first degree. So at the end of the day, the murder in the first degree and the murder in the second degree are all the same level. You may ask, what was the need of doing that? Why couldn't you just charge the 10 counts of murder in the first degree and leave it alone? Again, I could have done that, but I felt it was important to the community, to the victims, to charge everything that allegedly occurred on this date. And that is why I chose to charge murder in the second degree motivated by hate as well. I then charged 3 counts, and he was indicted on 3 counts of attempted murder. We have 3 individuals who survived. For those 3 individuals who survived, the attempted murder charge has been filed, along with the hate crime on top of that. I will note that 2 of the 3 victims who survived were white. They were not African American. I can still charge a hate crime on the attempted murder for 2 white people as well, because of his alleged intent. And so I did. And then the final charge is a weapons charge, criminal possession of a weapon in the second degree. The weapons charge is due to the modification of the weapon. The weapon itself was purchased legally, but it's the alleged modification of the weapon that resulted in that charge right there. So 25 counts, maximum punishment, life in prison without parole, and I have now given you my reasoning for all of these charges on the indictment. I will now go into what happens next. I'll talk about what happens next on 2 fronts. I'll talk about what happens next from a procedural front, and also what happens next on a communication front. First, procedurally, the next court appearance is July 7th at 2 p.m. for a further proceeding. That is, as you can know now, over a month out. That gives us time now to turn all the discovery over to the defense team. I will note that I've already given the defense team a copy of the indictment. They asked for it yesterday, and I most graciously obliged that and gave them a copy of the indictment. And then now we have a month to turn over all the discovery and to give them all the evidence. From a communication front, this is the last time you will hear from me or from anyone in my office. That is not unusual. After a arraignment on the indictment, I never speak until the matter is concluded. That has been my MO for the past 5.5 years. I'm not going to change that now. But on top of not changing my normal MO, I have formally agreed to that as well. As everyone knows, the defense team filed a week or so ago an order against me so that I could be precluded from talking about this case. The defense attorneys and I and the judge came to a resolution and agreement that I be able to talk today about the charges, about the indictment, about the elements of the crime, about the procedural nature of what's happening next. But I agreed not to talk about the evidence or talk about any facts of the case at all. So I will honor my agreement. I told the judge that I wouldn't do that anyway in open court. I gave the judge my word. I gave the defense attorneys my word as well. And frankly, if I say I'm going to do something and I give you my word, I'm going to do it. So any evidence at all, I will not even get cute. I could probably get cute and have the police department or FBI talk about evidence or talk about the facts of the case and have me sit over here and be quiet. I could probably get around the gag order doing that. But you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to get cute at all. So they will not be talking about the facts or evidence. I will note that, and I said it in open court, I'm obviously a little miffed by it, to tell you the truth. I clearly did nothing wrong before today in speaking about this case. I was accused of making two statements. One had to do with the mental health process that occurred here, where I made a comment that once the defense team pulled the request to have a forensic, that it was a moot point. I clearly was talking about it being a moot point for the felony hearing. I clearly established that. I clearly said that. I was not in any manner saying it was a move forward indefinitely. If I implied that, I am sorry. But I know I did not imply that. I know I did not say that. And on top of that, I explained it was only for the felony hearing. So I'm not sure how there was any confusion there, but if there was, I apologize. The second argument that they made was that I talked about potential misconduct that was uncharged. Again, other potential charges that were in the penal law, I use the word potentially like probably 1,000 times. The reason why I did that is because, as you know, I got some criticism for only charging the murder in the first degree. I was even called out by a reporter who's not Saturday night there after the shooting, that why didn't you charge the hate crime right away? So I had to explain, obviously, that the reason why I didn't charge the hate crime right away is because we had to keep doing the investigation more. The murder in the first degree charge was staring me right in the face. Now, one could make the argument that hate crime was staring you in the face as well. I recognize that, but nuanced. The hate crime is an enhancement to an underlying charge. And so there's more to that. And I want to make sure I have my I's dotted and T's crossed before I added on more charges. Explain that, obviously, because I was getting criticized for not initially charging the hate crime. That was my wrong that he wasn't charged with. It wasn't to do crime. Again, now, quite frankly, it's a moot point because every charge that I
each of the areas where it was clear that someone had laid, including the perpetrator. And I last night sent a message to our staff, and I just asked them to do two things, one of which is to ask questions, because there are 1,000 questions that we're gonna need to try to answer over the next couple of days, the next couple of weeks, probably next couple of months. But I also asked them to acknowledge that yesterday will change St. Francis, and it is up to us to not allow this horrible event, this situation, we can't allow that to make us want to turn our back on the reason that we're here. We were all called into this profession, whether you're a physician or a caregiver or a support staff, we were all called into this profession to care for others and to care for our community. And while it's human nature to want to turn our backs right now, to want to walk away, we can't do that, and we won't do that. And so all I ask is for you to continue to support this organization and this community with your prayers, and know that St. Francis will come out of this even stronger still.
I'm struggling with the right things to say in this moment, and maybe that's because there's not any right thing to say. There's no words that can adequately describe the emotions that we have been feeling for the last 18 hours. I'm just going to speak from my heart this morning, so I hope you'll bear with me. First, to the families of our colleagues who were killed.
Okay, the voices of those hospital administrators breaking as they have to talk to the victims' families now that lost their lives just yesterday at about this same time at St. Francis Hospital. But we were learning so many more new details into what actually happened, the law enforcement response, who the suspect was, and what the motive was. And so we're about to be getting a live report from Tulsa, Oklahoma in just a moment. But for our viewers out there, you might have noticed we're having some technical difficulties. Those should be fixed and rectified by now in time for President Biden's remarks that we are also anticipating at the bottom of the hour here. You can see the podium is set up. President Biden will be speaking right at 4:30 Pacific time, 7:30 Eastern. In the meantime, though, we do want to head out to Tulsa, Oklahoma for a live report. Police say that hospital shooting suspect targeted a doctor who had operated on him. In total, the gunman killed 2 doctors, a receptionist, and a patient while injuring several others before killing himself Wednesday evening. Joining me now to discuss this even further is Fox's Madison Scarpino, live for us outside of the hospital in Tulsa. Madison, what more did we learn?
Hey, Andrew. Yeah, so police here in Tulsa say that this was a planned attack, and the killer was gunning for the doctor who performed back surgery on him just weeks ago. And cops here also say that the shooter knew that he would kill anyone who was in his way, and we know that the gunman had back surgery on May 19th and was released 5 days later. He called the medical center several times over many days, complaining of pain and wanting additional treatment. And just 2 days ago, that doctor saw him again for more treatment. The shooter also called again yesterday, and less than 2 hours before the shooting, he purchased a rifle and a .40 caliber 3 days earlier at a local pawn shop. Officers made it on scene just 4 minutes after the first 911 call came in, and once they entered the building, cops heard a gunshot, which they believe was the suicide.
There was clear motive. This was what he planned to do. I mentioned that he had a letter that he had authored left on his person after the shooting. That letter led us and told us the story. So this was something that was planned.
And several others were hurt in this attack, and the hospital system CEO says he doesn't think that they're ever going to use the space again where this tragedy occurred. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, Madison Scarpino, back to you, Andrew.
Madison, have we heard at all, though, from the victims' families? Have they all, of course, now been contacted? Are they speaking out in their grief?
You know, today, outside of the hospital, none of them were there. It was really just the officials to speak with the press and the public. I think that this is all very fresh for the family members, but we're hoping that we can hear from them within the next day or two, or just really whenever they're ready.
And Madison, you're there live on the ground. Give us a sense of what the scene looks like. I know you might be a ways from the hospital itself across the street there, but police tape still up, emergency vehicles still on the scene. What's it look like?
Not anymore actively on the scene, but this morning during that press conference, you could just tell whether it was the police department, people from the police department, people from the fire department, who of course responded as well and helped with, you know, the EMT side of things after the shooting. Everyone is just devastated and in shock that this happened here.
All right, Fox's Madison Scarpino there live for us in Tulsa with the latest on this. Madison, thanks for your reporting, and we'll talk to you again. Okay, and we were just showing you a large portion of that latest press conference by Tulsa Police Chief, by the mayor there in Tulsa, and by some of these hospital officials who are just devastated and shocked that this could have happened in their workplace and in their community, for innocent lives taken from us so soon. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be previewing all the latest. The podium is set up. President Biden's remarks are set to begin in about the next 5 minutes. He'll be addressing gun violence writ large nationwide, and also will be urging Congress to pass common sense gun legislation in the weeks and the days ahead. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. The podium is now set. We await President Biden's remarks as he addresses the nation on the recent spate of gun violence that has gripped communities nationwide. Several in particular: Buffalo, New York; Uvalde, Texas; also, of course, just yesterday, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and so many more in between. Also, he'll be urging Congress to pass common sense gun legislation. After the speech, we'll be breaking down with a White House correspondent for the Washington Examiner about whether or not this has any likelihood of going anywhere on Capitol Hill, and how closely President Biden and his White House will be working with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. Of course, we have seen President Biden visit Buffalo. We have seen President Biden and the First Lady visit Uvalde, as those communities will forever be changed in the wake of all of this. But right now, President Biden is going to be making remarks, and so it'll be interesting to see what he will call for. You'll remember he was vice president. He was around for 8 years for other mass shootings of this type, most notably Sandy Hook in Newtown, Connecticut, and of course, gun legislation stalled there in the Senate. We want to put both of these shots up for you, both at the White House and inside the White House, as we continue to await for President Biden to step up to the podium. Of course, we heard from the president in the immediate aftermath of the Uvalde Robb Elementary School shooting. Remember, he was back from his trip to Asia. They prepared remarks, and he spoke in prime time as well, offering his condolences and saying that essentially the powerful gun lobby needs to be reckoned with. Those were his words. I'm being joined in the newsroom, though, by my colleague Daytona Everett as we await President Biden, who should be stepping up to the podium in the next few minutes. Daytona, your thoughts?
Andrew, I don't think there's really any clear indication of exactly what these remarks are going to entail from President Biden. There's been a lot of push from specifically Democrats on Capitol Hill, as you said. There's legislation that's already been presented, but many of the people I've been speaking with, including family members of former shooting victims, school shooting victims, specifically at Parkland, they're saying this shouldn't be a Second Amendment issue. This should be a bipartisan issue, and lawmakers should be able to come together and figure out some sort of initiative that is going to help not only these school shootings, but like you said, grocery store shootings, hospital shootings. Just yesterday, it seems like the list continues to grow every single day as to where these shootings are happening. You don't feel safe anywhere. And even in New York, we were speaking with our reporters about a new initiative from Mayor Adams about putting a gun violence czar into place that is specifically going to focus on gun legislation. Is that the answer? We don't know. Only time will tell.
Of course, we've also heard from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, spearheaded by both Senator Chris Murphy, the Democrat from Connecticut, working in tandem with Republican Senator John Cornyn from Texas about coming to some sort of an agreement on a framework, very preliminary, to get the ball rolling in the Senate. Of course, the House has their own initiatives, and here comes President Biden. Let's listen in.
On Memorial Day this past Monday, Jill and I visited Arlington National Cemetery. As we entered those hallowed grounds, we saw rows and rows of crosses among the rows of headstones with other emblems of belief, honoring those who paid the ultimate price on battlefields around the world. The day before, we visited Uvalde, Texas. In front of Robb Elementary School, we stood before 21 crosses for 19 third and fourth graders and 2 teachers. On each cross, a name, and nearby, a photo of each victim that Jill and I reached out to touch. Innocent victims murdered in the classroom, that had been turned into a killing field. Standing there in that small town, like so many other communities across America, I couldn't help but think there are too many other schools, too many other everyday places that have become killing fields, battlefields here in America. We stood at such a place just 12 days before, across from a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, memorializing 10 fellow Americans, a spouse, a parent, a grandparent, a sibling, gone forever. At both places, we spent hours with hundreds of family members who were broken, whose lives will never be the same. They had one message for all of us: do something. Just do something. For God's sake, do something. After Columbine, after Sandy Hook, after Charleston, after Orlando, after Las Vegas, after Parkland, nothing has been done. This time that can't be true. This time we must actually do something. The issue we face is one of conscience and common sense. For so many of you at home, I want to be very clear. This is not about taking away anyone's guns. It's not about vilifying gun owners. In fact, we believe we should be treating responsible gun owners as an example of how every gun owner should behave. I respect the culture and the tradition and the concerns of lawful gun owners. At the same time, the Second Amendment, like all other rights, is not absolute. It was Justice Scalia who wrote, and I quote, "Like most rights, the rights granted by the Second Amendment are not unlimited." Not unlimited. It never has been. There have always been limitations on what weapons you can own in America. For example, machine guns have been federally regulated for nearly 90 years, and this is still a free country. This isn't about taking away anyone's rights. It's about protecting children. It's about protecting families. It's about protecting whole communities. It's about protecting our freedom to go to school, to a grocery store, to a church, without being shot and killed. According to new data just released by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, guns are the #1 killer of children in the United States of America. The #1 killer. More than car accidents, more than cancer. Over the last 2 decades, more school-age children have died from guns than on-duty police officers and active-duty military combined. Think about that. More kids than on-duty cops killed by guns. More kids than soldiers killed by guns. For God's sake, how much more carnage are we willing to accept? How many more innocent American lives must be taken before we say enough, enough? I know that we can't prevent every tragedy, but here's what I believe we have to do. Here's what the overwhelming majority of American people believe we must do. Here's what the families in Buffalo and Uvalde in Texas told us we must do. We need to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. And if we can't ban assault weapons, then we should raise the age to purchase them from 18 to 21. Strengthen background checks, enact safe storage law and red flag laws. Repeal the immunity that protects gun manufacturers from liability. Address the mental health crisis, deepening the trauma of gun violence and as a consequence of that violence. These are rational, common sense measures. Here's what it all means. It all means this. We should reinstate the assault weapons ban on high-capacity magazines that we passed in 1994 with bipartisan support in Congress and the support of law enforcement. 9 categories of semi-automatic weapons were included in that ban, like AK-47s and AR-15s. And in the 10 years it was law, mass shootings went down. But after Republicans let the law expire in 2004, and those weapons were allowed to be sold again, mass shootings tripled. Those are the facts. A few years ago, the family of the inventor of the AR-15 said he would have been horrified to know that its design was being used to slaughter children and other innocent lives instead of being used as a military weapon on the battlefields as it was designed. That's what it was designed for. Enough. Enough. We should limit how many rounds a weapon can hold. Why in God's name should an ordinary citizen be able to purchase an assault weapon that holds 30-round magazines that let mass shooters fire hundreds of bullets in a matter of minutes? The damage was so devastating in Uvalde, parents had to do DNA swabs to identify the remains of their children. 9 and 10-year-old children. Enough. We should expand background checks to keep guns out of the hands of felons, fugitives, and those under restraining orders. Stronger background checks are something that the vast majority of Americans, including the majority of gun owners, agree on. I also believe we should have safe storage laws and personal liability for not locking up your gun. The shooter in Sandy Hook came from a home full of guns. They were too easy to access. That's how he got the weapons. The weapon he used to kill his mother and then murdered 26 people, including 20 first graders. If you own a weapon, you have a responsibility to secure it. Every responsible gun owner agrees to make sure no one else can have access to it, to lock it up, to have trigger locks. And if you don't, and something bad happens, you should be held responsible. We should also have national red flag laws so that a parent, a teacher, a counselor can flag for a court that a child, a student, a patient is exhibiting violent tendencies, threatening classmates, or experiencing suicidal thoughts. It makes them a danger to themselves or to others. 19 states in the District of Columbia have red flag laws. The Delaware law is named after my son, Attorney General Beau Biden. Fort Hood, Texas, 2009, 13 dead and more than 30 injured. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, 2018, 17 dead, 17 injured. In both places, countless others suffering with invisible wounds. Red flag laws could have stopped both these shooters. In Uvalde, the shooter was 17 when he asked his sister to buy him an assault weapon. Knowing he'd be denied because he was too young to purchase one himself, she refused. But as soon as he turned 18, he purchased 2 assault weapons for himself. Because in Texas, you can be 18 years old and buy an assault weapon, even though you can't buy a pistol in Texas until you're 21. If we can't ban assault weapons, as we should, we must at least raise the age to be able to purchase one to 21. Look, I know some folks will say 18-year-olds can serve in the military and fire those weapons. But that's with training and supervision by the best trained experts in the world. Don't tell me raising the age won't make a difference. Enough. We should repeal the liability shield that often protects gun manufacturers from being sued for the death and destruction caused by their weapons. They're the only industry in this country that has that kind of immunity. Imagine if the tobacco industry had been immune from being sued, where we'd be today. The gun industry's special protections are outrageous. It must end. And let there be no mistake about the psychological trauma that gun violence leaves behind. Imagine being that little girl, that brave little girl in Uvalde, who smeared blood off her murdered friend's body onto her own face to lie still among the corpses in her classroom and pretend she was dead in order to stay alive. Imagine what it'd be like for her to walk down the hallway of any school again. Imagine what it's like for children who experience this kind of trauma every day in school, in the streets, in communities all across America. Imagine what it's like for so many parents to hug their children goodbye in the morning, not sure whether they'll come back home. Unfortunately, too many people don't have to imagine that at all. Even before the pandemic, young people were already hurting. There's a serious youth mental health crisis in this country. We have to do something about it. That's why mental health is the heart of my unity agenda that I laid out in the State of the Union address this year. We must provide more school counselors, more school nurses, more mental health services for students and for teachers, more people volunteering as mentors to help young people succeed, more privacy protection and resources to keep kids safe from the harms of social media. This unity agenda won't fully heal the wounded souls, but it will help. It matters. I just told you what I'd do. The question now is, what will the Congress do? The House of Representatives already passed key measures we need. Expanding background checks to cover nearly all gun sales, including at gun shows and online sales. Getting rid of the loophole that allows a gun sale to go through after 3 business days, even if the background check has not been completed. And the House is planning even more action next week. Safe storage requirements, the banning of high-capacity magazines, raising the age to buy an assault weapon to 21, federal red flag law, codifying my ban on ghost guns that don't have serial numbers and can't be traced, and tougher laws to prevent gun trafficking and straw purchases. This time, we have to take the time to do something. And this time, it's time for the Senate to do something. But as we know, in order to get anything done in the Senate, we need a minimum of 10 Republican senators. I support the bipartisan efforts that include a small group of Democrats and Republican senators trying to find a way. But my God, the fact that the majority of the Senate Republicans don't want any of these proposals even to be debated or come up for a vote, I find unconscionable. We can't fail the American people again. Since Uvalde, just over a week ago, there have been 20 other mass shootings in America, each with 4 or more people killed or injured, including yesterday at a hospital in Tulsa, Oklahoma. A shooter deliberately targeted a surgeon using an assault weapon he bought just a few hours before his rampage that left a surgeon, another doctor, a receptionist, and a patient dead and many more injured. That doesn't count the carnage we see every single day. It doesn't make the headlines. I've been in this fight for a long time. I know how hard it is, but I'll never give up. And if Congress fails, I believe this time a majority of the American people won't give up either. I believe the majority of you will act to turn your outrage into making this issue central to your vote. Enough, enough, enough. Over the next 17 days, the families in Uvalde will continue burying their dead. It will take that long in part because it's a town where everyone knows everyone. And day by day, they will honor each one they lost. Jill and I met with the owner and staff of the funeral home as being strong to take care of their own. And the people of Uvalde mourn as they do over the next 17 days. What will we be doing as a nation? Jill and I met with the sister of the teacher who was murdered and whose husband died of a heart attack 2 days later, leaving behind 4 beautiful orphaned children, all now orphaned. The sister asked us, what could she say? What could she tell her nieces and nephews? It's the most heartbreaking moments that I can remember. All I could think to say was, I told her to hold them tight. Hold them tight. After visiting the school, we attended Mass at Sacred Heart Catholic Church with Father Eddie. In the pews, families and friends held each other tightly. As Archbishop Gustavo spoke, he asked the children in attendance to come up on the altar and sit in the altar with him as he spoke. There wasn't enough room, so Mom and her young son sat next to Jill and me in the first pew. And as we left the church, a grandmother who had just lost her granddaughter passed me a handwritten letter. It read, quote, Erase the invisible line that is dividing our nation. Come up with a solution and fix what's broken and make the changes that are necessary to prevent this from happening again. End of quote. My fellow Americans, enough. Enough. It's time for each of us to do our part. It's time to act for the children we've lost, for the children we can save, for the nation we love. Let's hear the call and the cry. Let's meet the moment. Let us finally do something. God bless the families who are hurting. God bless you all. From a hymn based on the 91st Psalm sung in my church. May he raise you up on eagle's wings and bear you on the breath of dawn. Make you to shine like the sun and hold you in the palm of his hand. That's my prayer for all of you. God bless you.
President Biden there wrapped up remarks on gun violence and urging lawmakers to pass common sense gun legislation. As the president leaves the room there, we have another Vantage Point. Reporters from the White House press pool also in attendance. The president, of course, did not take questions there. But right now, we do want to bring in even more kind of commentary context about what is the political likelihood as this makes its way on to Capitol Hill. LiveNOW look there at the U.S. Capitol. But let's just go over what President Biden is calling for. A number of different policies, a number of different proposals. He wants to essentially raise the age to buy weapons of war from 18 to 21. He wants to restrict the access to ghost guns. He wants to outlaw high-capacity magazines. He wants to ban bump stock sales for civilian use. This is also many in part of this House Judiciary Committee markup package that we saw and heard from earlier this morning. He also wants to enact a federal red flag law, increased background checks, and he wants to go after gun manufacturers to increase their liability, to get rid of the liability shield that protects them when something like this happens. So a number of different proposals there, but also taking the time to honor those lives lost in the several mass shooting incidents that we have seen just in the past month. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here. Almost the top of the hour here in Phoenix, Arizona. Almost the top of the hour there in Washington, D.C. I want to be joined right now by White House reporter for the Washington Examiner, Christian Daytok. Christian, good to see you, and thanks for being with us to get your reaction to President Biden's remarks. I thought it was interesting. He initially made a plea to responsible gun owners, to those who treat their Second Amendment rights responsibly, and quoting Scalia.
That's right, Andrew. This is something we haven't heard from President Biden specifically, quoting the late Justice Antonin Scalia, but we have heard him talk about how the Second Amendment isn't absolute for these past couple of weeks, and I expect him to ramp up that rhetoric as this process moves along in Congress.
You know, Christian, and I hate to be such a cynic here, but we have heard from President Biden in the wake of many of these types of incidents, much of what we just listened to. It was almost like deja vu, calling for the same proposals, calling for more bipartisan support. You know, there is this very small group of bipartisan senators, and they are making progress to come up with a framework. This is the mildest of terms, Christian. What do your sources in the White House say about the likelihood that this is going to go anywhere? And what is the White House's role going to be in that?
Well, this is difficult for the White House because on the one hand, they do want to enact some type of reform package, and they don't want to push Republicans too hard while those negotiations are happening. That being said, most of these things that President Biden is calling for, the assault weapons ban, the red flag laws, these are probably not going to make it into this package should one even emerge. Now, I think one thing that we heard from Biden today talking about raising the minimum purchase age for AR-15s and other assault weapons. That's an idea that's gaining a lot of momentum on the Hill. I think the people in the White House are just, at this point, happy to be having the conversation, and they'll sign any bill that gets to President Biden's desk into law. But this being said, this is the math doesn't make sense for Democrats, and I think that this is going to be an uphill battle getting a bill again on President Biden's desk.
Of course, Christian, he didn't spare any moment not to go after Senate Republicans, whom he called out in this speech. Of course, he said we need 10 of them. He also went after the majority of them who won't even bring up any proposals, even for a vote to debate on them. Is that going to help their cause here?
I'm not sure if it's going to help their cause, but it seems to be the only card that they have, given the proximity to the midterms. None of these Republicans want to seem like they're handing Democrats a big win heading into November. So it's a very difficult line that the White House and President Biden are trying to walk right now. On the one hand, push hard to appease your own voters and possibly get something done. On the other, try and coddle Republicans and allow them to come along at their own pace in hopes of getting a bipartisan bill. It's really a lose-lose scenario, considering the increase in these mass shooting incidents that we're seeing all across the nation in the interim.
Yeah, and of course, in the wake of some of these previous mass shootings, like Sandy Hook, Democrats had a much wider majority in the Senate. Of course, we know now their majority is, slim to nil here. And so garnering that Republican support, and we've been hearing from some senators like Chris Murphy, like John Cornyn, talking about incremental changes. But what we just heard from President Biden is some of these all-encompassing, sweeping packages, bullet points of these proposals that they want included in really what the House is planning to do. And so they're really starting from a wide vantage point. Do you think they're going to have to narrow down some of these goals and what they want?
Well, what my sources in the White House are telling me right now, Andrew, is that this is an absolute wish list from President Biden. This is what he thinks needs to be done, but he's realistic that these won't all make it into the final package. So they aren't drawing red lines. Again, they're going to sign any bill into law that makes it to President Biden's desk. He's just trying to push the needle, prod Congress in the right direction, in his opinion, and get anything done this late in the game. Again, I think traveling to Uvalde, traveling to Buffalo just 12 days prior to that has really sort of tied a bow on this for the White House. President Biden is usually at his most effective when he's talking about emotions and talking about things in a non-political light. If there's ever a chance that this Congress, given how partisan it is right now, can get a bill to the president in this current climate, I think this would have to be it. So again, it's a wish list. They will narrow it down, but anything that makes it to President Biden's desk will be signed into law.
Yeah, of course, Christian, when we've heard that a lot of times before, that, this is the time to act. We've heard it so many times after so many of these types of incidents. President Biden essentially said, how much carnage are we willing to accept? At the end of his speech, he really, gave a plea to the American people, to the American voter, saying to keep this on the mind when they go to the ballot box in November. Of course, this is a midterm election year, and Democrats could lose both the House and the Senate. So the very narrow window for anything to get done on this is about 6 months. Do your sources on Capitol Hill or at the White House, are they confident they can even get something to the floor for a vote in that short amount of time?
I don't think confident is the right word. Optimistic is probably a better description, but let's not forget, it's not just gun reform that's up, in jeopardy right now of not being advanced beyond November. It's really the entire remaining Biden agenda. So I think this issue, not only is it a crisis and needs to be addressed according to the White House and according to Democrats, this could be an impetus for potentially holding on to at least one of those congressional majorities. Again, it's not looking good for Democrats, but like you mentioned, this 6-month window is going to be absolutely paramount, not only to passing this specific package, whatever form it might emerge as, but the rest of the Biden agenda at large.
Kristen, you were watching the speech, alongside us. If you were in the briefing room tomorrow, I'm not sure if you are, what would you ask Karine Jean-Pierre about what the president said about this specific package?
I think it's the same question we've been hearing everyone ask Karine for the past several days. What does President Biden think is different right now that will bring Republicans to the negotiating table? We saw the tragedy of Sandy Hook nearly a decade ago. Democrats controlled nearly a supermajority at that point in time, and they couldn't get a bill through. Why does he think right now Republicans will bend? Let's not forget, back in 1994, that assault weapons ban that the president keeps talking about, that got nearly 42 votes from Republicans in the Senate. Democrats only had 6 more seats than they currently do, but given how partisan things are, it's hard to believe that these impassioned calls will result in any different end, and it's tough to watch, to be honest, Andrew.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, we've been in this situation before. Kind of our feet are really stuck in the drying concrete where we see these debates play out. We see the same ideas be put forth, and then yet nothing. And so it'll be interesting to see if this bipartisan group, these very small group of senators, John Cornyn is there, Lindsey Graham is there, Susan Collins is there on the Republican side, to see if they can rally. We've seen, bipartisan support with the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Of course, this issue completely different from that. Biden touts his bipartisan bona fides so many times, and we'll see it put to the test. Last thoughts, Christian.
Again, Andrew, I think you just hit the nail on the head right there. This is going to be a true test of whether or not President Biden can really break through this partisan gridlock in D.C. and get something done on an issue that really isn't political. It's a human issue. Everyone hates seeing children dying. That being said, the Second Amendment sort of goes hand in hand with America. It's probably the most divisive issue apart from abortion the country is facing right now. And it's one that's going to factor heavily into the midterms and beyond.
All right, Christian Daytok there live with us from the Washington Examiner. We appreciate your time and your reporting. We'll talk to you again. Okay, right now we do want to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting into some more of these top headlines, including what Vice President Harris was up to today. We'll also be speaking with our legal experts about news on 2 infamous individuals, one Michael Avenatti and one Harvey Weinstein. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft here, top of the 5 o'clock hour out on the West Coast. There in the nation's capital, 8 o'clock. We're just learning in from House Judiciary Committee Democrats who say that they have passed H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act. It's a comprehensive package of gun violence prevention proposals. It has passed out of committee. That's what that means here. And of course, some of these proposals in this all-encompassing package include raising the age to buy weapons of war from 18 to 21, restricting access to ghost guns, outlawing high-capacity magazines, banning bump stock sales for civilian use, and advancing states to pass safe storage laws for weapons as well. So this just coming in as we just showed you, President Biden's remarks live on the scourge of gun violence facing the nation and what President Biden wants the Congress to do about it. We'll have more coverage on that a little bit later tonight. I'm Andrew Kraft. But first off, we do want to let you know something else that will be happening on Capitol Hill in the next few days. We learned earlier today that the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot has formally announced a primetime hearing for next Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, Thursday, June the 9th. So these are going to be ramping up as the investigation moves even further along into how the Capitol riot took place, why it took place, and who is to account. So that will be appointment viewing. We'll have live coverage of that too on June the 9th for one of these first hearings out of the Select Committee. In the meantime, though, we want to provide updates on the war in Ukraine. Of course, we are nearing day 100 since the war began. That will happen tomorrow. We'll be bringing on national security experts to talk about where it stands on the battlefield. But of course, Fox 13 in Tampa has been putting together really great summaries of the day's top headlines in the war in Ukraine. Here's that segment.
Right now, Russia is blasting through eastern Ukraine while Ukraine is retaking villages to the south. And we're following incredibly concerning reports tonight. Russia has abducted hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is tracking the battles, the changes, and where it may be leading. Craig.
Sure. In terms of those concerning reports of abductions, according to Ukraine's leadership, those hundreds of thousands include around 200,000 children who have been taken against their will, separated from their families, taken to who knows where in Russia. We do have a lot of developments all across the world, in fact, starting with OPEC plus nations that just agreed to increase their production of oil more, at least, than what they had planned. That could have the effect of helping to ease the rising oil prices that have gone up in part, in fact, large part, due to Russia's war. And that war is, in fact, heating up substantially with Russia's charge through Luhansk and Ukraine's move to the south to try to take back much of its agricultural hub to the south.
Що наші люди не здадуть, а наші діти не стануть.
Ukraine's President Zelensky said Russia has abducted and shipped hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians to Russia against their will.
І діти розлучені зі своїми родинами. Російська держава.
And while Russia's invasion has sputtered and backtracked, it has also made gains to the south and the east. The invaders are now close to seizing all of the Luhansk province, and they now occupy 70% of Severodonetsk, the only city in Luhansk that's not yet surrendered. Combine the pre-war occupation of Crimea with the fall of Mariupol and the seized towns to the south and east. Altogether, it means Russia has now conquered 20% of Ukraine. So the very bad news for Ukraine is that it's getting broken to pieces and slowly devoured by Russia. The good news for Ukraine is that it's still able to run counteroffensives and take back some of the towns it lost. First, Ukraine drove ground invaders from the outskirts of the capital, then its second largest city of Kharkiv, and now the Ukrainian resistance is working through the south, reclaiming 20 villages and towns in the Kherson region. And Ukraine will also be getting more powerful rockets from the United States that they can load and fire faster. The Kremlin says the United States in doing this is provoking Russia, but the U.S. dismissed that as the same kind of bluster we've heard from Russia for months.
We're focused on what we think the Ukrainians need for the current fight.
And this is taking a big toll on both nations based on Ukraine's numbers. And again, these are not exact. It estimates its death toll to this point to be around 14,000. Russia, meanwhile, has not been forthcoming, certainly not since April, and the numbers back then were in question. But the assessments, the estimates at this point put Russia's losses, its invaders, at around 30,000 killed. So you see how this is certainly wearing on both sides as we have this major offensive on one side of the country and the counteroffensive on the other.
Craig, what are the latest Pentagon assessments showing in terms of momentum and what happens next?
Russia has the momentum overall at this point. It is taking losses in territory again to the south, but its gains to the east are outweighing those, at least in terms of military tactics and movements and gains. So while Russia has the momentum, at the same time, it has come at a significant cost, according to those Pentagon assessments, that it has further weakened Russia in its ability to sustain this level of fighting. And it's showing the same kinds of blunders, errors, mistakes, and challenges it has in logistics. And with that, it is wearing down Russian forces even more, which the Pentagon projects may slow it once it does, if it does, take the whole of Donbass.
All right. Craig, thank you.
We appreciate Fox 13 in Tampa there for a great look back at the day's developments in the war in Ukraine, as tomorrow will be day 100 since the invasion began. Earlier today, the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg traveling to Washington, meeting with President Biden, meeting with Secretary Blinken, also meeting with Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin in some of these meetings about what to do next with the alliance as it comes to Ukraine. Here's some of his remarks from outside the White House from earlier.
With more NATO presence in the eastern part of the alliance, and also with more members. And the decision by Finland and Sweden to apply for NATO membership, they are historic decisions. And Finland and Sweden as NATO members will strengthen NATO, strengthen our transatlantic bond. We also discussed the preparations for the upcoming NATO summit in Madrid, which will be a summit that takes place at a pivotal time for our security, where we will make sure that NATO continue to adapt to a more competitive world with strategic competition, and where we see the impact on our security from authoritarian powers like Russia and China, and also the need for NATO to work together, to stand together, and to ensure that we further strengthen the bond between North America and Europe in NATO. So I'm looking forward to welcoming President Biden to our summit in Madrid in a few weeks' time.
Mr. Secretary General, can you give us a sense right now, as far as NATO is concerned, what is your best assessment of the end game in the war in Ukraine, both in terms of how it will end and also the timeline?
Wars are by nature unpredictable, and therefore we just have to be prepared for the long haul, because what we see is that this war has now become a war of attrition, where the Ukrainians are paying a high price for defending their own country on the battlefield, but also where we see that Russia is taking high casualties. Our responsibility is to provide support to Ukraine. Most wars, and also most likely this war, will at some stage end at the negotiating table. But what we know is that what happens around the negotiating table is very closely linked to the situation on the ground, on the battlefield. So we need to help them, to support them, so they can achieve the best possible outcome of this conflict.
So, on Sweden and Finland, sir, how do you unblock Turkey's opposition? Everyone keeps saying that you expect it to be unblocked, but they're not budging. So how do you do that?
When an ally, Turkey, raises concerns, then we have to do what we always do in NATO, and that is to sit down, address those concerns, and then find a united way forward. And that's exactly what we are doing now. We are in close contact with Ankara, with the political leadership there. I've spoken to President Erdogan, and we're also very close contact with Sweden and Finland. And I also convened a meeting in the coming days with senior officials from Stockholm, from Helsinki, and from Ankara. I think we need to also recognize that Turkey is an important ally. Turkey contributes to our security in many different ways. We can just address or recognize their strategic geographic location bordering Iraq and Syria. Turkey has played a key role in the fight against ISIS-Daesh, but also Black Sea nation close to Russia. Of course, Turkey matters for our alliance. And therefore, we need to do as we always do in NATO, sit down and find a common way forward.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Do you believe that Ukraine can still win this war? And do you believe that they will need to ultimately concede some territory in order to get to the negotiating table and bring this to an end?
I trust and I am fully confident in the political leadership in Ukraine. It's for them to make those hard decisions, to make those difficult assessments. It's for us to support them. So they are in the best possible decision or position when negotiations starts, because most wars, also most likely this war, will at some stage end at the negotiating table. So it's not for us to decide or to have strong opinions on what Ukraine should accept or not accept. It's for us to support them in upholding the right for self-defense, a right which is enshrined in the UN Charter. Sorry, we do that one. Yeah, sorry.
Is there any talk within NATO? Is there any talk within NATO of organising some sort of naval escort for ships to be able to go in and out carrying grain from Ukraine? Is that a topic of discussion?
What we see now is the global repercussions of this war on energy prices and on food prices. And this is because of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. The problems with getting grain out of Ukraine is not caused by our sanctions. It's caused by Russia's war, President Putin's war against Ukraine. And therefore the easiest way to get more grain out and to reduce the pressure on food prices is for President Putin to end the war and to stop the blockade and to allow Ukraine to export grain. As long as that's not the case, I welcome the effort by different countries, including NATO allies, also in close coordination with the UN, to look for ways to get more grain out, partly by land or on land with on road and trains, but also looking into the possibility of getting some grain out by ship. I welcome those efforts, and that's my main message today. Sorry, over there. Sorry?
Do you believe Pope Francis could help mediate an end to the war in Ukraine?
I'll not speculate about that. I think the main thing we need to say is that we support Ukraine, both on the battlefield with support from NATO allies and partners, but also when they make the judgments on what kind of negotiations they are ready to engage in. Then, yeah.
Can you be more specific about your meeting with President Biden now? What are the next steps of the US and NATO combined to stop the current Russian momentum and the gains they are steadily making on the battleground?
Well, the United States is leading the efforts to provide support to Ukraine. And NATO allies and the United States are providing an unprecedented level of military support. This is making a difference on the battlefield every day. And we need to sustain that support. We need to be prepared for long haul. And that has been a message from the United States, from other NATO allies and partners. We also need to realize that this is partly about the military support, but it's also about the unprecedented level of economic sanctions, and then of course economic support, humanitarian support, and many other types of support. NATO's responsibility is to help and support Ukraine in upholding the right for self-defense. At the same time, NATO also has a responsibility to prevent this war from escalating, to become a full-fledged war between Russia and NATO. That will cause even more death, even more destruction, even more damage. And that's the reason why we have made it clear that NATO is not part to the conflict. We provide support to Ukraine, but we're not part of the conflict. We support Ukraine to defend themselves. And the reason why NATO and NATO allies have deployed more troops in the eastern part of the lines to remove any room for miscalculation or misunderstanding in Moscow about our readiness to protect and defend all allies. This is deterrence. That's not to provoke a conflict, but it's to prevent the conflict, to prevent escalation. Then I think it's fair now to do this one.
Would you like to see the U.S. play a greater role mediating between Turkey and Sweden and Finland? And separately, do you think it would be helpful for the U.S. to sell Ukraine armed drones capable of firing missiles?
Sorry, the last question was?
Do you think it would be helpful for the U.S. to sell Ukraine armed drones capable of firing missiles?
So, the United States and also other NATO allies and partners are now delivering a wide range of different military capabilities, equipment to Ukraine, also modern systems, and that's extremely important. I will not go into the specific systems, but it has been publicly announced some of the latest deliveries, including rocket systems with longer range and higher precision. This adds to the effort of all allies to help support Ukraine. This is of course about supporting and helping Ukraine, but it's also about preventing Russia and President Putin to be rewarded for his brutal military action against Ukraine. So we need to ensure that Ukraine prevails as an independent, sovereign, democratic nation in Europe, and that President Putin is not rewarded for his aggressive actions. That's the reason why we provide support to Ukraine.
And would you like to see the U.S. play a greater role mediating?
Well, of course, all NATO allies consult on these issues. We discussed it with the President, with the Vice President and National Security Advisor in our meeting today. But this is about Finland and Sweden joining NATO, and therefore, of course, NATO also facilitate and work with those two applicant countries and Turkey to find a way forward. Then, sorry, it's okay.
About the long range and the medium range missile.
All right, there was NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg with a trip to Washington, D.C., meeting with President Biden, meeting with Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin about the alliance and about the support provided to Ukraine there. He was taking questions from reporters outside of the White House, notably about this holdup and hang-up by Turkey about whether or not to admit Finland and Sweden on a fast-track status for NATO membership. Of course, that is being held up right now as those negotiations continue. Also talking about the weapon systems that the United States has committed to providing Ukraine as well, just in the past couple of days as we approach tomorrow, 100 days since the invasion began. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Thursday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris. She held an event today talking about student loan debt and so much more. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We heard from Vice President Kamala Harris today announcing that the United States will forgive $5.8 billion in outstanding debt for students of the defunct Corinthian Colleges, Inc., who the government says were deceived and defrauded. It's a major loan cancellation that comes as President Biden is considering a more widespread proposal. According to Bloomberg News, Vice President Kamala Harris, who sued Corinthian as California's Attorney General, made the announcement today, fully discharging the loans held of a total of 560,000 borrowers who were essentially defrauded, swindled by this now defunct college known as Corinthian College. Let's hear from Vice President Harris. She was joined as well by the Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona.
Thank you. It's so good to be with. We have been doing this together for so long. Isn't it wonderful to see how we are bringing it to some conclusion, although there's still much more work to be done on the issue as a general matter. But I see Nick Akers there, and I just want to say hello. Nick was in my office in the California Department of Justice and worked so hard. And Nick, it's just so great to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can we please? We spent a lot of time together on this one. So I will now get back to my talking points. Thank you, Secretary Cardona, for your lifelong dedication to educating and protecting our students and, by extension, our communities and our country. And thank you to your whole team and to all of the advocates who are here with us in your relentless fight on behalf of those important, wonderful people who were needlessly and just so wrongfully targeted by the for-profit college scams. Before I begin my comments, I do want to, however, speak for a moment about what happened yesterday in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The President will be talking more about this later. But we have been monitoring the situation quite closely. And the latest report, of course, is that 4 innocent people lost their lives, and many more were injured. We, of course, all of us hold the people of Tulsa in our hearts, but we also reaffirm our commitment to passing common sense gun safety laws. And I don't have to tell anybody in this room, but President Biden has taken more executive action to combat gun violence than any other president at this point in their administration. But we cannot, as an administration or those of us who are here, address this alone. No more excuses. Thoughts and prayers are important, but not enough. We need Congress to act. And so with that, I will turn to the topic at hand, but I know that we all feel similarly about the importance of leaders leading on issues like this. So today, we are here to mark a milestone. It is a milestone in a journey so many of us have been traveling for quite some time, a journey for justice for everyone who was defrauded by Corinthian colleges. Students who simply wanted to better their prospects in life and instead found themselves taken advantage of by a scam that took their money and gave them nothing in return except heartache. I first became involved, as many of you know, in the fight to stop Corinthian nearly a decade ago. As Attorney General of California, I led the California Department of Justice, and we sued Corinthian. And we won, because our investigation discovered that Corinthian had engaged in false and deceptive advertising. They promoted programs that they did not offer. They penalized their telemarketers if the telemarketers revealed the truth to prospective students. Their ads falsely promised students that if they attended certain programs, they would be guaranteed a job after graduation, raising the hopes of people who worked so hard for the bit of money they had to pay to get in these programs. Our investigation revealed that some of the degrees from Corinthian were so worthless that they didn't help a single student get a job. Moreover, the company went through great lengths to inflate its job placement numbers to mislead prospective students. For example, in 2011, they paid a temporary employment agency to hire graduates for short-term jobs. Some students told us they were placed in jobs that only lasted for 2 days. 2 days. That, of course, is not gainful employment. But Corinthian counted it as a successful job placement. Fraud. We also learned that the company deliberately targeted specific populations of people, such as veterans, single mothers, and single fathers, people living below the poverty line, people who lost jobs during the Great Recession, people who believed in the power of education to transform their lives, people who simply wanted to take control of their own future. As part of our investigation, we also obtained Corinthian's internal documents. And I remember the day we got those documents so well, and we read through them, Nick. And these documents described the types of people that Corinthian sought to deceive. So they literally wrote this stuff down and printed it, and we read it. And they called their target demographic, and I quote here, I'm quoting directly, they called their targeted demographic, isolated. They refer to them as people with, quote, low self-esteem. Men and women who were, quote, stuck, who were, quote, unable to plan well for their own future. People who, quote, few people in their lives who care about them, targeting people who, according to them, have few people in their lives who care about them. Talk about predatory. Corinthian purposely and fraudulently went after the folks most in need by their own definition. The company believed they could get away with it because, as predators are wont to do, they targeted people who they assumed wouldn't fight back. They targeted people who they assumed no one would be there to fight for. And they were wrong. Students came forward and shared their stories with us. Advocates, many of you, and many members of Congress fought on their behalf, and we sued. And Corinthian was shut down. And we obtained more than $1 billion in a judgment against the company. In the wake of our lawsuit, the company was no longer then able to receive federal funding and could no longer enroll students. And they declared bankruptcy. It was a huge victory. But the story, as we all know, didn't end there. Because even though it was a victory and all of that happened, it still didn't provide financial relief to the students who had already been impacted. So it's one thing to say there should be accountability, but when we think about and define accountability based on bad actors and bad deeds, part of our system of justice tells us that yes, there should be serious, swift, and severe consequence, but also we must look to those who are harmed and ask, are we doing enough to allow them the ability to recover from that harm? So that's the topic of our conversation today. What we did then is we continued our work to undo the damage that Corinthian had caused. And in 2015, I joined with 8 other attorneys general, some of whom offices are represented here, and we petitioned the federal government, your department, to provide relief. He wasn't here at the time. To provide relief for Corinthian student loan borrowers. In response, the Department of Education made some Corinthian students eligible for debt relief, but only those who applied until today. Thank you. So I am proud to announce, together with the leaders on this stage, that the Department of Education will cancel all remaining federal student loans for former Corinthian students. So to those that this directly impacts, what it means that if you attended Corinthian at any point in its existence, you will receive this relief automatically. You do not need to apply for it. All former students will soon receive notice that Corinthian College federal loans will be canceled, and this will benefit more than 500,000 people who still have loans, and it will add up to almost $6 billion in debt relief for former students. And of course, we all know that's real money in the pockets of real people who have faced over these years significant debt, many of whom are still struggling to make ends meet as costs have gone up. And I think we all know and have to acknowledge what these intervening years have meant for the folks that will now benefit from this announcement. What it has meant is that they kept getting notices that they owed money. And let's remember who we're talking about in terms of who the folks were who applied to go to Corinthian College. We're talking about people who are highly responsible, who decided they would save up some money to pay for an education to improve their life and the life of their family and contribute to their community. Think about what kind of person does that. And then think about that person receiving what is probably a monthly bill saying you owe money, and how that makes that person feel. And the pressure they are then under, because they are a responsible person who does care about contributing. I say all that to say that these intervening years have meant something that is not good for the folks we are talking about. I say that because also, in terms of the significance of the passage of time, it is that, and also that for more than 20 years, Corinthian took advantage of people who only wanted a better life for themselves and their families. In 2016, after we obtained the judgment against Corinthian, I said then that the least we could do was to give everyone Corinthian took advantage of the relief they deserve. I said then that we would do everything in our power to help them. Finally, and sadly it has taken this long, finally that promise is fulfilled. So, in closing, I will say where I started, I will say it again. Thank you all. Thank you for all of you who helped us deliver justice. Thank you for all of you who could have, on the day that we got the judgment and got partial relief for the students, could have declared a victory and walked away onto the next thing. But you didn't stop and you didn't give up. And because of your hard work and your dedication, we're where we are today. Also knowing that as a nation, we still have a lot more work to do on these issues. Thank you all very much.
Okay, there you saw Vice President Kamala Harris and the Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, with this major announcement today. The United States will be canceling $5.8 billion in student loan debt from this defunct college known as Corinthian College. When Vice President Harris was the Attorney General in California, this was one of her main prerogatives there in the state. And so many borrowers will get relief now. 500,000, about 560,000 borrowers who attended Corinthian colleges will see some student loan debt relief in full. So, interesting story there as the rumors are circulating about what President Biden is going to do with many Americans who have student loan debt, who went to non-defunct colleges, upstanding institutions, but are saddled with student loan debt. Will the president relieve some of their student debt in time for the midterms? That remains to be seen. Remember, there were talks that he might forgive about $10,000 per borrower. Nothing is official just yet. We'll stay on top of that debate here on Live Now from Fox. Live Now look at the White House at the moment. We're coming up on 6 o'clock here on the West Coast, almost 9 o'clock there. When we come back, though, we'll be hearing from the White House's COVID-19 director. Lots of news today on the COVID vaccine front for children under the age of 5. The White House says Pfizer's 3-dose vaccine regimen for children under the age of 5 could be available as soon as June the 21st. We'll hear his remarks from the briefing room in just a moment.
Good afternoon. Okay, so today we have Dr. Jha, the White House COVID coordinator. He's going to talk about kids' COVID vaccines. And so he is only going to be here for, he only has about 10-15 minutes with us, I think 15 minutes looking at the clock. So he's going to open up and then he'll take a few questions and then we'll start the briefing. We have a hard time out at 4 today, so we're going to try and get out of here at 4. Thanks, everybody.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. It's great to be back. Sorry, it's me and not BTS. I want to take some time today to explain the timeline of what's happening with vaccines for our youngest kids, for kids under 5, and what parents and pediatricians and Americans should be expecting in the coming weeks. So as you all know, the FDA is currently working through a rigorous and independent scientific process. As part of that, the FDA's advisory committee, VRBPAC, will be meeting on June 14th and 15th. They will review the data submitted by Pfizer and Moderna for their vaccines, and we expect an FDA decision shortly after the advisory committee meeting. And we look forward to this process playing out. Now, as you all know, because we've been through this many times, the FDA authorization is not the final step in the process. Before vaccinations can begin, CDC must also issue its recommendations. If the FDA authorizes the vaccines, the CDC will have its advisory committee meetings, and ultimately the CDC director will make her recommendations. And we expect the CDC to make its dates for its advisory committee meetings public very, very soon. So let's talk about what we know at this moment. We know that many, many parents are eager to vaccinate their youngest kids. And it's important to do this right. And that's what this process has been all about. So as I talk through the process today, I want to be very clear that I am not here to prejudge the outcome of the process. But the administration is hard at work planning all sorts of scenarios based on whatever the outcome is from the process that's playing out. We've been working very closely with states, with local health departments, with pediatricians, family physicians, other healthcare providers, and pharmacies to get ready. We started with the playbook we've used for rollout of vaccines for other age groups. At the same time, we're building this program to meet the specific needs of this specific age group. We expect that the vast majority of these kids will be vaccinated by their primary care providers. Now, if and when FDA authorizes a vaccine, we'll move from planning to execution. So let me highlight a few things of what that will look like. Now, the good news is we have plenty of supply of both Pfizer and Moderna vaccines to start our vaccination program. And we are going to make 10 million doses available to states, pharmacies, and community health centers and federal entities to order initially. Starting tomorrow, states can begin to place their orders. We have asked states to distribute the initial tranche of doses to their highest priority sites, including those serving the highest risk children and hardest to reach areas. And we've also asked them to prioritize sites that can handle large volumes, such as children's hospitals. We've encouraged states and providers to find ways to ensure that parents have access to these vaccines for their kids outside of normal work hours, because we want to make this as easy as possible for working parents and their families. Now, FDA authorization will allow us to start shipping doses. These doses are specifically formulated for these young kids. These doses will be shipped to thousands of sites across the country. So let me go back and think through the timeline with all of you. VRBPAC meets on June 14th and 15th. We expect FDA to make its decision soon thereafter. Once FDA has authorized, if they have authorized vaccines, we can begin shipping. We expect some of the shipments to start arriving in their destination over that long weekend. Remember, Monday is an important federal holiday, and many doctors' offices may be closed. And we can't ship vaccines until FDA has authorized these vaccines. And vaccinations can't start until CDC has issued its recommendations. So we expect that vaccinations will begin in earnest as early as Tuesday, June 21st, and really roll on throughout that week. Now, it will take some time to ramp up the program and for vaccines to be more widely available. And as doses arrive in places throughout the country, more sites will have vaccines, more appointments will become available. And our expectation is that within weeks, every parent who wants their child to get vaccinated will be able to get an appointment. We will, of course, do our part. We're going to continue monitoring. We're going to ship doses out as fast as possible. We're going to make sure that supply is always meeting demand. And we're going to do everything we can to make it easy for providers and parents alike to get their kids vaccinated. So let me just close with a few words about the bigger picture about the moment we're in. It's been a long 2 years. This is the last group of Americans who have not yet been eligible to get vaccinated. But as we think about getting ready to vaccinate our youngest kids, it's worth noting how much progress we've made. 2/3 of all Americans are now fully vaccinated. Close to 1/3 of all Americans are boosted. And highly effective treatments are widely available. As a result, when we look across the country, we see cases rising, nearly 100,000 cases a day. And yet we're still seeing death numbers that are substantially about 90% lower than where they were when the president first took office. Now, we know that COVID isn't over. We still have work to do, but we have made tremendous progress. And what we know is that we've got to keep vaccinating, keep reaching people who have not gotten vaccinated, keep making treatments widely available. Because what we believe is that with science, with hard work, and with resources, we can continue to protect the American people from our oldest to our youngest. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to questions.
Right. Okay.
Well, what's your expectation on when most kids will be vaccinated? Is it a matter of months? What's your estimate?
So we don't have an estimate of timelines of when most kids will be vaccinated. What we know is that obviously there are a lot of parents who are eager to get their kids vaccinated right away, and they will get vaccinated right away. Within weeks, as I laid out. There are other parents who are waiting to see how things go. And I think what we have seen in the past is that they will come on board as they see their friends and family getting their kids vaccinated. So I think this is a process that's going to take some time, but we want to make sure that we always have adequate supply and access for parents when they want their kids vaccinated.
So I think you are well aware about how much frustration and anger there's been from parents of young children. The fact we were talking about second boosters for much of the population before even this first one was available. I'm a parent of a 4-year-old who got COVID while we sat around waiting for this. And I think one point in all of that that really is frustrating, raised a lot of questions for parents, is why the FDA didn't move to hold hearing right away after Moderna applied, why it waited for Pfizer and Moderna. Can you just explain the thinking behind that delay?
So, first of all, I have a 10-year-old, so he's been able to get vaccinated, but I have a lot of friends who have kids under 5. So let me just say I feel the frustration. I certainly hear the frustration. Two things. First of all, the FDA makes these decisions on timelines really based on its ability to review the data, to do a careful analysis, and that's what they've been doing. I think they've done that throughout the entire pandemic. If you look at from the early days of the early adult vaccines through this one, they have moved expeditiously, and they have made the determinations of when they can be ready to evaluate and when they can make a decision. The specifics of it, you're going to have to, I think, ultimately talk to the FDA, but I feel like they have moved very quickly to try to consume and analyze a very large tranche of data from Moderna. And look, at the end of the day, we all want to move fast, but we want to get it right. And that has got to be priority number one, and that's what I think the FDA has been focused on.
On Paxlovid, do you have any information you can share with us on how much Paxlovid has been used so far and how much is left, and whether Congress or whether the U.S. is committed to completing its purchase of the 20 million courses?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. What I will tell you is we're getting out about 30,000 prescriptions a day right now. And that's at the end of, as of end of last week. I don't have this week's data yet. So about 30,000 doses a day. We obviously want to continue to expand access to Paxlovid for any high-risk person who gets infected. We want to make sure they have access to it if they're clinically eligible. The president made a commitment to get 20 million doses, and we remain committed to making that happen.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about your COVID testing program, specifically the one that was launched to order COVID tests at home. Can you talk about what the demand has looked like lately now that we're seeing up and down with cases and different than what we saw around Christmas, and what you're doing to preserve supply? I know that these tests eventually expire. What you're doing to preserve supply should there be a big demand again?
Great question. So we launched that about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I can't remember the exact time, the third round of making tests available. We actually saw quite a robust demand for that. I think we've had maybe 17, 18 million households order just in the last couple of weeks. So that on round 3, that's a lot, and it's great, and it means that people are still using these tests. If you've followed me for the last 2 years, you know I'm a huge believer in making widespread testing widely available. I think getting people tests at home is a really important part of that. We feel that when you have cases rising, Americans want tests. We want to make those tests available. We also obviously want to make sure that as we have future if and or when we have future surges of infections, we will have other tests available for Americans.
Can you also talk about the president was very big at the beginning of that program on equity, and that these tests were going to be distributed to populations that were underserved in addition to populations that might be more well connected?
So we've thought a lot about equity in this case, in other areas too, but certainly on tests. Yeah, and so the way we've done this is, I mean, obviously website, but you can make phone calls, which for some people is easier. We've distributed tests to food banks. We've distributed tests to federally qualified health centers. We have a whole series of efforts that we have had to make sure that the testing is getting out through a variety of different channels so that people who may not normally be able to access it in other contexts can get access to tests.
I didn't hear you, or sorry, one last thing. I didn't hear you say about tests that are expiring. I know these tests have a shelf life.
Yeah, so with all these tests, and again, this is a standard issue. Anytime you have new products, initially they have a specific shelf life, and then as you do more testing, you can extend that shelf life. So these companies are working with FDA to look at long shelf life, but obviously we're always thinking about that and making sure that there's plenty of shelf life for these products as they sit in our stockpiles.
Dr. Jha, what was the impact of the Department of Defense?
Can you talk about second booster shots for under age 50? Are there discussions right now about allowing those second booster shots? Are those conversations taking place?
You know, so that's a decision of the FDA and CDC. They're always guided by evidence and data on that. All the data that I have seen, or most of the data I've seen, is in people over 50, really in people over 60. That's where the strongest data are. So I think those conversations are always ongoing, but I think the issue of looking at evidence and making a decision, that's really something the FDA is going to have to think
Where
about.
cases are right now, that second booster shot should be authorized for people under age 50?
You know, that I really do leave that up to FDA to decide based on kind of looking at the evidence. So and I think they should be making that decision.
All right, last question, Tyler.
Thank you. Do you feel confident that the U.S. has enough supplies for a potential summer surge? And at this point, what are your current predictions about what might happen in the South in the coming weeks and months?
Supply of?
Vaccines, antiviral treatments, all of the various things that are needed to treat COVID.
So because of prior funding, we purchased a decent amount of both vaccines and therapeutics, and so I'm very confident that whatever happens this summer, we will have enough tools, tests, treatments, vaccines to get us through the summer. The challenge is, and again, I'm less in the prediction business, more in the planning business. As we plan the fall and winter and look at a variety of different scenarios, that's where I start getting very, very concerned. I mean, if you want to ask what keeps me awake at night, it is that we are going to run out of vaccines. We're not going to be able to have enough of the next generation of vaccines. We're going to run out of treatments, and we're going to run out of diagnostic tests, probably in the late fall into winter if we end up having a significant surge of infections. We don't have the resources to buy those things, and those purchases need to be made now. They cannot be made in the fall. So if you're wondering what is it that really worries me, I think we have the tools for the summer. We will not have the tools for the fall and winter unless Congress steps up and funds us.
And based on your modeling that you do in the government and with partners outside of it, what is your sense of what this potential surge might look like, both this summer and then when you warn that supplies might run out in the fall and into the winter?
Yeah, so as you know, there are a lot of different models. They all come up with a variety of different answers. And we really look across all of them, and we try to plan across all the ones that we think are reasonable. There certainly are models out there that suggest that we could have a sizable wave of infections in the fall and winter, especially if we don't have a vaccination campaign in the fall and winter, if we run out of treatments, if we don't have enough diagnostic tests. We could be looking at a more complicated situation. So those are models that we look at, we plan for them. Again, as I said, I generally try not to worry too much about predicting what's going to happen and really focusing on planning for a variety of scenarios. And given what we have in terms of treatments and vaccines and diagnostics, we do not have enough to get us through the fall and winter.
And just one last one on that vaccination campaign you mentioned. Are you preparing that most Americans who are not yet eligible for that third vaccine, they will be encouraged to get a fourth one in the fall? And with that, will there be a new vaccine or formula to adapt toward the newer variants that have emerged in recent months?
So there are about 3 or 4 questions embedded in there, all of which are FDA questions, right? So FDA is going to have to make decisions about, do we formulate a new vaccine? There's a VRBPAC meeting that's going to happen in late June, I think. to look at exactly that question. Based on the data, they're going to make determinations. CDC is going to decide who should get it, who should not. I mean, you guys know the process of how that's going to play out.
From your vantage point at the White House as the coordinator of all these different agencies, what your expectation would be?
I am planning for all of those scenarios. We need to, because again, we don't decide what FDA will decide. We don't decide what CDC will decide. They make those decisions. We need to plan for a variety of different scenarios, including planning for a next generation of vaccines for the fall and winter, which we want to make sure we have plenty of for every American. We will not have enough for every American without additional funding from Congress, but we are planning for those scenarios.
Doctor, do you believe all schools will and must be open this coming fall?
Yeah.
You have to go. He has to go.
Sorry, I'm going to run off. Thank you. Sorry.
Why are more boosted Americans having breakthrough cases than non-boosted?
All right, guys.
All right, we were just listening to Dr. Ashish Jha. He is the White House's COVID-19 science advisor, and the news that they said there in the briefing that COVID-19 vaccines for children under the age of 5 could be available to them and their families by the end of June. That is a significant development in this, as Pfizer and its 3-dose vaccine regimen is working its way through the emergency use authorization process. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. When we come back, we'll be showing you all of President Biden's remarks from the White House from just a couple of hours ago on the increasing gun violence we're seeing nationwide and what he wants Congress to do about it. Those remarks in 2 minutes.
Memorial Day this past Monday, Jill and I visited Arlington National Cemetery. As we entered those hallowed grounds, we saw rows and rows of crosses among the rows of headstones with other emblems of belief, honoring those who paid the ultimate price on battlefields around the world. The day before, we visited Uvalde, Texas. In front of Robb Elementary School, we stood before 21 crosses for 19 third and fourth graders and 2 teachers. On each cross, a name, and nearby, a photo of each victim that Jill and I reached out to touch. Innocent victims murdered in a classroom that have been turned into a killing field. Standing there in that small town, like so many other communities across America, I couldn't help but think there are too many other schools, too many other everyday places that have become killing fields, battlefields, here in America. We stood at such a place just 12 days before, across from a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, memorializing 10 fellow Americans, a spouse, a parent, a grandparent, a sibling, gone forever. At both places, we spent hours with hundreds of family members who were broken, whose lives will never be the same. They had one message for all of us: do something. Just do something. For God's sake, do something. After Columbine, after Sandy Hook, after Charleston, after Orlando, after Las Vegas, after Parkland, nothing has been done. This time that can't be true. This time we must actually do something. The issue we face is one of conscience and common sense. For so many of you at home, I want to be very clear. This is not about taking away anyone's guns. It's not about vilifying gun owners. In fact, we believe we should be treating responsible gun owners as an example of how every gun owner should behave. I respect the culture and the tradition and the concerns of lawful gun owners. At the same time, the Second Amendment, like all other rights, is not absolute. It was Justice Scalia who wrote, and I quote, "Like most rights, the rights granted by the Second Amendment are not unlimited." Not unlimited. It never has been. There have always been limitations on what weapons you can own in America. For example, machine guns have been federally regulated for nearly 90 years, and this is still a free country. This isn't about taking away anyone's rights. It's about protecting children. It's about protecting families. It's about protecting whole communities. It's about protecting our freedom to go to school, to a grocery store, to a church, without being shot and killed. According to new data just released by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, guns are the #1 killer of children in the United States of America. The #1 killer. More than car accidents, more than cancer. Over the last 2 decades, more school-age children have died from guns than on-duty police officers and active-duty military combined. Think about that. More kids than on-duty cops killed by guns. More kids than soldiers killed by guns. For God's sake, how much more carnage are we willing to accept? How many more innocent American lives must be taken before we say enough, enough? I know that we can't prevent every tragedy, but here's what I believe we have to do. Here's what the overwhelming majority of American people believe we must do. Here's what the families in Buffalo and Uvalde in Texas told us we must do. We need to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. And if we can't ban assault weapons, then we should raise the age to purchase them from 18 to 21. Strengthen background checks, enact safe storage law and red flag laws. Repeal the immunity that protects gun manufacturers from liability. Address the mental health crisis, deepening the trauma of gun violence and as a consequence of that violence. These are rational, common sense measures. Here's what it all means. It all means this. We should reinstate the assault weapons ban on high-capacity magazines that we passed in 1994 with bipartisan support in Congress and the support of law enforcement. 9 categories of semi-automatic weapons were included in that ban, like AK-47s and AR-15s. And in the 10 years it was law, mass shootings went down. But after Republicans let the law expire in 2004, and those weapons were allowed to be sold again, mass shootings tripled. Those are the facts. A few years ago, the family of the inventor of the AR-15 said he would have been horrified to know that its design was being used to slaughter children and other innocent lives instead of being used as a military weapon on the battlefields as it was designed. That's what it was designed for. Enough. Enough. We should limit how many rounds a weapon can hold. Why in God's name should an ordinary citizen be able to purchase an assault weapon that holds 30-round magazines that let mass shooters fire hundreds of bullets in a matter of minutes? The damage was so devastating in Uvalde, parents had to do DNA swabs to identify the remains of their children. 9- and 10-year-old children. Enough. We should expand background checks to keep guns out of the hands of felons, fugitives, and those under restraining orders. Stronger background checks are something that the vast majority of Americans, including the majority of gun owners, agree on. I also believe we should have safe storage laws and personal liability for not locking up your gun. The shooter in Sandy Hook came from a home full of guns. They were too easy to access. That's how he got the weapons. The weapon he used to kill his mother and then murdered 26 people, including 20 first graders. If you own a weapon, you have a responsibility to secure it. Every responsible gun owner agrees to make sure no one else can have access to it, to lock it up, to have trigger locks. And if you don't, and something bad happens, you should be held responsible. We should also have national red flag laws so that a parent, a teacher, a counselor can flag for a court that a child, a student, a patient is exhibiting violent tendencies, threatening classmates, or experiencing suicidal thoughts. It makes them a danger to themselves or to others. 19 states in the District of Columbia have red flag laws. The Delaware law is named after my son, Attorney General Beau Biden. Fort Hood, Texas, 2009, 13 dead and more than 30 injured. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, 2018, 17 dead, 17 injured. In both places, countless others suffering with invisible wounds. Red flag laws could have stopped both these shooters. In Uvalde, the shooter was 17 when he asked his sister to buy him an assault weapon. Knowing he'd be denied because he was too young to purchase one himself, she refused. But as soon as he turned 18, he purchased 2 assault weapons for himself. Because in Texas, you can be 18 years old and buy an assault weapon, even though you can't buy a pistol in Texas until you're 21. If we can't ban assault weapons, as we should, we must at least raise the age to be able to purchase one to 21. Look, I know some folks will say 18-year-olds can serve in the military and fire those weapons. But that's with training and supervision by the best trained experts in the world. Don't tell me raising the age won't make a difference. Enough. We should repeal the liability shield that often protects gun manufacturers from being sued for the death and destruction caused by their weapons. They're the only industry in this country that has that kind of immunity. Imagine if the tobacco industry had been immune from being sued, where we'd be today. The gun industry's special protections are outrageous. It must end. And let there be no mistake about the psychological trauma that gun violence leaves behind. Imagine being that little girl, that brave little girl in Uvalde, who smeared blood off her murdered friend's body onto her own face to lie still among the corpses in her classroom and pretend she was dead in order to stay alive. Imagine what it would be like for her to walk down the hallway of any school again. Imagine what it's like for children who experience this kind of trauma every day in school, in the streets, in communities all across America. Imagine what it's like for so many parents to hug their children goodbye in the morning, not sure whether they'll come back home. Unfortunately, too many people don't have to imagine that at all. Even before the pandemic, young people were already hurting. There's a serious youth mental health crisis in this country. We have to do something about it. That's why mental health is the heart of my unity agenda that I laid out in the State of the Union address this year. We must provide more school counselors, more school nurses, more mental health services for students and for teachers, more people volunteering as mentors to help young people succeed, more privacy protection and resources to keep kids safe from the harms of social media. This unity agenda won't fully heal the wounded souls, but it will help. It matters. I just told you what I'd do. The question now is, what will the Congress do? The House of Representatives already passed key measures we need. Expanding background checks to cover nearly all gun sales, including at gun shows and online sales. Getting rid of the loophole that allows a gun sale to go through after 3 business days, even if the background check has not been completed. And the House is planning even more action next week. Safe storage requirements, the banning of high-capacity magazines, raising the age to buy an assault weapon to 21, federal red flag law, codifying my ban on ghost guns that don't have serial numbers and can't be traced, and tougher laws to prevent gun trafficking and straw purchases. This time, we have to take the time to do something. And this time, it's time for the Senate to do something. But as we know, in order to get anything done in the Senate, we need a minimum of 10 Republican senators. I support the bipartisan efforts that include a small group of Democrats and Republican senators trying to find a way. But my God, the fact that the majority of the Senate Republicans don't want any of these proposals even to be debated or come up for a vote, I find unconscionable. We can't fail the American people again. Since Uvalde, just over a week ago, there have been 20 other mass shootings in America, each with 4 or more people killed or injured, including yesterday at a hospital in Tulsa, Oklahoma. A shooter deliberately targeted a surgeon using an assault weapon he bought just a few hours before his rampage that left a surgeon, another doctor, a receptionist, and a patient dead and many more injured. That doesn't count the carnage we see every single day. It doesn't make the headlines. I've been in this fight for a long time. I know how hard it is, but I'll never give up. And if Congress fails, I believe this time a majority of the American people won't give up either. I believe the majority of you will act to turn your outrage into making this issue central to your vote. Enough, enough, enough. Over the next 17 days, the families in Uvalde will continue burying their dead. It will take that long in part because it's a town where everyone knows everyone. And day by day, they will honor each one they lost. Jill and I met with the owner and staff of the funeral home as being strong to take care of their own. And the people of Uvalde mourn as they do over the next 17 days. What will we be doing as a nation? Jill and I met with the sister of the teacher who was murdered and whose husband died of a heart attack 2 days later, leaving behind 4 beautiful orphaned children, all now orphaned. The sister asked us, what could she say? What could she tell her nieces and nephews? It's the most heartbreaking moments that I can remember. All I could think to say was, I told her to hold them tight. Hold them tight. After visiting the school, we attended Mass at Sacred Heart Catholic Church with Father Eddie. In the pews, families and friends held each other tightly. As Archbishop Gustavo spoke, he asked the children in attendance to come up on the altar and sit in the altar with him as he spoke. There wasn't enough room, so Mom and her young son sat next to Jill and me in the first pew. And as we left the church, a grandmother who had just lost her granddaughter passed me a handwritten letter. It read, quote, erase the invisible line that is dividing our nation. Come up with a solution and fix what's broken. and make the changes that are necessary to prevent this from happening again. End of quote. My fellow Americans, enough. Enough. It's time for each of us to do our part. It's time to act for the children we've lost, for the children we can save, for the nation we love. Let's hear the call and the cry. Let's meet the moment. Let us finally do something. God bless the families who are hurting. God bless you all. From a hymn based on the 91st Psalm sung in my church. May he raise you up on eagle's wings and bear you on the breath of dawn, make you to shine like the sun and hold you in the palm of his hand. That's my prayer for all of you. God bless you.
President Biden outlining what he wants Congress to do when it comes to gun reform legislation, also taking the moment to recount his experiences talking with some of the victims' families who so recently have had their lives upended so tragically. Back live to the White House. We want to just replay for you yet again my conversation with a White House reporter from the Washington Examiner, Christian Daytalk, about the political likelihood of where these proposals, where these ideas are going to go on a congressional level. Here's that conversation. Now by White House reporter for the Washington Examiner, Christian Daytalk. Christian, good to see you, and thanks for being with us to get your reaction to President Biden's remarks. I thought it was interesting. He initially made a plea to responsible gun owners, to those who treat their Second Amendment rights responsibly, and quoting Scalia.
That's right, Andrew. This is something we haven't heard from President Biden specifically, quoting the late Justice Antonin Scalia, but we have heard him talk about how the Second Amendment isn't absolute for these past couple of weeks, and I expect him to ramp up that rhetoric as this process moves along in Congress.
You know, Christian, and I hate to be such a cynic here, but we have heard from President Biden in the wake of many of these types of incidents, much of what we just listened to. You know, it was almost like deja vu, calling for the same proposals, calling for more bipartisan support. You know, there is this very small group of bipartisan senators, and they are making progress to come up with a framework. This is the mildest of terms, Christian. What do your sources in the White House say about the likelihood that this is going to go anywhere? And what is the White House's role going to be in that?
Well, this is difficult for the White House because on the one hand, they do want to enact some type of reform package, and they don't want to push Republicans too hard while those negotiations are happening. That being said, most of these things that President Biden is calling for, the assault weapons ban, the red flag laws, these are probably not going to make it into this package should one even emerge. Now, I think one thing that we heard from Biden today, talking about raising the minimum purchase age for AR-15s and other assault weapons, that's an idea that's gaining a lot of momentum on the Hill. I think the people in the White House are just, you know, at this point happy to be having the conversation, and they'll sign any bill that gets to President Biden's desk into law. But this being said, this is the math doesn't make sense for Democrats, and I think that this is going to be an uphill battle getting a bill again on President Biden's desk.
Of course, Christian, he didn't spare any moment not to go after Senate Republicans, whom he called out in this speech. Of course, he said we need 10 of them. He also went after the majority of them who won't even bring up any proposals, even for a vote to debate on them. Is that going to help their cause here?
I'm not sure if it's going to help their cause, but it seems to be the only card that they have, given the proximity to the midterms. None of these Republicans want to seem like they're handing Democrats a big win heading into November. So it's a very difficult line that the White House and President Biden are trying to walk right now. On the one hand, push hard to appease your own voters and possibly get something done. On the other, you know, try and coddle Republicans and allow them to come along at their own pace in hopes of getting a bipartisan bill. It's really a lose-lose scenario, considering the increase in these mass shooting incidents that we're seeing all across the nation in the interim.
Yeah, and of course, in the wake of some of these previous mass shootings, like Sandy Hook, Democrats had a much wider majority in the Senate. Of course, we know now their majority is, slim to nil here. And so garnering that Republican support, and we've been hearing from some senators like Chris Murphy, like John Cornyn, talking about incremental changes. But what we just heard from President Biden is some of these all-encompassing, sweeping packages, bullet points of these proposals that they want included in really what the House is planning to do. And so they're really starting from a wide vantage point. Do you think they're going to have to narrow down some of these goals and what they want?
Well, what my sources in the White House are telling me right now, Andrew, is that this is an absolute wish list from President Biden. This is what he thinks needs to be done, but he's realistic that these won't all make it into the final package. So they aren't drawing red lines. Again, they're going to sign any bill into law that makes it to President Biden's desk. He's just trying to push the needle, prod Congress in the right direction, in his opinion, and get anything done this late in the game. Again, I think traveling to Uvalde, traveling to Buffalo just 12 days prior to that has really sort of tied a bow on this for the White House. President Biden is usually at his most effective when he's talking about emotions and talking about things in a non-political light. If there's ever a chance that this Congress, given how partisan it is right now, can get a bill to the president in this current climate, I think this would have to be it. So again, it's a wish list. They will narrow it down, but anything that makes it to President Biden's desk will be signed into law.
Yeah, of course, Christian, when we've heard that a lot of times before, that, this is the time to act. We've heard it so many times after so many of these types of incidents. President Biden essentially said, how much carnage are we willing to accept? At the end of his speech, he really, gave a plea to the American people, to the American voter, saying to keep this on the mind when they go to the ballot box in November. Of course, this is a midterm election year, and Democrats could lose both the House and the Senate. So the very narrow window for anything to get done on this is about 6 months. Do your sources on Capitol Hill or at the White House, are they confident they can even get something to the floor for a vote in that short amount of time?
I don't think confident is the right word. Optimistic is probably a better description, but let's not forget, it's not just gun reform that's up, in jeopardy right now of not being advanced beyond November. It's really the entire remaining Biden agenda. So I think this issue, not only is it a crisis and needs to be addressed according to the White House and according to Democrats, this could be an impetus for potentially holding on to at least one of those congressional majorities. Again, it's not looking good for Democrats, but like you mentioned, this 6-month window is going to be absolutely paramount, not only to passing this specific package, whatever form it might emerge as, but the rest of the Biden agenda at large.
Kristen, you were watching the speech, alongside us. If you were in the briefing room tomorrow, I'm not sure if you are, what would you ask Karine Jean-Pierre about what the president said about this specific package?
I think it's the same question we've been hearing everyone ask Karine for the past several days. What does President Biden think is different right now that will bring Republicans to the negotiating table? We saw the tragedy of Sandy Hook nearly a decade ago. Democrats controlled nearly a supermajority at that point in time, and they couldn't get a bill through. Why does he think right now Republicans will bend? Let's not forget, back in 1994, that assault weapons ban that the president keeps talking about, that got nearly 42 votes from Republicans in the Senate. Democrats only had 6 more seats than they currently do, but given how partisan things are, it's hard to believe that these impassioned calls will result in any different end, and it's tough to watch, to be honest, Andrew.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, we've been in this situation before. Kind of our feet are really stuck in the drying concrete where we see these debates play out. We see the same ideas be put forth and then yet nothing. And so it'll be interesting to see if this bipartisan group, these very small group of senators, John Cornyn is there, Lindsey Graham is there, Susan Collins is there on the Republican side, to see if they can rally. We've seen, bipartisan support with the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Of course, this issue completely different from that. Biden touts his bipartisan bona fides so many times, and we'll see it put to the test. Last thoughts, Christian.
Again, Andrew, I think you just hit the nail on the head right there. This is going to be a true test of whether or not President Biden can really break through this partisan gridlock in D.C. and get something done on an issue that really isn't political. It's a human issue. Everyone hates seeing children dying. That being said, the Second Amendment sort of goes hand in hand with America. It's probably the most divisive issue apart from abortion the country is facing right now. And it's one that's going to factor heavily into the midterms and beyond.
All right, Christian Daytalk there live with us from the Washington Examiner. We appreciate your time and your reporting. We'll talk to you again. All right, hope you enjoyed that conversation as we were breaking down what President Biden said in his primetime address today from the White House about the carnage due to gun violence that we are seeing nationwide. And we've been bringing you updates about each of these shooting incidents as the information comes into us from Buffalo, from Uvalde, and unfortunately now from Tulsa, Oklahoma, happening just yesterday. Just wanted to get some news out of Capitol Hill. Remember, we were showing you earlier today the House Judiciary Committee markup in an emergency session what was known as the Protecting Our Kids Act. Well, that has passed out of committee. It's a comprehensive package of gun violence prevention proposals. So, of course, once it gets out of committee, it goes to the full House for a vote. We'll see how it fares there. And, of course, we'll have to see how it fares in the Senate, if at all. Just wanted to get that on the book here. We'll also be showing you many of the proceedings, like we did earlier today, out of the House Judiciary Committee. A lot of members, a lot of lawmakers kind of going back and forth here about that and what to do going forward. Almost the bottom of the hour here, 6:30 on the West Coast, 9:30 there in the nation's capital. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be giving you an update on two pretty notorious, infamous figures, one Michael Avenatti and one Harvey Weinstein. Updates on their legal troubles in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We got the word today that Michael Avenatti got a 4-year prison sentence for defrauding Stormy Daniels. Of course, she was the porn actor he represented in battles with former President Donald Trump. We're going to be talking about this case and so many others in this legal block right here. Joining me now on the program, friend of Live Now, legal expert Doug Burns with the latest. Doug, good to see you. It's been a while, but you and I had spoken during the trial of Avenatti and the subsequent conviction. Now we're getting the sentence, 4 years. What do you make of it?
Well, he took a hit. I mean, first of all, he had previously been sentenced on the first case, you remember, to something like 2 or 3 years. He's serving that now, by the way, and they brought him from California, where he's serving the sentence, to the MDC in Brooklyn, you know, which is where you are housed pending going to court. And Judge Furman, Jesse Furman, tagged him with a 4-year sentence. One of the counts, real quick, was aggravated identity theft. Your viewers may remember that he feigned being her, writing to the publishers and directing them where to disperse the funds. That carried a 2-year mandatory minimum, which is interesting, that particular statute, you know, which I've dealt with before. And the judge gave him 2 more years. Another very important point is that the judge made some of it concurrent, but said that 2.5 years of it, 30 months, has to be on top of the previous sentence for the Nike case. So again, you know, he's really taking quite a hit. The other point real quick was that in the Stormy Daniels case, you know, he had all kinds of legal wiggle room to talk nuts and bolts. But the problem was, in other words, the wiggle room would have been, you know, I had an understanding with her, part of my fee would come out of that money. But the problem was that letter, the forged letter, pretending to be her. Now, lastly, real quick, as he faces yet a 3rd case, you talk about really being in a brutal legal predicament. He faces a 3rd case in California where he's charged by federal prosecutors there with misappropriating, stealing money from various clients. So he's really in a heap of legal trouble, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, from someone who represents clients, Doug, and you saw the conduct of Avenatti, who had his client, Stormy Daniels, her real name, Stephanie Clifford, and, you know, she entrusted to him to be her representative to act on her behalf. With all that legal wrangling with former President Trump, she writes a memoir, a pretty hefty fee to write that memoir that she got from the publisher. And then Avenatti goes and tries to essentially swindle some of those funds from the book publisher's fee. That is really just a breach of conduct between the attorney and the client. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, of course. I mean, very well stated. Obviously, an attorney's a fiduciary, but we have an old saying, in a sense, not really an old saying. We say we like to look at explaining why something happened, not necessarily justifying it, obviously. So why don't we just take 1 second and look at this from the forest for the trees. Michael Avenatti, whatever you want to say about him, good, bad, or indifferent, was in deep, deep financial distress. He was juggling hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars every minute before breakfast. He was living a very, very lavish lifestyle. You know, with my background, 35 years in white-collar crime, I've seen this over and over and over. So he was spending at a high rate. The money wasn't there to support it, and he became desperate, and he stole the $300,000 in that particular instance. In the Nike case, it was the identical principle. He's in deep, deep financial distress, and all of a sudden he starts shaking them down for $25 million, you know, the answer to his prayer. So the point I'm trying to make, maybe I'm not articulating it that great, is that desperation, financial desperation, often leads to this type of behavior. But to your point, couldn't agree more. When you raise your right hand to be corny and you get sworn in as a lawyer, obviously one of the most important roles you're going to be in is as a fiduciary for clients. So anytime a lawyer starts misappropriating clients' funds, that's the immediate ticket to disbarment, and in this case, criminal prosecution.
All right, just so interesting. Of course, we still have that case to work itself out as well in California with Avenatti. Let's go to yet another infamous figure, Harvey Weinstein. This is just some video we have of him in New York from way back when, but a New York appeals court today upheld his rape conviction and his 23-year prison sentence, rejecting his claim that the judge at his landmark Me Too trial unfairly allowed women to testify about allegations that weren't part of that specific case. So, Doug, it seems like he's going to serve out this full, very lengthy sentence. We know he's suffered a lot of health problems in confinement and in detention, but the appeals court saying, no, we're keeping the conviction in place.
Yeah, real quick, there were 3 grounds that they raised on appeal. You know, often when we do appeals, and I've done a lot of appeals myself, both as a prosecutor and as a defense lawyer, you know, you raise various grounds in your brief, point 1, point 2, point 3. Point 1 was exactly as you stated it, prior bad act evidence called Molyneux under the 1901 Molyneux case in New York. And that is, if you remember, the viewers remember the Cosby situation, same exact thing, big dust up as far as letting in proof of other bad conduct, other bad acts that weren't charged in the case. The appellate court said that while it was a lot of information, and by the way, at the oral argument of the appeal, some of the judges kind of gave away that they might be amenable to even reversing. That's why I've explained to you a number of times the rule, don't read too much from the judges' questions at oral argument, okay? But they seemed mildly troubled that there was such a mountain of prior bad act evidence. But at the end of the day, they said that the prejudice did not outweigh the probative value to the point where reversal is warranted. Real quick, the other 2 points was one of the jurors had written a book about predatory conduct of males. I don't know if the viewers remember that, and the judge allowed that juror to remain on, ostensibly over a challenge for cause. And then the third one was about expert witnesses. The state was allowed to put on a couple of experts about how behavior of rape victims is counterintuitive, things like waiting to tell, but disallowed the defense from similarly calling experts. But again, the Court of Appeals wasn't moved by it. The conviction's affirmed, as you just said, he's there 23 years. And then by direct analogy to the Avenatti discussion 5 minutes ago, he faces another case in California, okay? And many of us, you know, legal pundits said at the time, I think I told you that a lot of times that's really just an insurance policy if the first case is reversed. So to translate that, the point is, let's see whether they're really going to go forward with that case. Because as you say, given his age, I believe he's 70 years old, 23 years, you know, you add it all up. I'm not so sure they need to invest that much resources, but I'm not telling anybody what to do, you know, on another whole case.
No, that's interesting. He does have yet another higher recourse in New York. His publicist said he's reviewing his options and will seek to appeal this decision to New York's highest state court, the Court of Appeals.
Yeah, let me explain that because it's I think people find it interesting. When you get convicted in New York Supreme Court, which is confusing because it's the lower court, but it's called the Supreme Court. I know you know that, but sometimes maybe the viewers don't. The highest court in the state is the Court of Appeals. That's also confusing. Not sure why we have that terminology. But when you get convicted in Supreme Court, you have the automatic right to appeal to the appellate division of the Supreme Court. There's no discretion on the part of the court. You are mandatorily entitled. You have the right to be heard. Now that the case has been affirmed by the appellate division, however, any further review by the Court of Appeals is discretionary with the Court of Appeals, okay? You're not entitled to have it heard. They can decline. And the statistics are that a very, very small percentage are accepted for appeal. I'm not predicting one way or the other whether they'll take the case. I would tend to doubt it, by the way, only because the issues were fairly straightforward in terms of the affirmance of the conviction. But again, this Court of Appeals is unlikely to review his case, is my point.
All right, Doug, just want to get your thoughts, though, on one that here on Live Now from Fox we have covered from the beginning to the end. We finally got the jury's verdict yesterday there in Fairfax, Virginia. Of course, I'm talking about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial, the jury ruling in Depp's favor, but also somewhat in Amber Heard's favor as well. It was kind of split with this ruling about joint damages, one kind of higher than the other. But Amber Heard's attorneys were on TV today saying that they do plan to appeal and that Amber Heard does not have the funds. She doesn't have the money to pay these damages. I just want to get your thoughts. It's just really captured so many attention.
Well, look, it was an extremely interesting case because from my lens as a practicing trial lawyer, And I heard many other pundits very clearly explain this to their credit. You know, this was a public relations case, and then it was a law case. On the public relations front, Amber Heard fared very, very poorly, and that often can spill over to the way the jury is going to view an individual. On the law X's and O's, she got caught apparently, and I say that because I didn't follow the trial, you know, live, apparently in a number of inconsistencies, and that can hurt you badly before a jury. The old Latin, falso in uno, falso in toto. If you are seen to be untruthful on one, the jury can be instructed to disregard all of your testimony. Now, as far as the outcome, very interesting, because it really was a thumping. First of all, legally, you've heard the experts explain that under New York Times v. Sullivan, it's hard for a public figure, Johnny Depp, to prove defamation because the standard is extremely high. I won't get in the weeds for the viewers, but, you know, actual malice and so on, knowing of the falsity, recklessly disregarding the falsity. He also wasn't named in the actual piece at issue, which was interesting. But again, it was clear, I suppose, that she was talking about him. But be that as it may, when I heard that jury punch her out, to use a term that we use, you know, on New York Times v. Sullivan, across the board, awarding $10 million, and then a whopping $5 million in punitive damages. And I heard you explain, obviously, that there's a statute that limits punitive damages to $350,000, but that's almost irrelevant if we cross-pollinate to the public relations aspect of this. They really punished her hard, and that's extremely unusual in a civil case to see that kind of award. And then lastly, which I know you also explained to your viewers, is that on the counterclaim, it wasn't Johnny Depp who made the statement, it was an agent or a representative of him. So that's a very, very important point, because had Johnny Depp been the defendant, as it were, on that counterclaim, I do not think she would have prevailed, okay? And then lastly, on this question of appeal, a lot of experts have said that she would be in bad shape on the victory on her counterclaim, okay? And the reason for that is very simple, and that is that it's not 100% clear the liability to Depp flowing from the agent. So, you know, again, we see this a lot of times. She doesn't have the money and all of that. We'll see how it plays out. But it was a fascinating case only, again, because of the mix of public relations and then the law.
Totally. You know, when we were speaking to our guests just yesterday, and I was asking them, you know, when in their, you know, careers or in recent memory have they, you know, remembered such a high-profile celebrity case like this. And someone in the New York Times was quoted as saying this is like the OJ trial on cocaine. I thought that was an interesting way to describe it. But just your thoughts on that. I mean, just having watched this from the outside.
Well, first of all, I'm surprised they said it's the OJ trial on cocaine, because the standard formulation on that is it's the OJ case on steroids. Okay?
Yes.
That's what we always say, right? No, but it was like the OJ case. You know, again, as a criminal lawyer primarily, although I've done civil work, you know, criminal law is a lot more dramatic. You know, you can be taken out of the room in handcuffs, you know,
right
on the guilty plea. Here, it's just money in play. But again, as far as the, you know, the level of interest in it and the way it played out, it actually was pretty fascinating. And, you know, I'm not going to jump in with editorials about Me Too and who was right or wrong, but I will say that the jury appeared to conscientiously look at the facts of the case and rule accordingly.
Definitely. Doug Burns, as always, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for having me.
Okay, we are going to take just a quick commercial break, though we have a lot more top headlines coming up, including across the pond. We head to London to follow all the latest out of Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee, 70 years on the throne as the reigning monarch over there. We'll be speaking with our royal experts, speaking with our reporters, showing you the sights and the sounds throughout the rest of the weekend, into the weekend, as London is in full celebratory mode. More on that in 2 minutes.
Plenty of pomp and circumstance on display as the Platinum Jubilee celebrations get underway to celebrate Queen Elizabeth II's 70 years on the throne.
Her Majesty, joined by working members of the royal family on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, taking in the sights of the military flyover, featuring more than 70 aircraft. Massive crowds gathered as far as the eye can see, cheering on the monarch and celebrating her reign.
Her Majesty is such a fantastic figure worldwide, and I just have so much admiration for her, as you know, as so many other people do.
Basically come to make memories. It's only going to happen once. You're never ever going to see this again in your lifetime.
The Platinum Jubilee, a 4-day-long celebration kicking off Thursday with Trooping the Color, a military parade steeped in tradition. Prince Charles playing a key role in the ceremony, accepting a salute on behalf of his 96-year-old mother, accompanied by his sister, Princess Anne, and son, Prince William. Spectators traveling from near and far to be part of this historic moment and show their appreciation for the Queen's decades of service.
The Queen's obviously been around for such a long time. She's been the only Queen that we've ever known, so we just felt after all her years of service it was the least we could do, really, to come up and, you know, show our respects and just enjoy all the fun.
Friday celebrations will include a service of Thanksgiving to be held at St. Paul's Cathedral. In London, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline there, thank you so much for that report. In London, of course, we will have special live coverage of this tomorrow, that service of Thanksgiving at St. Paul's Cathedral. Buckingham Palace earlier today said, though, the Queen will not be in attendance due to feelings of discomfort she's been experiencing throughout the day. Of course, she is 96 years old. She's up there in age, and her health is top priority. Well, earlier today, I spoke with Saad Salman. He runs the Royal Watcher blog. He's in London for all of the Jubilee's events. Here's our conversation about what this means for the monarchy in the future and what are the events going into the weekend. Continuing coverage of Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee, 70 years on the throne. We're being joined by Saad Salman. He runs the Royal Watcher blog, and he is in London for all of the festivities. Saad, thanks for being with us. You've been there. You were witnessing the Trooping of the Color parade today. We just showed our viewers the lighting of the beacon at Windsor Castle. Queen Elizabeth was there for that. We just heard, though, she will not be at St. Paul's tomorrow for the service of Thanksgiving due to what Buckingham Palace is saying. She's been experiencing some level of discomfort. Of course, she's 96 years old. What are your first thoughts from being there today?
Yeah, it was an absolutely amazing day. There were massive crowds. I think I have never seen these huge crowds in my life, and many of the people who have been covering royal events for decades say the same, that it's unprecedented numbers of people who have come from around the world to celebrate the Queen. And it was a very spectacular launching of the Jubilee weekend and the celebrations for the Queen's Platinum Jubilee.
Yeah, and so we know the Jubilee decision-making processes, the planning for it has been, years in the making. It's finally here. What are we expecting throughout the weekend as well for events?
So yeah, today, the Jubilee was launched with the Trooping the Color ceremony, which is called the Queen's Official Birthday Parade. And in the evening, we had the Platinum Jubilee beacon lighting, as you've just shown to your viewers. And tomorrow morning, there's a service at St. Paul's Cathedral, which the Queen has just announced that she will not be attending. The following day, there's a big concert at Buckingham Palace, which has stars from around the world and really highlighting the best of Britain and the Commonwealth through a kind of star power. The final event on the fourth day, which is Sunday, is this big Platinum Jubilee pageant with over 5,000 people coming together to parade through the streets of London, really celebrating the 70 years of the Queen's reign and the kind of cultural highlights from that.
Interesting. You and I have spoken so much before kind of about the royal drama that has been in the tabloids, kind of percolating in the press. Anything stand out to you today? I know a lot of people were watching whether or not Harry and Meghan would be there. They were. A lot of people have been talking about Prince Andrew. What stood out to you?
So yeah, I think the drama is definitely at the back of people's mind during the celebration. Yes, it's about the Queen, but the past couple of years we've had so much drama from the royal family that they can't necessarily escape it. Harry and Meghan were there today. Prince Andrew was not. It's announced that he has been diagnosed positive with COVID, so he won't be there tomorrow either, as he was originally expected to be. So with Harry and Meghan, we saw really a transformation of the ceremony. Traditionally, kind of the extended member of the royal family would all appear on the balcony of Buckingham Palace with the Queen, and it's a very big, prominent family occasion. This year, the Queen decided to only have the working members of the royal family. So Harry and Meghan were just glimpsed through a window, but they had no kind of public role at all during today's ceremony. We will see them tomorrow and possibly for the next 2 days. Some were sitting with the extended members of the family, but no longer at the center stage as it used to be.
That's so interesting. Let's talk, though, about the Queen's health. She's 96 years old. She's not attending some of her own Jubilee events due to what the palace is saying is discomfort she's experiencing. What are people there saying on the ground? Are they worried about her health?
Not at all, really. People understand that she's 96. She needs her rest. And her attendance was not expected at any of these events. It was told from the start that it's going to be confirmed on the day or the evening before. So it's very expected that she will cancel this, and maybe she might cancel a few of the other events and not show up because her health, and prioritizing that. Windsor Castle is almost half an hour away, even with security and a whole motorcade from Buckingham Palace, and that trip going there, coming back, she did that today. If she does it tomorrow, that's a lot of traveling for someone of her age and quite difficult for her to kind of manage it all.
Yeah, and you know, Saad, just lastly, you and I have spoken so much about the future of the monarchy. You know, our people across the pond in the UK, are they still interested in it? Does it bring them out by the thousands? And we kind of saw that today. You know, a lot of people who say the future of the monarchy is, you know, long for naught. Not so much today that we saw thousands and thousands come out. Just from like walking around London, I'm sure you've been seeing just markers of the Jubilee everywhere you go, the Union Jack everywhere you go. Just give us that experience from what you've seen since being over there.
Yeah, I think there's almost unprecedented support for the monarchy at this point. Seeing kind of the Jubilee is everywhere. It's in stores you go to, they have Jubilee decorations, there are Jubilee sales. There's bunting everywhere, flags, and the Jubilee emblem is on most shop front windows. So, and the fact that hundreds of thousands of people came out today really reaffirms that the monarchy is here to stay. This year, trooping and the entire focus of the Jubilee celebration is not as much on the Queen herself, but on the future of the royal family, the Prince of Wales, the Dukes of Cambridge, and their children. So it's very interesting how the Queen is setting up this transitional phase, and there's widespread public support for that.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Well, have fun over there. We know there's a few more days left of the celebrations. Saad Salman of the Royal Watcher blog, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and we thank Saad Salman there. We speak to him for a lot of these royal-related stories. We'll also have live coverage starting tomorrow morning as well with more of these events, including the Thanksgiving service at St. Paul's Cathedral there in London. Of course, though, we learned the Queen will not be in attendance for that event. But, of course, she was in attendance for what was known as the lighting of the beacon today at Windsor Castle. We want to just play out some of these sights and sounds. We saw the monarch there. We saw members of her family for a really, really cool event. And then the landmarks around London, Buckingham Palace, Tower Bridge, Windsor Castle, and so many more lit up to honor this special occasion, 70 years on the throne.
Your Majesty, the Commonwealth of Nations globe.
has gone to darkness, and the troubled seas. There's a light that leads the ship back home to shore. A life filled with grace, a heart filled with love, peace on earth and harmony, in the heavens above. A life filled with grace, a heart filled with love, peace on earth and harmony, in the heavens above.
They're trying to work out.
The Hyde
work
Park.
out where it goes. The Hyde Park would be good.
Yeah, we need one more tree.
One more tree.
Yeah.
Are you seeing it over the weekend?
No, I have a tour. My tour started in the U.S.
Look after those.
Yeah. Thanks, Ferguson. It was a pleasure. Harmony.
And you're watching Live Now from Fox. You can see across the pond in the UK, many celebrations are taking place there to honor Queen Elizabeth. This marks her 70 years on the throne. And again, a number of celebrations started today and will be taking place throughout the weekend. And I'm Shirley Descorbeth. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox tonight. We're going to take a short 2-minute break, and after that, we'll be back with more news. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A House committee has passed gun control legislation. They debated on it for hours earlier today. Now, this comes after the shootings in Uvalde and Buffalo, New York. Let's go ahead and listen in.
This will help prevent feedback and other technical issues. You may unmute yourself anytime you seek recognition. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7910 to amend Title 18 United States Code to provide for an
Without
increase.
objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. In the days since the shooting at Tops Friendly Market Store in Buffalo, New York, in the long, sad nights since the shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, and in just the last few hours, as we learned of yet more deadly gun violence in a Tulsa, Oklahoma medical office building, I have turned to a particular teaching in the Talmud. Whoever takes one life, it's as if he kills the entire world. And whoever saves one life, it's as if he saves the entire world. Every life is precious. Let that be the measure of our work here today. When we think about the children in Uvalde, the 9 and 10-year-olds just a few days short of their summer vacations, let us think about the whole world that was snuffed out when each of them died. And as we address the scourge of gun violence, a blight that killed 45,000 Americans in 2020 alone, let us remember that there are no perfect solutions. We are painfully aware that we cannot do enough today to save all of these lives, but that each life we save is an entire world. H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act, links together important, sensible, overwhelmingly popular proposals that will help us to scale back the scope of gun violence in the United States. Representative Anthony Brown's Raise the Age Act would raise the lawful age to purchase an AR-15 semi-automatic assault rifle from 18 to 21 years old. In deeply red Wyoming, the state with the most guns per capita in the Union, this is already the law with respect to many firearms. And I note with great sadness that the suspected shooters in both Buffalo and Uvalde were only 18 years of age. Representative Robin Kelly's Prevent Gun Trafficking Act would establish new federal offenses for gun trafficking and straw purchasing, problems she is as familiar with in Chicago as we are in New York, where the vast majority of firearms used in criminal activity are transported into the city from out of state. Representative David Cicilline's Untraceable Firearms Act would ensure that ghost guns are subject to existing federal firearms regulations. A deadly weapon is a deadly weapon, even if you build it from a kit in your garage. A trio of gun storage proposals, Representative Rosa DeLauro's Ethan's Law, Representative Alyssa Slotkin's Safe Guns, Safe Kids Act, and Representative Sheila Jackson Lee's Kimberly Vaughn Firearm Safe Storage Act, would establish voluntary best practices for safe firearm storage and award grants for firearm storage assistance programs. There are nearly 400 million firearms in America today. We should at least ensure that they're stored safely and away from our children. Representative Dina Titus's Closing the Bump Stock Loophole Act would build on existing regulations banning the manufacture, sale, or possession of bump stocks for civilian use. Remember, it was the Trump administration that first enacted this ban on devices that essentially convert semi-automatic weapons into machine guns and serve no purpose other than to maximize carnage, as we learned when they were used in the deadly shooting in Las Vegas that killed 58 people in 2018. Finally, Representative Ted Deutsch's Keep Americans Safe Act would ban the sale, manufacture, and illegal possession of gun magazines that hold more than 10 rounds of ammunition. High-capacity magazines are designed for mass killing and have been the accessory of choice in some of the bloodiest shootings in our history, including the 2007 shooting at Virginia Tech and the 1999 shooting at Columbine High School. I am reminded that the shooter in Aurora, Colorado in 2012 murdered 12 people and not the entire movie theater only because his 100-round magazine jammed during the shooting. At the outset, let me say that each of these proposals is wildly popular with the American public, although that has not stopped many Republican officials from speaking out in recent days against passing sensible gun safety legislation. Because we know from experience that few events expose the emptiness of the gun lobby's rhetoric, like the mass murder of school children, allow me to rebut some of my Republican colleagues' arguments in advance. Nobody seriously believes that Hollywood or video games are to blame for the epidemic of gun violence in America. Our children watch the same movies and play the same games as children in Canada and England and Japan. But only in the United States do we ask the parents of elementary school children to stand in line so we can match their DNA to the remains of their children, because only the United States is awash in 400 million guns. You say that these deaths were caused by a lack of mental health care? I agree that we need to do more for those in our communities who may be in crisis. And I hope that you will join me the next time we are asked to fund such initiatives. I expect that many of my Republican colleagues will not. But I note again that other countries have people who are just as sick Americans, and that those countries do not experience the gun violence that we do here. You say it's too soon to take action, that we are politicizing these tragedies to enact new policies? It has been 23 years since Columbine, 15 years since Virginia Tech, 10 years since Sandy Hook, 7 years since Charleston, 4 years since Parkland and Santa Fe and the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. It has been 3 years since El Paso. It has been a week since we learned again that gun violence can reach any of our children and grandchildren at any time, and that no number of armed guards can guarantee their safety. It has not even been 24 hours since the last mass shooting, and who knows how long until the next one. Too soon? My friends, what the hell are you waiting for? You say that none of the solutions proposed here will stop gun violence in America? Well, there, sadly, I agree. This bill will not alone save every life we will lose to gun violence this year, but it will save some. It might have saved those children in Uvalde, and whoever saves one life, it's as if he saved the entire world. The American people are begging for us to address this crisis. Let us not wait 1 second longer. I urge my colleagues to support the Protecting Our Kids Act, and I yield back. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, life is precious, especially the lives of children. What happened in Uvalde, Texas is tragic. It is every family's worst nightmare. Our hearts go out to the Uvalde community and especially to the families who've lost loved ones last week in this evil act of violence. And of course, there's what happened yesterday in Tulsa and a few weeks ago in Buffalo, and our hearts go out to those families as well. No one wants another tragedy. No one wants this to happen again. That's why it's regretful that Democrats have rushed to a markup today in what seems more like political theater than a real attempt at improving public safety or finding solutions. The Democrats never once reached out to us to seek our input on the legislation we are considering here today. Protecting children is not a Republican or Democrat issue. The Democrats cobbled together a package of measures. This is not a real attempt, in my judgment, to find solutions. Everyone here knows the reality. Democrats are in control of the House. Anything that you and Speaker Pelosi want to pass, you can pass. And frankly, you've already passed numerous bills related to firearms this Congress. But because those bills are radical attempts to legislate away Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens, the Senate has not taken up the legislation, just like it won't take up this bill. What we are doing here is just designed to appeal to Democratic primary voters. The bill won't make our schools safer. It will hamper the rights of law-abiding citizens, and it will do nothing to stop mass shootings. We need to get serious about understanding why this keeps happening. Democrats are always fixated on curtailing the rights of law-abiding citizens rather than trying to understand why this evil happens. Until we figure out the why, we will always mourn losses without fixing the problem. Our job is to figure out the why. The bill that Democrats are putting forward today does not help us to understand what's really driving some young men to commit these heinous acts. The bill before us is short-sighted and not solutions-oriented. It's a one-size-fits-all approach that punishes law-abiding citizens while doing nothing to make our communities safer. We all want to keep children safe in school, but this bill wouldn't do that. This bill is just another Democrat attack on the Second Amendment, and it's likely just the start. President Biden has said he wants to ban all 9mm handguns. Where does it end? The American people expect and deserve more from us than political charades that rehash old ideas and don't actually solve the underlying problems. Mr. Chairman, we should do better than this. I yield back and look forward to the debate on the legislation.
Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7910, offered by Mr. Nadler of New York.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will recognize myself to explain the amendment. The amendment makes only cosmetic changes and makes no substantive changes to the bill. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
A few minutes before this hearing, I spoke to Mr. Garza. I spent time with Mr. Garza in Uvalde this past Sunday. A-Marie, just a baby in the 4th grade, dialed 911. She may have saved or tried to save many lives. In the pillage, carnage, and death, what was to be a wonderful ending of her 4th year in school. She didn't have that opportunity. Mr. Garza lost his only child. He pleaded on behalf of broken parents, many of whom could not speak, for us to do something. For us to do something. Look at the faces. These are not class graduation pictures. They're dead children. Just like the dead grocery store shoppers in Buffalo, or the people simply seeking a medical appointment in Tulsa. This has been decades of work for many members around this table, including myself. Chairman, H.R. 7910, Protecting Our Kids, is a combination of humanity, courage, decency, and action. I'm holding the Constitution. I don't see a match that's lit the Constitution that has extinguished it. I don't see any elimination of the Second Amendment that needs a constitutional process to even address that question. I asked the NRA, Mr. Wayne LaPierre, meet with us. We're in a crisis of death. We have a war on the children of America. I, for one, cannot stand in a stupor of stupidness. I believe it is crucial that what we did some years ago, sit on the floor of the House when we were in Republican control after Sandy Hook, just to do something. And here we are again. And I remember the words of John Lewis, who said, "Where is the heart of this body, the Congress? Where is our soul? Where is our moral leadership? Where is our courage?" From Columbine, of which I served at that time on the Columbine Task Force, to the countless numbers of children that have died because guns have not been stored or guns did not have a device, as the storage bills reflect. This is the question of whether or not we as Americans are blind. Do we only see the power and money of gun manufacturers? Are we not sensitive to Boulder, Atlanta, Tree of Life, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, Las Vegas, San Bernardino, Gilroy, Garlic, Washington Navy Yard, Sandy Hook Elementary, Virginia Tech, Aurora, the Sikh Temple, Emmanuel African Methodist Church, or Santa Fe in Texas, near my district? El Paso, if I did not mention it. And so today, I'm reminded of the great and outstanding work of my colleagues. I thank you. You have introduced these bills over and over again, and I'll have an opportunity to discuss how important your legislation is, but we are not finished. The assault weapons ban is a necessity. A 7-week waiting period is a necessity. Actions against manufacturers to give civil liability is a necessity. And countering the cycle of violence is a necessity. I end by simply saying Kimberly Vaughn died in Santa Fe. She was 17 years old. Her mother is still in pain in Texas. And I'm calling on all of you to have a sense of humanity, courage, decency. God knows we need action, for it is a sin and a shame on us. Not this Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nadler. You have done great work on the House and the Senate, and then to the President's desk. Shame on us if we can't move legislation now. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move strike left forward, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. It's obviously with a heavy heart that we're all participating in this markup today. Words cannot adequately express the horror that all Americans felt last week as we learned of the 21 innocent lives that were lost at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, which only added to the deep sadness we all felt a short time earlier when 10 people were senselessly killed in Buffalo. Given the shock and the revulsion that we all feel from those two horrific crimes, it's easy to understand why we're considering this legislation today. It's only human nature to search for answers and feel the need to do something to address a situation this troubling and this concerning. But the question we need to ask ourselves before we act, Mr. Chairman, is what actions can we take in a constitutionally permissive manner that will actually help make the American people, particularly school children, safer? The most obvious answer to that question is that we can take action to make our schools more secure. After the tragic shooting in Parkland, Florida, former sheriff himself led a bipartisan group of members, myself included, in reauthorizing and expanding the Cop Secure Our Schools grant program. That program provides necessary funds to states and local school districts to strengthen security measures at schools across the country. The money can be used for metal detectors, to adopt security plans, to train school officials, to hire school resource officers, including retired police officers, and to help identify students with mental health issues. The students and teachers, but there's always room for improvement. And that's one area where I believe we could be working together to find common ground and make students safer, and it would be immediately. I also think we could work together on methods to better address the mental health crisis that's facing so many of our nation's youth today. Too often, the shootings that occur are perpetrated by primarily young men who feel marginalized and who appear to be suffering from some form or another of mental illness. Finding a way to identify these young people earlier and to help get them the treatment that they need before the tragedy strikes is a goal upon which I think we could all agree. As I mentioned earlier, the Secure Our Schools grant money can be used for that purpose. But as we saw in Buffalo, the issue is broader than just in our schools. There was also some agreement on bump stocks, which is why the ATF under President Trump acted to ban them. As most of us know, there's still an ongoing challenge in the federal courts against this ban, which is probably why a provision banning bump stocks is included in the legislation being considered today. I understand the intention here, but I would probably, I think it'd be more effective if we allowed the court cases semi-automatic rifles by those under the age of 21. I think this is another area where some form of bipartisan agreement might be possible. However, considering that a similar prohibition in California was just ruled unconstitutional by the Ninth Circuit of all courts 3 weeks ago, it would probably be more prudent that we review that decision and try to determine what could be accomplished in accordance with the Second Amendment. Simply moving forward with a provision that even the Ninth Circuit thinks is unconstitutional really isn't doing anybody any good. And that's the crux of my argument against this legislation. The majority is simply acting quickly because they believe it's important to act quickly. In doing so, I'm afraid they're foregoing an opportunity to actually work together and hopefully produce a better piece of legislation, which is what they're apparently trying to do in the Senate. We could do it in the House as well, Mr. Chairman, but not if the majority is so focused on the speed of the legislation rather than its merits. I think we should stay focused on the merits. Unfortunately, that's not what we're doing today. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, a statement from Representative Rosa DeLauro, whose legislation, Ethan's Law, is an important component of the Protecting Our Kids Act, will be entered into the record. For what purpose does Mr. Cohen seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
This is no rush to action. This has been delayed for decades. I was here 15 years ago when Virginia Tech was the site of a mass killing. And in 15 years, we haven't gotten gun laws changed and reformed. This bill, which is somewhat of a compilation of other laws, all should have been law before but should be law today. And the Democrats are not rushing to anything. The public is demanding that we take action because they've seen what happened in Uvalde, Texas. They've seen what happened in Buffalo. They've seen what happened last night in Tulsa. It is happening all too often, and it's deadly. Assault weapons were banned from 1994 to 2004. It was constitutionally permissible. It wasn't until 2008 in the Heller decision when Justice Scalia said that people had a right, based on the Second Amendment, to protect their homes with reasonable weapons, and said that that was not something that would prohibit government from having more restrictive laws on people who had mental health problems and or people who had criminal backgrounds or other possible changes in the law. The Second Amendment, like the First, is not absolute. The First Amendment, you cannot defame people. You cannot go into a theater and holler fire. There are limits, and there are limits to the Second Amendment. And assault weapons is one of those limits we've had for 10 years. During that time, we had less mass killings in this country, and we should have it again. Assault weapons are made to kill. The picture that Miss Jackson Lee had up here of those 19 children, the last time you'll be able, or anybody would be able to recognize some of them, because when they're hit with an assault weapon, they cannot be identified. They are obliterated, and they need DNA to identify them. They put holes in their bodies so large that there's no way they could survive. They are weapons of war and weapons of death and weapons of destruction that we should not permit out here. And when somebody who's 18 years old and right after their birthday, they go and one of the first things they do is buy an assault weapon, that should be a red flag. Where is that person coming from? That's what they want on their 18th birthday, is an assault weapon. They got a problem, which means we got a problem, which means those 19 kids and their parents and those 2 teachers have a problem forever. The NRA has too much of a grip on this Congress and on the Senate. It needs to stop. They're in the business of representing gun manufacturers and selling guns and selling ammunition and not caring about what it does to innocent human beings. They don't care about children. It's not just schools, Mr. Shabbat. My friend Mr. Shabbat talked about the school bill. Yeah, it's terrible what happened in Uvalde and in Parkland, et cetera. But it's movie theaters. It's grocery stores. It's anywhere in America. There's something gun-crazed about our country that we need to deal with. This isn't going to stop all the killings, but it'll stop some. Will it stop a law-abiding citizen? Sometimes, maybe. Will it stop non-law-abiding citizens? Yes. And that's what we need to see, that there are good background checks and that there are limits on who can get an assault weapon. These are changes that our country wants and that this bill addresses. Bump stocks, the issue with keeping them in the courts, that's an issue about jurisdiction, not about bump stock and the ability of the Congress to outlaw them. It's whether justice could do it through rules and regulations. We need to do it by law. And ghost guns should be prohibited. Now there's some newfangled deal that I've come across in the city of Memphis where they've intercepted some metal parts that have come in from China that turn pistols into semi-automatic weapons into fully automatic weapons. Customs and Border Protection in Memphis have seized 40 devices recently that turn semi-automatic handguns to fully automatic. Now we're working on that. That should be prohibited too. There's something wrong in America, and this committee needs to deal with it today, and it will. I appreciate Mr. Cicilline's bill that does ban assault weapons. I had an amendment to do that today because it needed to be debated and it needs to be enacted. But for considerations of Mr. Cicilline's precedence on this bill, I'm not going to offer it today. But we need to pass it, and we need to pass everything here, and it's time that our Republican colleagues stopped offering just thoughts and prayers, but offered solutions and cared about the people who are dying. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back for what purposes the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the day after the Uvalde shooting, I had the opportunity to meet with CBP Chief Ortiz and also talk with marshals who were on the scene in that school. I happened to be in South Texas at that time. And it is not a tragedy. It is beyond a tragedy. A tragedy imputes some kind of non-intentional or accidental event. This was beyond that. This was a deliberate, malicious, evil event by this 18-year-old young man. And so it's beyond a tragedy, and it most certainly does need to be addressed and needs to be investigated further. There have been multiple accounts, as there normally would be, from parents, from law enforcement who was on the scene, from Border Patrol agents, the BORTAC unit, et cetera. I hope that we can get to the bottom of exactly what transpired there so we understand it more fully. I also express more than just heartfelt thoughts towards the families who were affected and the community itself that was impacted by this. But I also think it's important, Mr. Chairman, to consider a whole host of additional pieces of information. And I'm throughout the course of the day, I will submit various studies, articles dealing with these gun shootings. For instance, Mr. Chairman, I submit for the record a piece entitled "Chicago's had most mass shootings in the U.S. since 2018. What's the solution?"
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's from CBS Chicago that was discussing that post Uvalde. And also, Mr. Chairman, another piece called "Chicago had 971 shootings in the first half of the year. While violence is trending down from the pandemic peak, it is still way too high."
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The left and the Democrats' response to virtually every problem is to take more power and control into the national government and take away individual rights or throw taxpayers' money at the problem, sometimes both. That's why they tend to exacerbate virtually every problem without resolution. They misidentify the cause of virtually every effect. The misuse of guns for criminal or even evil purposes is another example. Millions of Americans safely and responsibly own and use guns. Previous Democrat-controlled departments of justice have conservatively estimated that guns are used 1.5 million times per year to save lives. I repeat, the Department of Justice under Democrat control and leadership under Democrat administrations have done their studies and conservatively estimated that guns are used 1.5 million times per year to save lives. Other studies have put that number as high as 2.5 million times per year that a gun is used to save life. Most of the time, the vast majority of the time, it is merely by brandishing a weapon that that stops the violent criminal conduct without having to shoot. The idea that disarming Americans who lawfully, legally own guns, the idea that disarming them will produce a safer, crime-free America is simply not true. I will be going into the Australia studies I will go into the 17-nation international studies as we go throughout this day. We will review again in my comments from time to time the Chicago, Portland, New York City, Seattle, and other bastions of left-wing gun-controlled areas where the public is not safer because of the gun control laws. In fact, they are more at risk. Mr. Chairman, this is an important hearing. I think it's probably premature in relationship and being driven by the response to Uvalde, and I understand that. But I also think that sometimes visceral reactions might overshadow the statement of facts that we need to discuss. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition? Ms. Garcia.
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for many of us in Texas, our souls are crushed, our hearts are broken, but many minds are wondering, why is this still happening? No, this is not rushing. No, it's not premature. 23 years have passed since Columbine, and the time is now to act. Enough is enough. We cannot allow another disgrace like what happened in Uvalde to tear apart one more community and to tear up more families. Jacqueline Cáceres, Makina Lee Elrod, Jose Manuel Flores, Ileana Garcia, Irma Garcia, Asaya Garcia, Ameri Joe Garza, Javier Lopez, J.C. Carmelo Loivamos, Tess Mata, Miranda Mathis, Eva Mireles, Elithaya Ramirez, Annabel Rodriguez, Maitai Rodriguez, Alexandria Lexi Rubio, Leila Salazar, Jayla Nicole Silgorio, Eliana Cruz Torres, Rogelio Torres. These are the names of the 19 children and 2 teachers, innocent lives tragically lost. Children, now angels, watching us from above to see what we are doing. One young man pulled the trigger, but we all have failed them. America has failed them, and the other thousands of children that have died as a result of gun violence. Republicans are complicit in Uvalde's negligence and neglect to responsibly address comprehensive gun reform. Republicans are complicit in the shooter in Buffalo for encouraging white supremacy and promoting replacement theory. Republicans are complicit of the lives lost at Pulse, Florida, for their homophobic and anti-human rights narrative. Republicans are complicit in the massacre in El Paso for their anti-Latino, anti-immigrant narrative and for putting gun lobbying interests above people's lives. House Democrats stand with the victims and their loved ones. We stand to act for the people, not gun interests. We have been consistent. We are not rushing. We have already passed some bills. They're all solutions. They're not premature. We have passed reforms and measures to ensure that we're protecting our communities and most especially our little children, our angels. The community that was assaulted here in Texas was a predominantly Latino community. So to my neighbors in Uvalde, I say this, no los vamos a olvidar. No vamos a olvidar los nombres y las caras de los 19 niños que perdieron su vida. No olvidamos los responsables de esta tragedia. Seguimos luchando hasta cuando ya pasemos reformas de la violencia de armas de fuego. Gracias. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
Clerk will report the amendment.
No, he's talking about the amendment nature of substance.
Oh, the gentleman strikes the last word. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the atrocity in Uvalde is shocking and heartbreaking in so many ways. The slaughter of innocents is the greatest of all human crimes, and I think it rightly prompts soul searching by all men and women of goodwill for the causes and remedies. It's disturbing, though, some have used this and other recent attacks to justify either partisan attacks like we just heard, or policies as before us today to make it harder for law-abiding citizens to obtain firearms in the hope that by doing so, that someday maybe they'll become unavailable to the lawless. I think this overlooks the obvious immediate action that is long overdue in this world of sin and woe. You know, if you walk into any bank in this country, you'll see at least one armed guard whose purpose is to protect our money with lethal force. And yet at Uvalde and in so many other school shootings, we were not willing to protect our children with the same force as we protect our money. No one gives a second thought to an armed guard at a bank, yet the left is outraged by the mere suggestion of placing an armed guard at every school filled with innocent children. And when are we going to get serious and take the world as it is rather than how we wish it should be? Even for those trained and licensed to carry concealed weapons, it was against both state and federal law to bring a firearm into the Robb Elementary School. Every administrator, every teacher, every janitor obeyed that law. The only person who didn't was the madman. And that, in a nutshell, is the danger of gun control laws. You know, we have more than 50 years of experience now with these laws. They are extremely effective at disarming law-abiding citizens, as they were that tragic day in Uvalde. They are extremely ineffective at disarming madmen and criminals, as they also were that day. They create an environment where the gunman is king. Now, after every tragedy, politicians rush to pass more gun control laws, as we're doing today. We've been doing this now for 50 years. If these laws actually worked, wouldn't things be getting better by now rather than worse? The proportion of households with firearms has dropped significantly in the last 40 years. Shouldn't things be getting better and not worse? Meanwhile, we've neglected the obvious. The dangerously mentally ill are not confined and treated as they were in the past. I calculated in California alone, we'd have roughly 100,000 more mentally ill confined in mental facilities today if we maintained the same proportion of the population as in 1960. Those 100,000 dangerously mentally ill are out on our streets instead. Secondly, gun criminals often escape prosecution at the hands of woke district attorneys. Let me give you just one example. Hunter Biden illegally acquired a handgun despite being an admitted drug addict, a handgun that ended up being taken out of a public trash can 500 feet from a school. He also lied on his Firearms Act.
And you're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to cut from that to bring you some breaking news happening in Centerville, Texas. Authorities are saying that 5 bodies were found at a home in Centerville, Texas. They believe that an escaped inmate might be responsible for this particular incident. Again, authorities are saying that they found 5 people possibly murdered, where an escaped inmate by the name of Gonzalo Lopez was last seen in May. We're gonna listen in to what this individual has to say here on Live Now from Fox. Okay, so that authority, that investigator stepped away, but again, we just want to update you on what is happening here. This is a scene. You can see there's police presence out there. We're told that 5 bodies have been found at a home in Centerville, Texas. Authorities are telling us that they believe an escaped inmate by the name of Gonzalo Lopez might be responsible for those particular murders. We last told you about this inmate a few months ago. A couple weeks ago, we're told that he was last seen in May, and we want to bring you his photo right now. And that right there is his photo that authorities have released to the public. We know that there is, they are offering an award for his, for information leading to his arrest. Again, they are saying that he is armed and dangerous. He is 46 years old. And again, we want to show you the scene, but I want to let you know a little bit more about this escaped inmate and the manhunt that is currently underway. So it has been 3 weeks since Gonzalo Lopez escaped from custody, and right now there is a manhunt underway after bodies, we're told 5 bodies were found at a home in Centerville, Texas. Now authorities say he took off, and hopefully authorities at the scene there will update us with the latest information there. That's a look at the scene. So again, authorities are saying 5 people were found murdered at a home in Leon County. That's the area where the escaped inmates Gonzalo Lopez was last seen. He was last seen in May, and now there is a police presence in the area. And now there are multiple law enforcement agencies across the region that are on the lookout for a 1999 white Chevy Silverado pickup truck with the possible plates DP V4520 that could be connected to Lopez's escape. Again, this is in Centerville, Texas. And I want to bring back up his photo, that escaped inmate here. You can see him there. And that tweet from the authorities. Actually, let's go ahead and listen in to what they have to say right now here on Live Now from Fox.
My name is Jason Clark, Jason Clark, C-L-A-R-K. I'm the Chief of Staff for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I begin tonight with some tragic news. 5 individuals were murdered in a residence not far from this location. While investigators were inside, while investigating some leads that were inside the search perimeter, law enforcement agencies received a call from a concerned individual who had not heard from their relatives today. At approximately 6 p.m., law enforcement officers responded to a residence on Highway 7 and discovered 5 bodies inside the residence, 2 adults and 3 children. Missing from the residence is a 1999 white Chevy Silverado, license plate number DPV 4520, and we do believe at this time that the prime suspect is Gonzalo Lopez. Lopez may be driving this vehicle, and so we ask the public to be on the lookout. Again, it's a white 1999 single cab silver or white Silverado that has damage on the driver's side. And it's also believed that Lopez may be armed. So should you see this vehicle, we ask that you call local law enforcement. Please know that this remains a very active investigation. In fact, the crime scene is still being processed at this time by both Leon County and DPS. But please know that we will not rest until Gonzalo Lopez is in custody. A massive manhunt is underway by local, state, and federal officials to track his movements and bring him into custody. Please know that he cannot run forever. And I would urge Lopez to give up at this time, because he will be brought to justice and he will be brought into custody. At this time, I'm going to take some questions.
What evidence, I know that you all were saying earlier in conferences that you all believe he's in the area. What evidence that you all still have any that shows that he's still in this area and that he could have done this?
I'm not going to get into specific evidence, but there is some information for us to lead to believe that Gonzalo Lopez was the individual that broke into that residence and committed these murders.
Do you know if he had any relation to the people inside that house?
We don't believe that at this time. These individuals, this is not a residence, a permanent residence, is more of a weekend home. And these individuals were seen earlier this morning. So we do believe that those homicides took place at some point this afternoon, likely afternoon.
How were they killed?
I'm not going to get into those details.
Long bed or short bed on that white truck? And is it single cab or double cab?
It is a single cab, and it appears to be a short bed with some damage on the driver's side.
Did the white Chevy that you guys are searching for, is that owned by one of the victims? We ran the license plate for the owner of that, and they have a laundry list, it looks like, of violent offenses. What can you tell us about that?
Sure. That pickup is actually just a farm truck, and it was parked there at the residence. They had purchased it some time ago. It's unclear whether they had actually registered it in their names. Again, it's just a farm truck that we believe Lopez stole.
What would you say to those who have been watching the manhunt and are a little bit concerned about concerned about the Texas Department of Criminal Justice finding Lopez with another murderer right now still on the run, Jose Diaz? What trust or what hope would you give them with another murderer still on the run that happened under the Texas Department of Criminal Justice's custody?
Sure, I'll just tell you that we're not going to rest until he's in custody and brought to justice. Lopez is obviously a killer. He has a disregard for human life. We know that. Law enforcement knows that. And so we'll continue to search for him doggedly until he's brought into custody.
What do you know about the family that was found dead? 2 adults and 3 children that were found dead in the home where apparently the suspect was. What do you know about this family?
The family is not local. They are from the Houston area. And again, this was not a primary residence. This was a weekend residence. Their loved ones became concerned whenever they were unable to contact them. And that's what led investigators to that residence. I will tell you that we have cleared that area and cleared that residence multiple times. That is within our search perimeter, and TDCJ remained in this area. I can tell you that that residence was within our primary search perimeter. TDCJ has kept personnel in this area. Just today we had more than 40 roving officers that were in this area. But again, that residence had been cleared multiple times, and we believe that that family showed up at that residence today.
We have viewers from Houston. Do you know what part of Houston?
I'm sorry?
Had you made contact, like talk to them on the phone before they came here, contacting all the families as you made the perimeter? Had y'all ever spoken to them? Did they know that a search was going on?
Yes. So as far as contact, we would place evidence tape on the residences to indicate that they had been searched. And I know that we have had multiple conversations with residents all throughout this area.
The Houston family, did they know coming to their house? Would they have talked to y'all? Did they know that this area was being searched?
Let for this truck to get by. I can't speak specifically on whether that family, whether we had contact specifically with them, but I can tell you that this has been a significant amount of media coverage throughout the area. We have a command post that is set up nearby. We have more than 40 roving officers in and around this area, to include roving around that. to include also evidence tapes that's placed on residents as they're cleared. So, again, TDCJ has continued to search this area, search for Lopez. We did not have evidence that brought him out of this area, and so that's why we remained, and that's why we continued to search.
Is it believed that he's been in that house for more than the 3 weeks, so since this came?
No, it had been cleared multiple times, and so we think that he was in that residence recently.
So how was he able to evade officers, 40 officers for 3 weeks?
I won't get into those details, but obviously he was able to stay within the woods, get into residence to get water and food, and possibly change his clothing.
He's been missing since May 12th. What is your agency's course of action?
Right, the course of action right now is to continue the search. So again, we'll leave no stone unturned, and we continue to search for Lopez. This is not just a TDCJ search. This is a local, a state, a federal search across the entire country.
As for the murders, are you all white? I'm hearing reports that he could be in camo now. Could you talk about maybe what this looks like, what he possibly changed into?
I can't say specifically what he's wearing, but we do believe that he would have potentially taken some clothes from that residence and potentially some firearms.
Jason, he mentioned that this residence was off Highway 7. On the 20th, when you guys announced the update search perimeter, the updated search, you guys reopened Highway 7, and obviously this has been on the mind of all the residents here. I'm sure a lot of them are wondering, what is tomorrow going to look like? What resources are you guys allocating here? What's the course of action?
Sure. So we are continuing to work with DPS and with Leon County. We're going to continue to clear areas, clear residences. But again, I think because the vehicle is missing, there is a belief that he has moved out of the area. With that being said, we will continue to search throughout this area to see if we find any more evidence that puts him out. But I will say again, we've got a missing vehicle, we've got deceased individuals, and so there is a belief that potentially Lopez is in that vehicle and out of this area.
So you're not closing in on that?
Mr. Engel?
On the victims?
I could just tell you that the 2 adults and their 3 minors, I don't have specific ages.
How much manpower was added since you all expanded the search? I know that the FBI and U.S. Marshal was on it, but how much added manpower is on it now with such a serious tragedy that just happened?
I could just tell you that every available resource that is out there is being dedicated to this search.
And you said that do you believe visiting families that was in the residence? Are you guys, so this is an Airbnb, or what is this exactly that they were visiting this home?
No, it's owned by that family, but again, it looks to be a weekend type residence. It wasn't a primary residence.
Do you know when they arrived in the home? Was it Memorial Day? When did they get there?
We believe that they came today.
How can the public help you?
What I would ask from the public is to be on the lookout for that truck. And then also, if you know anything about Gonzalo Lopez or his whereabouts, there's a $50,000 reward for information leading to his arrest. And so I would encourage you to call local law enforcement and so we can get Gonzalo Lopez back into custody.
Do you think your agency failed this family?
Being higher now?
I'm sorry?
Can we possibly see that reward raising to possibly $100,000 with the stakes being higher with 5 people dead?
Yeah, I don't know at this time.
Do you think your agency failed this family?
Look, anytime that you have someone that escapes from custody, that is absolutely something that we have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how that happened. At the end of the day, we will conduct a serious incident review to determine exactly how Gonzalo Lopez was able to break free from his hand restraints, cut open a gate in order to get to the bus driver and stab the bus driver. So that's something that absolutely TDCJ will be doing, is going backwards, conducting a serious incident review to determine how exactly this escape took place.
Do we know the age of the key? Track down the actual truck that he took and drive them through that? I know a lot of trucks, newer trucks do have software in there to track.
Yeah, it's a 99, but I can tell you that certainly that information has gone out to all law enforcement that's out there.
What are your next steps in
relationship between this family and the suspect, or not at all?
It doesn't appear that there's any relationship to this family. It just appears, unfortunately, that Gonzalo Lopez entered that home where the family was at.
What are your next steps in investigating the murders?
Certainly that's something that the Texas Rangers and the Leon County Sheriff's Department is doing right now. So what's happening at the moment is they are at the crime scene going through and processing all of that information as we speak.
Any confirmed sightings of the truck since it left that house?
Yeah, I don't want to necessarily get into that, but I would ask the public to search for that.
Have you notified the Houston family?
The family has been notified.
Can you verify the ages of the children again?
I don't have them, I'm sorry. I just know that they were minor.
Houston's a big area. Do you know what area?
I don't want to specifically say at this time.
Okay.
So do you have any inkling where the vehicle is? Do you have any area closed off right now that you guys suspect it could be?
You know, certainly I don't want to pigeonhole and say that we're looking at a specific area. I just say that we're looking statewide for that vehicle. Gonzalo Lopez has ties to South Texas. We know that. He's a former Mexican mafia gang member. And so obviously that is going to be an area that will be a heightened search area. But I'll just tell you that it's not confined to South Texas. Anywhere in Texas will be a place that we're looking.
When do you think you'll release the identities?
Over here just a few minutes ago. Why? At some point you try to negotiate with these people or never got in touch with him?
No, the SWAT would be in the event that we need to clear additional houses that are in and around the crime scene. We need to make sure that he's not holed up in an additional house. And so that would be the reason for some of those response teams.
Thanks for the information. Do you know when you'll be able to release the identities of those 5 people who died?
I don't. I'll circle back with the sheriff to make sure that whenever that information is available, it will likely come from Leon County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. When do you think the next major update is going to come?
I hope the next update is when he's captured.
You mentioned that the family, the victims, are from Houston. That truck, the plate, the person that owns it, you run the license plate, they're also from Houston. There's no connection between them or Lopez or the owner of that truck at all?
No. So we obviously ran the registration. We know when it was sold to the family, and speaking with the family, that truck was just a vehicle that they parked up here. It was not something that's tied specifically to the suspect.
Lopez has shot at officers before. He was charged for attempted murder for shooting at an officer. Do you guys think, this could be a gunfight when you guys do meet him?
I will just say that Lopez is a person that does not care. He is an individual that has obviously killed and has just killed. And so, again, I think law enforcement will take all the precautions necessary to bring him into custody and bring him to justice.
Were there any?
All right.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you all.
Have a good night. Thank you.
For your time. Thank you.
All right, so that's breaking news out of Centerville, Texas, regarding escaped inmate Gonzalo Lopez. You see his photo on your screen right there. He's 46 years old. We know he escaped in early May, mid-May actually, on May 12th, and we are told that he possibly broke into a home in Centerville, Texas. That's about 2.5 hours northeast of Austin, and he possibly killed 2 adults and 3 kids. We're told the family is from the Houston area, and authorities did not identify those victims, those 5 people who were found dead inside a house in Centerville, Texas. We're told that house is used as a weekend residence, and the family likely showed up to the house today, and Gonzalo likely has something to do with that crime that took place there. And authorities are searching for a white pickup truck. They said it's a Silverado white Chevy pickup truck, and it's missing from the home, and they believe that Lopez is driving around in it. They also mentioned that he is armed and dangerous, and people should be on the lookout for him. They are also offering a $50,000 reward leading up to his arrest. Again, his name is Gonzalo Lopez. He is 46 years old, and initially he was in custody. He was serving sentences for crimes that include killing a man with a pickaxe. His 8 other convictions since 1994 include 1 charge of attempted capital murder for firing a gun at a sheriff's deputy, and 1 charge of kidnapping, and 3 separate counts of aggravated assault. Now, Lopez escaped while he was being driven with other inmates, 15 other inmates, in a bus from a prison in Gatesville, Texas. They were being driven to a medical appointment in the city of Huntsville. Now, he managed to break free out of his handcuffs and to saw his way into the driver's compartment, where he began fighting the driver. That was on May 12th. So it's been a good 3 weeks that this inmate, 46-year-old Gonzalo Lopez, has been on the run, and now authorities there in Texas are on the hunt for him, especially now that they have found 5 bodies. They say a family, 2 adults and 3 kids found dead inside a home. That's the latest here regarding that particular situation in Centerville, Texas. We will continue to bring you the latest. If we have more developments, again, we will bring you those updates as they develop here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a short break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Earlier today, authorities in Tulsa providing an update on that fatal shooting that happened at a medical building in Tulsa. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Source, and that's the Tulsa Police Department. We at the Tulsa Police Department, we grieve with the families after this senseless tragedy. We grieve with the co-workers, and we pray. We pray because we all need prayer. I cannot begin to thank the men and women of the Tulsa Police Department for the immediate response that they had to the incident yesterday. Our training led us to take immediate action without hesitation. That's exactly what officers do, and that's what they did in this instance. They had the right mindset framed and went into action and did a tremendous job. The other first responders that came to the scene, the Tulsa Fire Department, Oklahoma Highway Patrol, Tulsa County Sheriff's Office, the St. Francis Security Team, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, United States Marshal Service, Tribal Police, and other federal and local agencies all responded and descended upon 61st and Yale yesterday. This was not done. This was a coordinated effort. It was not done haphazardly. I also have to thank the dispatchers and call takers at our 911 center that reacted as they were trained. Law enforcement across the nation is dealing with increased violence among people. This is yet another act of violence upon an American city. I will say that as a Tulsa police officer, we train, and we train. And we train for instances such as this. And I'm overwhelmed and proud of the men and women, all those that responded yesterday. Now I want to take some time and go over the timeline with you as we know it today. This information is fluid and can still change, but it is the most accurate information that we have at this point. Before I do that, let me go ahead and provide the names of the victims, and I will allow St. Francis to elaborate more on those victims. We have Dr. Preston Phillips, Dr. Stephanie Huson, Amanda Green, William Love, and our suspect, Michael Lewis. On May 19th, Michael Lewis went into the hospital for a back surgery. The performing physician was Dr. Preston Phillips. Mr. Lewis was released on 5/24, May the 24th. After release, Lewis called several times over several days, complaining of pain and wanted additional treatment. On May 31st, Dr. Phillips saw Mr. Lewis again for additional treatment. Yesterday, June the 1st, Lewis called Dr. Phillips' office again, complaining of back pain and wanting additional assistance. Now, we know through the help of our ATF and their gun tracing that at 2 p.m. on June the 1st, Mr. Lewis purchased a semi-automatic rifle from a local gun store. That semi-automatic rifle was an AR-15 style rifle. We know that Mr. Lewis purchased a semi-automatic handgun, a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol, on May the 29th from a local pawn shop. I now want to go into the shooting timeline. At 4:52 p.m. on June the 1st, a third party who was on a video chat off location with an on-location doctor called 911, saying the doctor told her to call 911, saying there has been a shooting. At 4:53 p.m., we received a 911 call about a shooter in a building. We then continued to receive multiple calls that were more specific on a shooter being on the second floor of the Natalie building on the campus of St. Francis Hospital. At 4:55 p.m., a person called and clarified the Natalie building as the scene of the shooting. The first Tulsa police officers arrived 1 minute later at 4:56 p.m. I want to give some context on the Natalie building. The Natalie building is a 5-story medical office building with numerous offices, rooms, hallways, and so forth. It is an exceedingly complex environment. A tactical situation for an officer to deal with is pretty complex. Officers entered the building on the first floor and made their way to the second floor based on the information they received. While on the second floor of the vast building, officers began yelling, "Tulsa police." This is something that we train to do. As officers were calling out Tulsa police and advancing towards a suspect location, they heard a gunshot. We believe that was the final gunshot, with the suspect taking his own life. The gunshot was at 4:58 p.m., approximately 39 seconds after the first officers entered the building. As officers started clearing the building, they came across a victim that was down in the exam room. Officers requested IMSA to the floor and continued searching for the suspect. This victim later died at the hospital. We found the suspect, and we rescued a female who was hiding under a desk at the suspect's foot. She was there when the suspect took his life. She did not appear to be injured. Officers rescued that victim who was hiding under a desk, but officers also located another deceased victim next to the shooting suspect. Officers continued to search the building for victims or additional suspects and came across another victim that was down in an open area near a nurse's station. At this point, officers began directing first responders, IMSA, and fire to those victims to render first aid. Again, this is something that we work cooperatively with, and we can go into what we call a hot environment with medical personnel and fire personnel and start rendering aid. In that same room there was the victim was at, officers also rescued an elderly female that was in the room. As officers continued to clear the building, they located Dr. Phillips deceased in an exam room. As officers continued to clear the building, they removed multiple witnesses and victims and escorted them from the building. As more officers arrived on scene, we began a methodical search of each floor of the 5-story structure, looking for witnesses and/or victims. Thus far, we have recovered 30 .223 casings from the crime scene. We have also recovered 7 .40 caliber casings from the crime scene. We have also found a letter on the suspect which made it clear that he came in with the intent to kill Dr. Phillips and anyone who got in his way. He blamed Dr. Phillips for the ongoing pain following the surgery. At 5:24 p.m., we received a call from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, and that dispatcher told us a woman on the line whose name they did not have called saying that her husband had killed several people at Dr. Phillips' office. This would have been a half hour after the event occurred. We received 2 follow-up phone calls from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office providing clarifying information. All of this information was after the fact. Once the scene was secure, The Tulsa Police Homicide and Crime Scene detectives began working the scene. They continued work until 3 a.m. this morning. We have now turned that scene back over to the hospital staff at St. Francis. I cannot emphasize enough that we train rigorously over and over and over again for not if, but when, because we have seen the violence that has taken place throughout the United States. And we would be naive not to think that that would not happen in our jurisdiction. So again, to the men and women of the Tulsa Police Department, Oklahoma Highway Patrol, all of the surrounding jurisdictions that descended upon the scene yesterday, I offer a heartfelt thanks, and I hope that each and every citizen that sees an officer today thanks an officer today, because this job is hard. It is difficult.
Thank you, Chief Franklin. I had an opportunity to walk through the clinic this morning, and I did that for two reasons. One of which so that I could see it for myself, more than just the lobby, which is where I was last night, but also so that I could do one thing, which is I represent over 10,000 people that make up the St. Francis health system. And I prayed over each of the areas where it was clear that someone had laid, including the perpetrator. And I, last night, sent a message to our staff, and I just asked them to do two things, one of which is to ask questions, because there are 1,000 questions that we're gonna need to try to answer over the next couple of days, the next couple of weeks, probably next couple of months. But I also asked them to acknowledge that yesterday will change St. Francis, and it is up to us to not allow this horrible event, this situation, we can't allow that to make us want to turn our back on the reason that we're here. We were all called into this profession. Whether you're a physician or a caregiver or a support staff, we were all called into this profession to care for others and to care for our community. And while it's human nature to want to turn our backs right now, to want to walk away, we can't do that, and we won't do that. And so all I ask is for you to continue to support this organization and this community with your prayers, and know that St. Francis will come out of this even stronger still.
I'm struggling with the right things to say in this moment, and maybe that's because there's not any right thing to say. There's no words that can adequately describe the emotions that we have been feeling for the last 18 hours. I'm just going to speak from my heart this morning, so I hope you'll bear with me. First, to the families of our colleagues who were killed. Our hearts break for you. In addition to my administrative role as the Associate Chief Medical Officer, I'm a practicing emergency physician, and I had lunch with Dr. Phillips on Tuesday. We work really closely with our orthopedic team in the emergency department, and I know that all of my colleagues went into medicine to help people. This was their calling. Like Dr. Robertson said, this isn't just a career for them. We are supposed to be the ones that are caring for others during tragedies like this. To think that our caregivers were the victims is just incomprehensible to me. They died while serving others. They died in the line of duty. To the family of Mr. Love, our hearts break for you. I was in our emergency department last night and I saw the trauma hall lined with our trauma team, our emergency department team, staff from the OR, our nurses, techs, respiratory therapists. They are trained just like our police departments are. We so wanted to be able to utilize our skills and training to save these precious lives. To the family of Mr. Love, I'm so sorry we couldn't save you. We are grieving with you. When I woke this morning, I really just wanted this to all be a bad dream, but this is the reality of our world right now. And today our world and our St. Francis family are devastated. We were just starting to process the grief and emotions that being on the front line of a pandemic had left with us, and now this tragedy. But I will reiterate what Cliff said. Our job is to help and heal. And we are here to do our job, even if it's with broken hearts. On behalf of our medical staff, I would like to thank our security team and all of the first responders who, without hesitation or fear, were on scene to do what needed to be done. In the emergency department, we have a special relationship with our first responders. We work very closely with our police department, with IMSA and our other EMS agencies. They are part of the team and we work with them on a daily basis. So thank you for being here for us in our time of need. Thank you for being here when we needed you. Thank you for all you do to serve our community. We have all asked for prayers, and I will reiterate that. Whatever faith you subscribe to, and even if you don't subscribe to a faith, I will tell you that a prayer is just a solemn request for help. And I think we could all agree that our world needs a little bit of help right now. I want to leave you with the prayer that's been on my heart since last night. Lord, I see a world that's dying, wounded by the master of deceit, groping in the darkness, haunted by the years of past defeat. But then I see you standing near me, shining with compassion in your eyes. Jesus, shine down on us. Let your love shine through us in the night. Lord, we want to be your witness. You can take what's wrong and make it right. Thank you.
I'm G.T. Bynum, the mayor of Tulsa. I want to start, I think one of the really important takeaways, a very detailed breakdown that Chief Franklin provided us today, is just how many agencies and entities have lent their expertise to this response. And I want to thank a number of people who are here today to show their support for this team at St. Francis. Our Congressman Kevin Hearn, thank you. Our Sheriff Vic Regalado, my colleagues from the Tulsa City Council, Councilor Lake and Councilor Patrick, Dodson and Fowler, thank you. I've been contacted by the President's administration offering their support. Spoken with Governor Stitt. Governor wanted me to let the team here at St. Francis know that he has directed that all flags in Oklahoma are to be lowered to half staff for the next 4 nights in honor of each of these 4 victims. And I really want to thank the first responders yesterday. It is remarkable that we can be here 17 hours after this happened and hear that breakdown from Chief Franklin in such a detailed way of what happened. And that is not just because the Tulsa Police Department or the St. Francis security team was here all by themselves. It was because there were so many law enforcement experts and first responders here, not just responding to the immediate threat, though I will never forget, I spoke with an officer yesterday who's a seasoned veteran of the department, and he was one of the first people to get here. And he said, Mayor, it was like the beaches of Normandy out there. Everywhere I looked, to my left and my right, there were officers running towards that building, jumping over bushes, getting around anything in their way between them and that threat so that they could save people. That is the law enforcement community that we have here in Tulsa. But I'm also so mindful, I went over to the Family Reunification Center last night. And I saw experts there from the Tulsa County Sheriff's Office and the Tulsa Police Department and so many more, leadership from St. Francis, who were there bringing their expertise in assisting victims of trauma to provide the best care that they could in the immediate aftermath of a great tragedy. And I want to thank them as well. Our focus right now is on grieving. The shooter is dead. The threat that he brought to this campus, that has been ended yesterday. But the days ahead of us and the weeks ahead of us, it is so important for this community to show the team here at St. Francis how much we love you. And I want to thank all of you for coming to work today. Every day for years, including through the worst public health crisis we've ever faced as a city, you have put yourselves at risk to save the lives of people in this city. And I hope you know how much it is appreciated. How grateful this community is for you and your work and the risks that you take, and never even appreciating that you could have to deal with this kind of risk and this kind of premeditated violence. And yet you're still here, ready to save more lives today. This is a remarkable group of people that work at the St. Francis Health System. And so I want to ask my fellow Tulsans, in the days and weeks ahead, and that's the two things I've been asked the most in the last 17 hours. One, people wanting to know the details of what happened and why it happened. Well, I think thanks to the law enforcement collaborative effort, we have a very clear understanding of that at this point. But even more than that, people want to know what they can do to help. We now know who the victims are. There will be a time to memorialize them and to show our support for their families individually. But we also know that our community needs to rally around the heroes who work at the St. Francis Health System. I speak on this as the CEO of another large organization that went through great tragedy in the last few years. I can tell you that individually, on an individual basis, when you say, we would really like people to donate to a fund, or we want everybody in town on Friday to wear pink. When there's a memorial service, we want people there lined up outside. Any one of those individual things can sound like it's not enough to compensate for the loss, and it's not. But I can also tell you that when we went through the murder of Sergeant Johnson and the grievous injury to Officer Zarkishan, the way this community rallied around the men and women of the Tulsa Police Department, the way the people on this campus at St. Francis Health System rallied around the men and women of the police department, it meant so much to our officers and their families and everyone who loves them. the collective impact of this community that is a community of such great love. That collective impact made a profound difference to people who are grieving and going through loss. And so that's what I would ask of my fellow Tulsans. If you want to help, participate in those ways that are going to come up in the days and weeks ahead, where you can show the people at St. Francis how much you love them and you support them, and that this community is here for them. I just want to say, lastly, on behalf of everyone in this community, it isn't enough to tell the team at St. Francis how much we love you and how grateful we are for you. There is nothing that we can say that will make this pain go away. But we will be here with you to walk with you through that process every step of the way. Have no doubt about that. Thank you.
Questions now? Yes, sir.
Yes, Chief, what you're telling us about your men and women and the other law enforcement agencies, which first of all is very reassuring, particularly after what happened in Texas. I just want to say that. Secondly, regarding these victims, the physician who this man was apparently angry at, please tell us about the other three people. Why? It sounds like another physician and perhaps two civilians, who they were and why they were there.
The question is who the other victims were and why they were there. They were there for medical service. The doctor was there providing care. They stood in the way. They stood in the way, and Lewis gunned them down.
So two patients and another physician who worked in the same office?
So there were two physicians, yes. There was a receptionist and there was a patient.
Any other questions? Yeah, can we just get the spelling of first and last name of everyone? We'll send that afterward. Yes, Kevin?
Chief, could you go through the police department's policy for dealing with an active shooter like this? You instruct your officers to go in no matter what. How do you handle something like this? What do they instruct you to do?
When that call goes out, the first officers that arrive confirm that there is an active shooter in progress. We then have an activation that occurs through our 911 that alerts every Tulsa police officer on duty and off duty. It alerts our special response team. It alerts our special operations team. It alerts all of our surrounding areas. Everyone responds en masse. We have all trained together. We've all worked together. We know each other's tendencies through that work. So when we get that call, we are going to disregard any safety measures that we might have for ourselves, and we are going to go in the building to deal with the threat. Our philosophy is we will stop the threat, and we will do that by any means necessary. That's exactly what the mindset of these officers were that responded on the scene yesterday, and they performed heroically, in my opinion, and I cannot thank enough the response not only from our locals, but also from the FBI, the United States Marshal Service, the ATF. All of them responded en masse. And if you were out at the scene, you saw every shoulder patch, every patch on the back of the vest from every different jurisdiction surrounding Tulsa. That's how we train. We train together, we respond together, we work with St. Francis Security, and have the director of security for St. Francis is a retired Tulsa police major. So we are always in constant contact and in sync with one another. This was a massive building, which is, again, what we train on. Large buildings, large structures create obstacles for our officers. between reinforced doors, between cavernous hallways. The shots echoed in the building. So we train to enter the building. If shots are being fired, we are to move rapidly towards those shots. If shots are not being fired, we are going to be more methodical in our approach as we look for signs, and that's what these officers did. When they first entered the building, they saw broken glass. They saw shell casings. They were following those shell casings around and began yelling, "Tulsa police, Tulsa police." And it was then that they heard that final gunshot. They rapidly moved to the area where they heard the final gunshot, but again, it's a cavernous building, and so those shots echoed, and they eventually found the shooter.
Next question. No, right here. Chief, thank you. Blaine Alexander with NBC News. Can you tell us a little bit more what you're hearing from the witnesses that you pulled from the building? We're hearing reports that the gunman passed by some people and said, "I'm not targeting you, I'm looking for a specific person." Is that the case? And then secondly, you mentioned the other three that were in the way. Is there any evidence to indicate that they were standing intentionally trying to block or shield the doctor, or were they just in the gunman's way?
I don't have any information on what the witnesses are reporting as of right now. I cannot speak to that. But I do know that the suspect, when he came into the building, into that office complex, he began firing. He began firing at anyone that was in his way. There are reports that one of the victims held the door for someone to allow them to escape out of the back door and was shot and killed.
Next question. Sarah. The victims, I was going to ask just to clarify, Amanda was the receptionist, I believe, and William was the patient?
Yes, that is correct.
William was the one who was taken to the hospital in critical condition originally?
Yes.
Clarification on that?
Amanda was the victim, and she was the receptionist, and the other was a patient and was taken to the hospital and later died.
And building on that, just one more question. Can you give us an update on any other victims that were wounded and may still be in care, or give us some information on that? Because I know there's been conflicting information coming forward too.
Okay, the question is if there are any additional victims that are wounded or in care at this moment, and I don't believe that there is at this moment, so that should quash that rumor.
Okay, next. Yes. Can you talk about how the shooter actually got in the building and how he got to the second floor? Did he use an elevator? Did he use stairs?
The question is, how did the shooter get to the second floor? The Natalie building has a parking garage attached to it with a second floor entrance. The suspect parked on the second floor of the building and entered through that second floor entryway and worked his way into the building.
Any questions? Yep. Yes.
Around the same time this happened, we got a release from Muskogee PD about a bomb threat that you guys had tipped them off by. Is that connected to this at all?
The question is about a bomb threat that came in through Muskogee Police Department. That did come in. We are still working to determine exactly how that came in. We do know that there was a response in Muskogee towards a bomb call. I believe it was at the suspect's residence, but we are still working through that portion to determine exactly what transpired there.
Any questions here? Yes.
When we talked before, you said that the gun control measure you support is locking up guns. Yet here we are. It's been a terrible season of gun violence in Tulsa. Do you support even a basic red flag law, any background check, anything like that?
The question is on gun legislation and what I support. I will tell you this. I go out and I execute the law. There are legislators that legislate the law, that create the law. And I am more than happy to work with legislators if they want to bend my ear from a law enforcement perspective and ask what we need. I am more than willing to sit down and provide that information to legislators.
Thank you, Chief. Next question. Yes, in the back.
The question is, did police have any history with the gunman, Lewis? We are still working through that as well. He is from Muskogee, and so we are still working through that to determine exactly what his contact with law enforcement may have been.
Any questions from here? Yes.
Do you know which one of the victims held the door open to let people escape?
The question is, which one of the victims held the door open to allow people to escape? I don't know that I have that information. I do know that the patient victim held a door closed, I believe, is the information that I have, to allow someone to escape out of another door.
Next question. Yes, Russell.
You said that the shooter wanted additional help from this surgeon. Are we talking about, did he want drugs? Was he trying to get more medication? Was this an opioid situation, or do you know at this point?
The question is whether or not the victim wanted additional help in the form of drugs from the medical doctor, and that is information that what we currently know is that Lewis was in pain. Lewis expressed that he was in pain and was not getting relief, and that was the circumstance surrounding this entire incident. So we will continue to develop this investigation and release information regarding more intricate details such as that.
Quick follow-up. Last night, the officers on the scene told us there were additional gunshot injuries. And you're pretty specific that nobody's being treated right now, but were other people injured by gunfire during the incident?
The question is, were other people injured by gunshots regarding this incident?
All of the additional victims were treated and released.
So there were additional victims, just to be clear.
There were additional I'm so sorry.
Yes,
There were some additional wounded patients, but that is private information, obviously, and they were treated and released from the emergency department.
Can you say how many?
I don't have that number right now.
From gunshots or from the chaos?
I don't have that information right now.
Okay, Naomi?
So you had said that his wife called to the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office. Did she know what was going on, or did she hear what happened and then said, that's my husband?
The question is that earlier I stated that the wife of the suspect called police and relayed information to police. The information that we currently have is that she did not know what was going to take place, but that he contacted her either before the shooting took place or during the shooting and to let her know what he had done.
Okay, Rick?
I have a logistical question, then I got a...
Who's it for?
Well, St. Francis.
Okay.
If there's donations or anything, where do you want people to drop off these items? I mean, obviously the community groups by leaving flowers and things like that.
So the question was about community support and where would we want donations and other things left. I would say, let me answer this in two ways. First of all, St. Francis is a family and we will take care of our own. But we also recognize the need, both locally and quite frankly nationally, to support the victims and the families of the victims in St. Francis. And so the Tulsa Community Foundation has a fund that it was already in existence for us, an employee assistance fund. And so we'll make that link available for folks that feel the need to contribute to these families and to the organization. And we just, that's really the only, I would say, official place for folks that want to do something to care for those that have been impacted by this situation.
While you're up there, I'm looking at Dr. Phillips's resume. This is impressive. Can you talk about his talent? Tell us who this man was to this organization.
No, that's fine. Preston, Dr. Phillips was was the consummate gentleman. He is a man that we should all strive to emulate. And of everybody, you know, the fact that some individual would go after Dr. Phillips is mind-blowing. He's one of those folks that, you know, tends to, his clinic can not always be on time because he will spend every minute with patients that they need. He is one of those doctors that was cut from the cloth.
And I believe multiple
4
officers
decades ago in terms of
engaged
how he felt
Lopez,
about people
ultimately shooting and killing him.
how he felt about his calling. And so,
I don't
so
know
not
exactly.
only is it a shock,
I know it happened in Atascosa County.
It is the
and,
ultimate loss.
I believe
for
the
St.
name of the
Francis
town is
and for Tulsa.
Judiciary. That could be a mispronunciation by me, but it's in Atascosa County, and that's where the ultimately Judiciary, is that correct? Is where ultimately the
So the question
interaction
was,
took place.
Dr. Phillips alerted anyone about his concerns, or
it's
did
an
he have concerns about his safety or this patient? And not that we're aware of as of today.
Yes, right here.
Is there a policy in place if there is a patient that is harassing a doctor? Is there a policy in place for St. Francis?
So the question was, is there a policy in place around patients or to react or respond to patients harassing physicians? And I would answer that, the short way to answer that is we have multiple policies and practices in place that are designed to deal with difficult situations, difficult patients, unhappy patients, and but nothing that we have in place, I don't know that any health system in the country has in place, can stop somebody with 2 weapons that are hell-bent on causing harm.
Okay, right here. Has St. Francis had any mass shooting drills or training before here on campus?
So the question was, have we had mass shooting drills or training? We actually have training and we have educational modules. I couldn't speak to actual drills, but as I said earlier, there's going to be 1,000 questions that we as an organization are going to need to answer, and that's going to be one of them about our path going forward.
We can follow up on that. And wait, right here. Go ahead. Yes.
What can you tell us about the other Stephanie Reeves?
She's another one of the physicians that works in our orthopedic department. Stephanie was an incredible person, and Amanda was, I think, had a supervisory role within the clinic. I mean, the 3 best people in the entire world that are the most committed to doing what they do every day and taking care of others, didn't deserve to die this way.
Here in the middle.
I'm not sure this may be a question for you or the chief. Do we know if the gunman's antagonism against Dr. Phillips was racially motivated at all?
The question was about racial motivation, and I can't answer that.
I will answer that. The information that we have thus far is that there was nothing about race that caused this incident.
All right, you're watching LiveNOW from Fox. We're going to break away from this news conference and bring you the latest regarding that escaped inmates in Texas. We just got word that he was fatally shot by officers. Again, it was a manhunt. They were looking for him after a family of 5 was killed in Centerville, Texas. Let's go ahead and listen in to what authorities in Texas have to say.
Silverado pickup. That information had gone out across Texas, and it was actually law enforcement in Atascosa County that spotted Gonzalo Lopez driving that Chevy Silverado. At that time, they trailed Gonzalo, and then ultimately the tires were spiked on that vehicle. After a short chase and a crash, Gonzalo Lopez exited the Chevy Silverado with a firearm and engaged law enforcement officers who engaged back and ultimately killed Lopez. Again, Gonzalo Lopez has been captured and he is deceased. Any other questions?
What time did this happen at?
We believe that this happened probably about 30 minutes ago or so.
Any law enforcement officers struck?
Fortunately, no law enforcement officers were struck. It's my understanding he fired several rounds at officers and was armed with an AR-15 and a pistol, and I believe multiple officers engaged Lopez, ultimately shooting and killing him.
What was the law enforcement agency?
I don't know exactly. I know it happened in Atascosa County, and I believe the name of the town is Judiciary. That could be a mispronunciation by me, but it's in Atascosa County, and that's where the ultimately Judiciary, is that correct? Is where ultimately the interaction took place.
Where do you believe you got the AR-15 from?
It's an assumption at this point, but given that he was in the vehicle that was taken from this residence, it's likely that those firearms came from this residence. The actual shootout, it's my understanding that it did happen in a residential area, that after crashing, I believe, into a tree, Lopez exited out of the vehicle, only made it a short amount of distance before he decided to engage officers. And thankfully for the swift action of those officers, they were able to take Lopez into custody.
How it kind of originated?
I know that a bolo went out across the state, and so they were certainly cognizant of South Texas and the San Antonio area because he had previous contacts in that area. And it's our understanding that law enforcement spotted that vehicle on a roadway, and the license plate matched the bolo, and so that's when they began to tail Lopez in that vehicle. Ultimately, that vehicle was spiked after a short chase in which Lopez crashed out and decided to engage law enforcement officers, and those officers very swiftly shot and killed Lopez, bringing this whole ordeal to an end.
What weapons did he fire? I know he had multiple weapons, but did he use all of them?
I don't know specifically what weapons he used, but I do know that he was armed with a rifle and a handgun.
Where does the investigation go from here now that he's deceased?
Sure, so it's something that the Texas Rangers will be leading up that investigation, along with our Office of Inspector General, who will be closely involved in that investigation.
And were you guys able to find any of the clothes that he originally had on when you left with us?
I can tell you that they're still at the scene at this moment. So Lopez is deceased, law enforcement is there, they're processing that scene as we speak, and so there's some information that I just don't have at the moment. I do want to take a moment though and really thank law enforcement. Leon County Sheriff has been extraordinary and continues to be. Our partners at DPS, the Office of Inspector General, U.S. Marshals, just so many different law enforcement agencies contributed to this, and just very thankful for all of the support that they have provided. And I'm thankful that this came to a resolution in which Lopez did not harm anyone else.
As a leader, what's your reaction that this man is off the streets?
I can just tell you that we are very saddened that the murders happened, but I will tell you that we are breathing a sigh of relief that Lopez will not be able to hurt anyone else.
Will TDCJ be adjusting their protocols to ensure that nothing like this happens again?
As I said earlier, we will conduct a serious incident review. Anytime you have something serious like this, it's incumbent upon us to go backwards to figure out, how did he escape? How did he beat our security protocols in order to leave that transport vehicle? And so that's something that we absolutely will be doing. We will uncover how he did it and then make any adjustments that are necessary.
He's obviously
obviously not your typical dangerous inmate, because I mean he was able to do it like years ago, right? I mean there's something about him, right, that makes him very unique when it comes to this situation.
Absolutely. Gonzalo Lopez had a history of trying to elude law enforcement. And so we knew from his records that previously he had stayed out in the wilderness for quite some time. And so that's why we remained in this area, because we did not have evidence that put him out of this area. I will tell you that obviously U.S. Marshals and Texas Rangers and our Office of Inspector General were closely monitoring any contacts that he had ever had in the free world to see if he had contacted them, reached out to them. And that was very unsuccessful. And so we still had a thought that he could be in this area, and that's why we continue to have a presence in this area. And it wasn't until this afternoon that it became clear that he remained in this area.
Jason, did the victims, I know it's still like did the victims walk in on Lopez?
Frankly, it's just too early to tell. We do believe that the victims were there today. It's unclear whether Lopez was already there or was casing the structure and just waiting for someone to come in.
What's the feeling now that this is over? You know, it was an exhaustive search for a few weeks there. Are you guys relieved? Just kind of, what's that feeling?
I will just, again, it is... I will say that this is an absolute tragedy. The fact that 4 individuals, I would say that this is a tragedy that you had 5 individuals who lost their lives. And so I am thankful that tonight Gonzalo Lopez is unable to harm anyone else.
Do you know if do you think TCJ has leading to the deaths of these 5 people then, and he was able to escape?
Sure. You know, as I said earlier, that will be part of us going backwards to determine how that escape happened, and taking any precautions that we need to take in order to prevent that from happening in the future.
As a family, obviously this is a tragedy. Do you have any words to say to the family?
I don't. I can't imagine the grief and suffering that they're going through, and so my words would fall flat.
Have they been contacted? And when we can expect those IDs?
That would be something I'd encourage you to talk to Leon County Sheriff. Obviously, this has happened in their jurisdiction. They're working closely with DPS in order to process that crime scene. So I would expect that the sheriff likely would release that information and not TDCJ.
So what are some things that TDCJ possibly learned, and could we see that you all move to the inmate who has been on the run for 11 years now and kind of exhaust the efforts that were on this one for Lopez to try to find that inmate?
I assume you're talking about Busto Diaz.
Yes, sir.
So, and I'll just speak to that. It's something that we don't ever stop. We don't rest. And even for Busto Diaz, who we believe is in Mexico, and that we'll continue to search for forever. Thank you.
All right, and authorities in Texas updating us on Gonzalo Lopez, who is now dead. He has been killed by officers after a chase. Now, earlier today, they updated us and told us that he likely killed a family of 5. This is video from when he escaped last month on May 12th from that bus you see right there. And since then, he has been on the run. And authorities had offered a $50,000 reward leading for information to his arrest. Now, earlier today, they mentioned that a family of 5, 3 children and 2 adults were found dead in a home in Centerville, Texas. We know that's about 2.5 hours away from Austin. We know that the family is from the Houston area. Authorities did not identify them. And we know that the family does not live at that house full time. We were told that that home is a weekend residence, and they likely showed up to that house today. And authorities had also mentioned that they were on the lookout for a white pickup truck that was likely taken from that house that Gonzalo Lopez had likely broken into, that possibly belonged to that family of 5 that unfortunately were murdered today. Again, that's his image right there, 46-year-old Gonzalo Lopez, who escaped from custody about 3 weeks ago on May the 12th. And again, he was considered armed and dangerous. He had a number of convictions against him, long rap sheet, but now he has been killed by authorities. Again, they had established a perimeter once they received a phone call from a concerned relative saying that there was a situation going on, and that led to the discovery of the 5 bodies, 2 adults and 3 children. And now that manhunt has come to an end. The escaped inmates, Gonzalo Lopez, that man you see right there, is dead after authorities killed him. But unfortunately, a family of 5 is also gone. We're going to continue to follow more breaking news here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, if there are more developments in this particular situation, we will bring them to you. We're going to take a short break here. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We want to bring you some breaking news out of Texas. Authorities in Centerville, Texas, say they have captured escaped inmate Gonzalo Lopez. He was a 46-year-old man who escaped from custody last month, May the 12th to be exact. So that was about 3 weeks that they have been searching for this dangerous man who has convictions of murder. And unfortunately, they announced earlier today that a family of 5 had been found dead in a home in Centerville, Texas, and they believed that Gonzalo Lopez was the one who committed those crimes. And soon after that, fortunately, they were able to catch up with him, and that led up to a shootout, a chase that then led up to a shootout. And now he has, he's not on the hunt, he's not on the run anymore, and he is dead. Let's go ahead and play back the press conference from authorities just moments ago.
That information had gone out across Texas, and it was actually law enforcement in Atascosa County that spotted Gonzalo Lopez driving that Chevy Silverado. At that time, they trailed Gonzalo, and then ultimately the tires were spiked on that vehicle. After a short chase and a crash, Gonzalo Lopez exited the Chevy Silverado with a firearm and engaged law enforcement officers who engaged back and ultimately killed Lopez. Again, Gonzalo Lopez has been captured and he is deceased. Any other questions?
What time did this happen at?
We believe that this happened probably about 30 minutes ago or so.
Any law enforcement officers struck?
Fortunately, no law enforcement officers were struck. It's my understanding he fired several rounds at officers and was armed with an AR-15 and a pistol, and I believe multiple officers engaged Lopez, ultimately shooting and killing him.
What was the law enforcement agency?
I don't know exactly. I know it happened in Atascosa County, and I believe the name of the town is Judiciary. That could be a mispronunciation by me, but it's in Atascosa County, and that's where the ultimately Judiciary, is that correct? Is where ultimately the interaction took place.
Where do you believe you got the AR-15 from?
It's an assumption at this point, but given that he was in the vehicle that was taken from this residence, it's likely that those firearms came from this residence. The actual shootout, it's my understanding that it did happen in a residential area, that after crashing, I believe, into a tree, Lopez exited out of the vehicle, only made it a short amount of distance before he decided to engage officers. And thankfully for the swift action of those officers, they were able to take Lopez into custody.
How it kind of originated?
I know that a bolo went out across the state, and so they were certainly cognizant of South Texas and the San Antonio area because he had previous contacts in that area. And it's our understanding that law enforcement spotted that vehicle on a roadway, and the license plate matched the bolo, and so that's when they began to tail Lopez in that vehicle. Ultimately, that vehicle was spiked after a short chase in which Lopez crashed out and decided to engage law enforcement officers, and those officers very swiftly shot and killed Lopez, bringing this whole ordeal to an end.
What weapons did he fire? I know he had multiple weapons, but did he use all of them?
I don't know specifically what weapons he used, but I do know that he was armed with a rifle and a handgun.
Where does the investigation go from here now that he's deceased?
Sure, so it's something that the Texas Rangers will be leading up that investigation, along with our Office of Inspector General, who will be closely involved in that investigation.
And were you guys able to find any of the clothes that he originally had on when he left with us?
I can tell you that they're still at the scene at this moment. So Lopez is deceased, law enforcement is there, they're processing that scene as we speak, and so there's some information that I just don't have at the moment. I do want to take a moment though and really thank law enforcement. Leon County Sheriff has been extraordinary and continues to be. Our partners at DPS, the Office of Inspector General, U.S. Marshals, just so many different law enforcement agencies contributed to this, and just very thankful for all of the support that they have provided. And I'm thankful that this came to a resolution in which Lopez did not harm anyone else.
As a leader, what's your reaction that this man is off the streets?
I could just tell you that we are very saddened that the murders happened, but I will tell you that we are breathing a sigh of relief that Lopez will not be able to hurt anyone else.
Will TD
DCJ be adjusting their protocols to ensure that nothing like this happens again?
As I said earlier, we will conduct a serious incident review. Anytime you have something serious like this, it's incumbent upon us to go backwards to figure out, how did he escape? How did he beat our security protocols in order to leave that transport vehicle? And so that's something that we absolutely will be doing. We will uncover how he did it and then make any adjustments that are necessary.
He's obviously not your typical dangerous inmate, because I mean he was able to do it like years ago, right? I mean there's something about him, right, that makes him very unique when it comes to this situation.
Absolutely. Gonzalo Lopez had a history of trying to elude law enforcement. And so we knew from his records that previously he had stayed out in the wilderness for quite some time. And so that's why we remained in this area, because we did not have evidence that put him out of this area. I will tell you that obviously U.S. Marshals and Texas Rangers and our Office of Inspector General were closely monitoring any contacts that he had ever had in the free world to see if he had contacted them, reached out to them. And that was very unsuccessful. And so we still had a thought that he could be in this area, and that's why we continue to have a presence in this area. And it wasn't until this afternoon that it became clear that he remained in this area.
Jason, did the victims, I didn't so like it, did the victims walk in on Lopez?
Frankly, it's just too early to tell. We do believe that the victims were there today. It's unclear whether Lopez was already there or was casing the structure and just waiting for someone to come in.
What's the feeling now that this is over? You know, it was an exhaustive search for a few weeks there. Are you guys relieved? Just kind of, what's that feeling?
I will just, again, it is... I will say that this is an absolute tragedy. The fact that 4 individuals, I would say that this is a tragedy that you had 5 individuals who lost their lives. And so I am thankful that tonight Gonzalo Lopez is unable to harm anyone else.
Do you know if ability do you think TCJ has leading to the deaths of these 5 people then, if he was able to escape?
Sure. You know, as I said earlier, that will be part of us going backwards to determine how that escape happened and taking any precautions that we need to take in order to prevent that from happening in the future.
Obviously, this is a tragedy. Do you have any words to say to the family?
I don't. I can't imagine the grief and suffering that they're going through, and so my words would fall flat.
Have they been contacted? And when we can expect those IDs?
That would be something I'd encourage you to talk to Leon County Sheriff. Obviously, this has happened in their jurisdiction. They're working closely with DPS in order to process that crime scene. So I would expect that the sheriff likely would release that information and not TDCJ.
So what are some things that TDCJ possibly learned, and could we see that you all move to the inmate who has been on the run for 11 years now and kind of exhaust the efforts that were on this one for Lopez to try to find that inmate?
I assume you're talking about Busto Diaz.
Yes, sir.
So, and I'll just speak to that. It's something that we don't ever stop. We don't rest. And even for Busto Diaz, who we believe is in Mexico, and that will continue.
All right, and that was a quick update not too long ago from authorities in Texas regarding escaped inmate Gonzalo Lopez. He had been on the run since May the 12th. That's about 3 weeks now, so quite a long time. And earlier today, investigators had said that 5 people were found dead in a home in Centerville, Texas. That's about 2.5 hours northeast of Austin, and that's the scene you see here on your screen. You can see that police cars are still outside there, and it's a very rural area. Now we're told the victims, the family of 5, 3 children and 2 adults, they have not been identified, but we know they are from the Houston area. and they didn't live at that house full time. They likely were just there most of the time during the weekends. It was a weekend residence, and they likely showed up there today, and Gonzalo broke into the home, and it sounds like he killed him, according to what authorities have released today. And from that point, he took a white pickup truck, because a white pickup truck was missing from that home, and authorities began searching for him, and it led to a chase, which then led to a shootout, and authorities said that officers killed Gonzalo. So this man you see here on your screen, he is now off the streets, which is good news, but the bad news is that an innocent family of 5 is now dead. And that's the latest regarding this situation out of Centerville, Texas. That's about 2.5 hours northeast of Austin. That escaped inmate had been on the run since May the 12th, and now he is no longer on the streets. We'll have more news for you after the short 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Earlier today, the House committee passed gun control legislation. They debated on it for quite some time. Now, this comes after the shootings in Uvalde and Buffalo, and last night in Tulsa. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I'm holding the Constitution. I don't see a match that's lit the Constitution that has extinguished it. I don't see any elimination of the Second Amendment that needs a constitutional process to even address that question. I asked the NRA, Mr. Wayne LaPierre, meet with us. We're in a crisis of death. We have a war on the children of America. I, for one, cannot stand in a stupor of stupidness. I believe it is crucial that what we did some years ago, sit on the floor of the House when we were in Republican control after Sandy Hook, just to do something. And here we are again. And I remember the words of John Lewis, who said, "Where is the heart of this body, the Congress? Where is our soul? Where is our moral leadership? Where is our courage?" From Columbine, of which I served at that time, On the Columbine Task Force, to the countless numbers of children that have died because guns have not been stored or guns did not have a device, as the storage bills reflect. This is the question of whether or not we as Americans are blind. Do we only see the power and money of gun manufacturers? Are we not sensitive to Boulder, Atlanta, Tree of Life, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, Las Vegas, San Bernardino, Gilroy, Garlic, Washington Navy Yard, Sandy Hook Elementary, Virginia Tech, Aurora, the Sikh Temple, Emmanuel African Methodist Church, or Santa Fe in Texas, near my district? El Paso, if I did not mention it. And so today, I'm reminded of the great and outstanding work of my colleagues. I thank you. You have introduced these bills over and over again, and I'll have an opportunity to discuss how important your legislation is. But we are not finished. The assault weapons ban is a necessity. A 7-week waiting period is a necessity. Actions against manufacturers to give civil liability is a necessity. And countering the cycle of violence is a necessity. I end by simply saying Kimberly Vaughn died in Santa Fe. She was 17 years old. Her mother is still in pain in Texas. And I'm calling on all of you to have a sense of humanity, courage, decency. God knows we need action, for it is a sin and a shame on us. Not this Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nadler. You have done great work on the House and the Senate, and then to the President's desk. Shame on us if we can't move legislation now. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move strike last forward, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. It's obviously with a heavy heart that we're all participating in this markup today. Words cannot adequately express the horror that all Americans felt last week as we learned of the 21 innocent lives that were lost at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, which only added to the deep sadness we all felt a short time earlier when 10 people were senselessly killed in Buffalo. Given the shock and the revulsion that we all feel from those two horrific crimes, it's easy to understand why we're considering this legislation today. It's only human nature to search for answers and feel the need to do something to address a situation this troubling and this concerning. But the question we need to ask ourselves before we act, Mr. Chairman, is what actions can we take in a constitutionally permissive manner that will actually help make the American people, particularly school children, safer? The most obvious answer to that question is that we can take action to make our schools more secure. After the tragic shooting in Parkland, Florida, former sheriff himself led a bipartisan group of members, myself included, in reauthorizing and expanding the Cop Secure Our Schools grant program. That program provides necessary funds to states and local school districts to strengthen security measures at schools across the country. The money can be used for metal detectors, to adopt security plans, to train school officials, to hire school resource officers, including retired police officers, and to help identify students with mental health issues. The students and teachers, but there's always room for improvement. And that's one area where I believe we could be working together to find common ground and make students safer, and it would be immediately. I also think we could work together on methods to better address the mental health crisis that's facing so many of our nation's youth today. Too often, the shootings that occur are perpetrated by primarily young men who feel marginalized and who appear to be suffering from some form or another of mental illness. Finding a way to identify these young people earlier and to help get them the treatment that they need before the tragedy strikes is a goal upon which I think we could all agree. As I mentioned earlier, the Secure Our Schools grant money can be used for that purpose. But as we saw in Buffalo, the issue is broader than just in our schools. There was also some agreement on bump stocks, which is why the ATF under President Trump acted to ban them. As most of us know, there's still an ongoing challenge in the federal courts against this ban, which is probably why a provision banning bump stocks is included in the legislation being considered today. I understand the intention here, but I would probably, I think it'd be more effective if we allowed the court cases semi-automatic rifles by those under the age of 21. I think this is another area where some form of bipartisan agreement might be possible. However, considering that a similar prohibition in California was just ruled unconstitutional by the Ninth Circuit of all courts 3 weeks ago, it would probably be more prudent that we review that decision and try to determine what could be accomplished in accordance with the Second Amendment. Simply moving forward with a provision that even the Ninth Circuit thinks is unconstitutional really isn't doing anybody any good. And that's the crux of my argument against this legislation. The majority is simply acting quickly because they believe it's important to act quickly. In doing so, I'm afraid they're foregoing an opportunity to actually work together and hopefully produce a better piece of legislation, which is what they're apparently trying to do in the Senate. We could do it in the House as well, Mr. Chairman, but not if the majority is so focused on the speed of the legislation rather than its merits. I think we should stay focused on the merits. Unfortunately, that's not what we're doing today. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, a statement from Representative Rosa DeLauro, whose legislation, Ethan's Law, is an important component of the Protecting Our Kids Act, will be entered into the record. For what purpose does Mr. Cohen seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
This is no rush to action. This has been delayed for decades. I was here 15 years ago when Virginia Tech was the site of a mass killing. And in 15 years, we haven't gotten gun laws changed and reformed. This bill, which is somewhat of a compilation of other laws, all should have been law before but should be law today. And the Democrats are not rushing to anything. The public is demanding that we take action because they've seen what happened in Uvalde, Texas. They've seen what happened in Buffalo. They've seen what happened last night in Tulsa. It is happening all too often, and it's deadly. Assault weapons were banned from 1994 to 2004. It was constitutionally permissible. It wasn't until 2008 in the Heller decision when Justice Scalia said that people had a right, based on the Second Amendment, to protect their homes with reasonable weapons, and said that that was not something that would prohibit government from having more restrictive laws on people who had mental health problems and or people who had criminal backgrounds or other possible changes in the law. The Second Amendment, like the First, is not absolute. The First Amendment, you cannot defame people. You cannot go into a theater and holler fire. There are limits, and there are limits to the Second Amendment. And assault weapons is one of those limits we've had for 10 years. During that time, we had less mass killings in this country, and we should have it again. Assault weapons are made to kill. The picture that Ms. Jackson Lee had up here of those 19 children, the last time you'll be able, or anybody would be able to recognize some of them, because when they're hit with an assault weapon, they cannot be identified. They are obliterated, and they need DNA to identify them. They put holes in their bodies so large that there's no way they could survive. They are weapons of war and weapons of death and weapons of destruction that we should not permit out here. And when somebody who's 18 years old and right after their birthday, they go and one of the first things they do is buy an assault weapon, that should be a red flag. Where is that person coming from? That's what they want on their 18th birthday, is an assault weapon. They got a problem, which means we got a problem, which means those 19 kids and their parents and those 2 teachers have a problem forever. The NRA has too much of a grip on this Congress and on the Senate. It needs to stop. They're in the business of representing gun manufacturers and selling guns and selling ammunition and not caring about what it does to innocent human beings. They don't care about children. It's not just schools, Mr. Shabbat. My friend Mr. Shabbat talked about the school bill. Yeah, it's terrible what happened in Uvalde and in Parkland, et cetera. But it's movie theaters. It's grocery stores. It's anywhere in America. There's something gun-crazed about our country that we need to deal with. This isn't going to stop all the killings, but it'll stop some. Will it stop a law-abiding citizen? Sometimes, maybe. Will it stop non-law-abiding citizens? Yes. And that's what we need to see, that there are good background checks and that there are limits on who can get an assault weapon. These are changes that our country wants and that this bill addresses. Bump stocks, the issue with keeping them in the courts, that's an issue about jurisdiction, not about bump stock and the ability of the Congress to outlaw them. It's whether justice could do it through rules and regulations. We need to do it by law, and ghost guns should be prohibited. Now there's some newfangled deal that I've come across in the city of Memphis where they've intercepted some metal parts that have come in from China that turn pistols into semi-automatic weapons into fully automatic weapons. Customs and Border Protection in Memphis have seized 40 devices recently that turn semi-automatic handguns to fully automatic. Now we're working on that. That should be prohibited too. There's something wrong in America, and this committee needs to deal with it today, and it will. I appreciate Mr. Cicilline's bill that does ban assault weapons. I had an amendment to do that today because it needed to be debated and it needs to be enacted. But for considerations of Mr. Cicilline's precedence on this bill, I'm not going to offer it today. But we need to pass it, and we need to pass everything here, and it's time that our Republican colleagues stopped offering just thoughts and prayers, but offered solutions and cared about the people who are dying. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the day after the Uvalde shooting, I had the opportunity to meet with CBP Chief Ortiz and also talk with marshals who were on the scene in that school. I happened to be in South Texas at that time. And it is not a tragedy. It is beyond a tragedy. A tragedy imputes some kind of non-intentional or accidental event. This was beyond that. This was a deliberate, malicious, evil event by this 18-year-old young man. And so it's beyond a tragedy, and it most certainly does need to be addressed and needs to be investigated further. There have been multiple accounts, as there normally would be, from parents, from law enforcement who was on the scene, from Border Patrol agents, the BORTAC unit, et cetera. I hope that we can get to the bottom of exactly what transpired there so we understand it more fully. I also...
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft here. We've been listening into this committee markup at the House Judiciary Committee today, and they advanced the bill. It will now move to the floor, and it's a package of gun restrictions, gun safety proposals, and so much more in the wake of several of these mass shootings we've seen in the last month or so. So we'll see if it does get a vote in the House floor. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have an update over the phone about that Texas inmate who was killed in this shootout earlier tonight. This manhunt now over. Unfortunately, though, we were learning that this is possibly linked to 5 bodies found in a home in Centerville, Texas. We'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. This is Andrew Kraft here. We have some breaking news to report we've been showing you throughout the duration of the night. That is 46-year-old Gonzalo Lopez. He is now dead after a police shootout. He's been on the run for about 3 weeks' time. He is now linked to this possible murder, this killing of a family of 5. Joining us now on the phone, Fox 26 Houston reporter Randy Wallace. Randy, do you have us?
At least he felt it.
Okay, it looks like we're about to get Randy Wallace on the phone here, who is, I believe, in Centerville, Texas, for this story. Let's try this again. Randy, do you have us? This is Andrew Kraft.
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. So I just wanted to get you on the phone, talk to you. I know you got to the scene. What did law enforcement authorities tell you? How did this all play out tonight?
Well, it was really interesting because they started a press conference at about 10 o'clock, and they were basically, pointing out that Gonzalo Lopez had shot this family of 5, this family from Houston. It was a summer home for them there in Leon County, and people saw them alive this morning. They knew they were alive this morning, and then Lopez apparently shot them at some time in the afternoon, and then he took guns from there, an assault rifle and another gun, and took a truck, a white Silverado, 1999 Silverado, and just took off. I think the most fascinating thing about this case is that man was basically in that area for 3 weeks. Keep in mind, there was this massive manhunt for this escaped prisoner, and somehow he was able to elude all of these cops and a $50,000 reward. No one spotted him. No one saw him. It's like he did not leave that area. Well, they had the 10 o'clock press conference, and they were talking about that he was a suspect in this slaying of the Houston family of 5, 2 adults and 3 children. They ended that press conference, and in a matter of minutes, they're hearing that there was a shootout in a town near San Antonio, that police had spotted him there. There was a short chase. They did the tire spikes. He lost control of the car, and then Lopez got out of the car with the guns and exchanged gunfire with the officers. No officers were injured, but he was killed.
Yeah, Randy, no, you're right. That point is so incredible. He did not leave Leon County that we know of. In the 3 weeks since he escaped. We were showing some aerial pictures from the scene, from that white school bus that he escaped back on May the 12th. And so presumably, like you said, he's been in the same county since then. And like you said, no one picked up on this. Of course, the shootout tonight took place a little bit of ways from that. But, this is so stunning. We know his long rap sheet. We know why he was in prison in the first place. He's a convicted killer. But Randy, do us a favor. Is this confirmed? Are authorities saying that he is directly responsible? Have they pieced those clues together for the killing of this family of 5? Do they have it certainly?
They are confirming it now. They're being pretty tight-lipped. They would not say how the family was killed, and there was still an active scene going on at this house where they were found. So, but they're not giving all the pieces yet. But they're basically saying that yes, that Gonzalo Lopez took this family's life. And I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but another interesting thing about Gonzalo Lopez, he escaped, I think 9 years ago or something, and he was out in like the woods for 9 days, and they caught him. He is not your regular inmate. You know what I mean? It's hard to even understand how he was able to basically get out of this cage and get out of handcuffs and escape the way that he did 3 weeks ago. And it was the second time he's escaped.
Yeah, and Randy, you know, I was also struck by the fact that we, you know, here at LiveNOW, this story has not been on our radar really since the initial escape of Gonzalo Lopez about three and a half weeks ago. We really didn't hear any leads that authorities were taking. There was just a lot of dead air as far as the story goes, but we knew he was out there still. He was still lurking, and then all of a sudden this kind of denouement tonight, this climax, he's in this shootout. What led authorities to that house?
There was a relative. A relative became concerned that they were unable to reach the family. And again, this happened. They were seen alive in the town this morning. And then this afternoon, I'm not real sure what. They didn't really explain why the relative became concerned, but this relative was upset because they couldn't get in contact with them. And we're talking about, you know, just a span of a few hours. And, you know, back to the point you were making before, it was really like that in the Houston TV market. It was a big story when he escaped. And then there were a couple, you know, there would be like little snippets of, hey, he's still wanted. I really think that most people kind of thought, well, he crossed the border. He's in Mexico, or he's long gone. And, I mean, as time went on, it just seemed like, are we really going to find this guy? Because that's a long time. I mean, 3 weeks is a long time for an escaped killer inmate to be on the run.
Yeah. We were here at LiveNOW comparing it to the situation there in Alabama of Casey White, who had the help of his corrections officer lover help him escape, but he was captured, you know, within a week's time. This case so different. Randy Wallace, we'll let you go. Last thoughts, though. What questions do you still have in this story?
I think that I would really love for someone to be able to walk through how this happened. Number one, to make sure that it doesn't happen again. I don't think your average inmate would be able to pull this off. And again, I mean, he was somebody that they knew he had a history of escaping. They were watching him, and he did this all by himself. It wasn't like there was some, guard that was working with him or helping him. He did this all by himself. And I think that TDCJ, the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, they really need to make sure that something like this can never, ever happen again.
All right, Fox 26's Randy Wallace there on the phone for us. He's at the scene. Randy, maybe we'll be speaking again tomorrow. We appreciate your time. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. You too.
All right, and what a wild story. Unfortunately, though, this family of five, these two adults, these three children, Randy says they were seen in the town earlier this afternoon, and now they are tragically dead. Presumably, law enforcement confirming that Gonzalo Lopez is responsible, but Gonzalo Lopez, of course, now dead, fatally shot after the end of this manhunt in a shootout. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on your Thursday night. It has been a very, very busy week. We have a lot more stories left to get to in the overnight hours. Also, just a preview of what we're monitoring tomorrow. More events celebrating Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee, 70 years on the throne there. So our Orlando team on the East Coast will have all those live events starting very early tomorrow, East Coast time. Also, don't forget, we're expecting the jobs numbers tomorrow for the month of May. What will they look like, as so many have questions on the economic outlook in the country? We'll be back in just a moment.
On Memorial Day this past Monday, Jill and I visited Arlington National Cemetery. As we entered those hallowed grounds, we saw rows and rows of crosses among the rows of headstones with other emblems of belief, honoring those who paid the ultimate price on battlefields around the world. The day before, we visited Uvalde, Texas. In front of Robb Elementary School, we stood before 21 crosses for 19 third and fourth graders and 2 teachers. On each cross, a name, and nearby, a photo of each victim that Jill and I reached out to touch. Innocent victims murdered in a classroom that had been turned into a killing field. Standing there in that small town, like so many other communities across America, I couldn't help but think there are too many other schools, too many other everyday places that have become killing fields, battlefields here in America. We stood at such a place just 12 days before, across from a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, memorializing 10 fellow Americans, a spouse, a parent, a grandparent, a sibling, gone forever.